Rated M for Mega.
All right, everyone. We are currently live right now on globalmakerday.com. You should be able to watch us and see what's going on. We have so many things, exciting things for today. We have the organizing team joining us right now. Some of us are together and live, and some of us are virtual here to share. So we have a lot of things to cover. First off, I'm going to go ahead and start by just introducing all of us. So let's start off with those that are virtual. Nancy, you joined us first. So Nancy, if you can go ahead and share a little bit about who you are and what you're doing. First off, I'm going to go ahead and start by just introducing
my name is Nancy Pinto, and I am coming to you today from Vietnam.
Go ahead and share a little bit about who
I
you
am
are
in
and what you're
Da Nang,
doing.
Vietnam.
My name
is Nancy Pinto. So there's a repeat. Do you guys hear the repeat, or is it just me? Okay.
Vietnam. Yes, Zach.
I am in Da Nang,
Okay.
Vietnam. Okay. So there's a repeat. Do you guys hear the repeat? I still hear it. You hear it too?
Yes, Zach.
Okay. Okay. So there's a repeat. Do you guys hear the repeat? I still hear it. You hear it too?
Yes, Zach.
Okay.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Let's go ahead and move over to Michael Drezick.
Hey everyone, Michael Drezick from Lakeshore Central. I'm joining in from Lakeshore High School, and the students behind me have already started making some veggie characters, and they made them on Buncee, and they're turning them into physical creations. So you can see we got one going on right here.
Ooh.
And we've got some more going on right here.
It's a pineapple.
We've got Carrot Man going on over here. So they've started. They didn't want to wait until 9 a.m. They're like, we're starting it anyway. But yeah, nice to join in.
Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and go to Scott.
Hey everyone, Scott Noons here, joining you from Texas, and I have some of my creations already ready to go, and I'm super psyched for today. So can't wait. Stay tuned. Check us out. If you miss something, go to globalmakerday.com.
Awesome. And then we have Katie, who's joining us very early from California. What time is it for you, Katie?
It's 6:06.
You're
So
done.
good.
It's done. Look great.
Thank you. Yeah, hi all. I am Katie McNamara. I'm a high school teacher librarian and program director at Fresno Pacific University. My kiddos are still asleep right now, but they are excited about the challenges. They got a sneak peek yesterday and are going to get rock and rolled and join us later today.
Awesome. All right. I'm going to start here with our group because we're going to save Kyle best for last here because he's at a special place. I'm Jamie Donnelly, and I am traveled from Texas, East Texas, and am here with the Roper Mountain crew. I'll let them share a little bit about what is happening here. We have Amy behind us.
Hi, my name is Amy Storr, and I'm also from Texas. I'm a lead learning guide at Fried Technology, and so excited to be with you here today for Global Maker Day.
Mary Alice Curran. I'm from Boston, but I live in Connecticut, and I'm so happy to be joining all of you today.
Heather Brantley. I'm from East Texas also. I'm a math teacher and I love making.
That's awesome. And we have Thomas here with us. They are hosting us here for Global Maker Day 2022. It's been a couple years since we've been able to be in person, so it's such a privilege to be at this incredible place. You guys are not going to believe all the cool spaces we're going to be showing you today. So Thomas, do you want to share a little bit about what you do here?
Yeah, so my name is Thomas Riddle. I'm the assistant director here at Open Mountain Science Center. We're an incredibly unique facility owned and operated by Greenville County Schools. And you're going to see a little bit of what the magic is that we do around this place to encourage maker education. So excited to be here and really excited to host.
Very cool. We have received a warm welcome being here in Greenville, South Carolina. It's been fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and go to Kyle now. Kyle, where are you located right now?
Hello, adventurers! Kyle Kitchen couldn't be here today. He'll be in the classroom later, but it is I, LT Fosbottom, Global Maker and Tinkerer. I'm here between the Americas and Canada. On the Canadian side, that is, Canada. But we are here in lovely Niagara Falls. Not quite the sunny day we are hoping for making, but it doesn't matter. Global making happens when it's cold, rainy. Whenever there's a spark of creativity, there is making. So let's everyone wave to the high. Everyone in Niagara Falls, check in with the falls this early morning. Glad to see everyone. Sorry for ruining everyone's video of your touristing, but we are here for an amazing day of making, creativity, and curiosity. I cannot wait to see what you make today, and perhaps that Kyle Kitchen fellow will show up later in the day to do some making with the classroom.
Okay, you know, Kyle, I hope you're ready to make, because one is you keep losing your mustache somehow. You might have to make a new mustache.
Yeah, the problem of mustaches of the makers always tend to fly away at Niagara Falls. It's very misty here, and we know that cardboard and water do not mix.
That's awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is you all are going to make here, because our challenge we're going to be covering, and I'm going to go ahead and let them begin, and then I'll talk about what our challenge is. So our group here is going to start making. I'm going to go through some of the things that we need to be ready for today and be prepared for. So if you guys want to go, I'll start going through this list. Okay. Awesome. So she wants to check off.
I have a list. Check.
Hey, everybody needs a
I'm
Heather.
a maker list.
All right. So what we are going to be doing today, our agenda, if you have not checked out the schedule, this is a perfect time to do that. We're going to have a session every half an hour for the next 8 hours. So each session is going to cover some maker concept, be inspiration for your classrooms, give you an opportunity to connect and allow your students just to make. We hope that you're not sitting and watching. We hope that you're actively participating in these sessions and challenges today. So if you have not checked out the sessions, they are listed on globalmakerday.com. If you have registered, you should have received the schedule, or excuse me, the schedule and the challenges for today. So this is going to be a great opportunity for you to share that with your students. If you're just getting it for the first time, perfect. You don't want to be overly prepared to be a maker. You want to be able to use your creativity and your problem-solving skills to make these challenges happen. So as we go through, you're going to want to check out that agenda. We will be hopping from place to place around Roper Mountain today. So be ready to watch and see how we have makers all over our campus here. But we will also be spotlighting what's happening with our other organizers that are at their locations as well. So be ready and excited to learn. We want to hear from you. So if you are creating, please have your educator go on to social media and post the amazing things that you're doing using hashtag Global Maker Day. So today is a perfect opportunity for your students to shine, and we just want to give them an opportunity to share that with the world. All of us are seeing it. So great opportunity. Make sure to tag Global Maker if you can, so that we can share that out with our audience as well. We also have a spotlight that we want to cover, and this is going to be specific to Roper Mountain. So Thomas has been able to participate with us the past few days. We've been meeting here. We came here on the location yesterday and had a chance to just explore. We didn't even get to go to all the places.
No, I actually didn't.
I mean, it was insane. We all came into this thinking this is Disneyland for educators. Like, this is Disneyland for students. And this is the kind of place that our students are going to thrive. So I really hope today, as you're seeing the locations around Roper Mountain, will be an inspiration for you to take back to your classrooms as well. But Thomas, I mean, share a little bit about what your history is here with Roper Mountain and what has been the transition in the time that you've been here.
Oh, wow. So yeah, Jamie, I have a long background in education. This is my 31st year in education, from classroom teacher to administrator, principal, district level administrator. But I tell you what, I'd be hard pressed to find a cooler sandbox to play in and inspire lives than Roper Mountain Science Center. It's really a dream job. So for the last 7 years or 6 years, I'm on my 7th year now as the assistant director here at Roper Mountain. And I tell you what, this is, I hope you guys can go to ropermountain.org. Check out the website, all of our stuff on social. We are a very unique facility, 62 acres of what many people, as Jamie said, call the educational Disney World. We have a living history farm with historic structures from the 1790s all the way up to an 1882 one-room schoolhouse, 1892 one-room schoolhouse. We have the 8th largest refractor telescope in North America that was built for Princeton in 1882. We'll show you that in just a little while. And then we have South Carolina's largest planetarium theater, a 50-foot planetarium dome 4K projection system, indoor rainforest in our natural science building. You can pet sharks, pet stingrays. And so the thing about it too is that
I did not do that, by the way. I was scared.
Well, I tell you what, Heather overcame her fears of snakes by actually holding a ball python yesterday. Monty is one of our two ball
friend.
Yeah, he's awesome. Amy does not. She did.
There's proof of that.
Yeah, to go to TikTok, you'll see her actually holding that. But so that's the kind they experience kind of what we the magic that we create for students here. One thing that's unique about us too is that if you are a Greenville County student, be it private school, homeschool co-op, or a student in Greenville County schools, you come here for free. We also have out-of-county students that come here too, and we try to keep the costs very nominal for them. And we do about 55,000 students a year on field trips, and about another 50,000 students, 50,000 people from the community that come in during our public events, during the afternoons in the school year, and then 10-week summer adventure where we bring in traveling exhibits. It's just an amazing place to be. In the last 6 years, thanks to Greenville County Schools and our corporate donors and just private donations, we've been able to renovate or build new every space on this mountain, including this environmental science building. You'll see in just a little bit where we are. That is a it's a year and a half old now. And so we just opened that, and it's just been a fantastically received by the community, and especially students when they walk in. So it's we're excited to be here. We're excited to host. This goes back to relationship, friendship with Mary Alice and I over social media. This is the power of social media connections for educators.
From PLN to PLF.
I tell you what, this is the power of a PLN, because we're here doing this right now because of our PLN. So stay connected with each other, share ideas as often as possible. We'd love to stay connected with you beyond today as well.
Yeah, that's perfect. And we actually have parents coming today, families coming today,
we do.
right?
So this afternoon, we'll be open from 1:30 to 4:30 as part of what's called afternoon explorations. This is our afternoon sessions for the public to come. See, during the school day, in the school year, we're hosting students from about 9:30 until about 1:15 or so. And then right after that, we transition to opening to the public in select areas, except for this Thursday. We have what's called Third Thursdays. It's pretty cool. When the entire bottom part of the mountain's open. So that's the environmental science building, our dinosaur trail. So we actually have a dinosaur, 21 life-size dinosaurs. And then we have our butterfly gardens, our natural science building, and then living history farms open on Third Thursdays. And this Thursday, after this event, is our creepy crawly science, where we have one of our instructors who's an entomologist for Clemson University, has his collection here of incredibly weird and fascinating and wonderful insects. And then we're going to do just a lot of Halloween fun around spooky science as well. So there's kind of things that we do throughout the year.
That's so cool. And, going into this location yesterday, although Thomas had already been preparing us for what we were going to experience, and Nancy Pinchev, one of our organizers, has been a longtime attendee. That was we have everybody up here.
Yeah.
So we have Nancy who actually got to participate. Nancy, do you want to share your experience with Roper Mountain as well?
Sure. So I am from Pickens, South Carolina, which is right down the road from Roper Mountain. And I graduated from North Greenville University, and I taught my first 5 years in Greenville County at Duncan Chapel Elementary School. So I brought my students to field trips at Roper Mountain, and I attended some of the best professional development ever at Roper Mountain. And it wasn't just because they had really good food at the PD sessions. It was because of all the amazing things. So when you were talking to Thomas about the stingrays and all of that, I'm like, I remember that. And I remember going into the observatory and leaning back and watching the movie on the ceiling, all the different things. And it's just an amazing place. And one of my family's favorite thing is around Christmas time, they have the Roper Mountain lights, and you get to drive through. So I have memories and memories and memories of my nephews who are now in their 30s when they were little, taking them up there to see everything. And now we have Macy, who's my great niece, who is almost 3 now, and she's going to get to go this year and see, more things and learn. And so it's just an amazing place to be. And I was so jealous that I'm not there right now because you guys went to Fall for Greenville this weekend. And I told my mom, and she's like, "Oh, I remember when we went to Fall for Greenville." I'm like, "I know." And I saw all the pictures of downtown Greenville. I'm like, "I was there on the bridge. It's my home." But, everybody has to sacrifice. So right now I had to be here in Vietnam. So I guess, if I have to be somewhere not with you guys, this is a pretty good place to be. So yeah, I love Roper Mountain, and everything they have there is so wonderful and so geared toward the kids. And I didn't know you had the dinosaurs. So I will be bringing my cousin Kai by. He's a dinosaur kid. He's in Oconee County. So next time I get to come home and you guys are there for a Thursday, then I will definitely be bringing him by to check out some dinosaurs.
Yeah, please do. And just reach out when you come too. I'd love to connect in person. And yeah, the dinosaurs are new. We just added them, and we're expanding that trail even now. So it's been a lot of fun. But thank you so much for that. It is kind of a special place. We're a little biased, but we love showing it all. And it's awesome to be able to do that today.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about your session this afternoon, what we'll be doing? Yeah,
so our session this afternoon will kind of be a little bit of a two-parter. We have an incredible makerspace here in Greenville that's open to the public called Synergy Mill. And so they're going to be here on site, and they're going to be doing some, we'll talk with them about some of the things that they do. But we also are going to be running a Pollinator maker challenge, which is one of our old lessons called Pollinator Engineers, where students have to design a method for pollinating plants out of the found materials and things that we provide them. And so you're going to learn a little bit about the importance of pollinators and the role that they play in our world. And then we'll engage with some of our public that will be here building designs of their own. So we're excited to share that with you.
That's so cool. We have things happening all over the place. I will say it isn't a Global Maker Day unless there's chaos, right? So there's always a little bit of controlled chaos, if you will. We love it because that's what being a maker is. It's not perfect. It's not clean. And there's always going to be mistakes, but that's the beauty of a day like this, is that we take those mistakes, we learn from it, and we grow. So we have been able to explore and create, and we are testing out our own making abilities, because I know right now our organizers are making, and I hear a little bit of, so I want to, I know, I'm going to showcase that now and have you guys share a little bit about what your process has been so far.
Okay, so hey, take this for traveling with kids. If you're in a hotel, there are things to make in the lobby. So we got our coffee cups this morning. And we took,
and which is a nice shout out to, our hotel for putting us up, right?
That's right. So, Embassy Suites in Greenville.
Yes.
Lost and Found did have candy, but we did not eat it. So we borrowed Somebody lost and it sat there for a couple days, so we didn't take
I
it
think she
originally.
totally ate some actually.
I braved the snake, not the candy. Okay, so we have little peasants and we have created a funnel system. We'll show you after we attempt it. Okay.
We go.
Oh, it was so much better while ago.
It's on a detour. It's on a detour. But the two practice sessions work.
Oh, there we go.
I see it. I see
You
it.
just gotta shake it a little.
Okay. So we have the cups are put together. So we took out the bottom, slid them together. We made a tunnel. And then we have the spoon down here as the final destination. So here we're gonna see if we can do it like that. So have fun in the lobby at the hotel.
And thank you, Embassy.
And recycle whatever you waste.
That's right. Nothing goes to waste here. That's right. I'm curious if anybody else is making right now. I know that I asked our organizing team wherever they're at. I'm pretty sure Katie is completely all over this, right? At 6:22 a.m. No, Katie will give you a
I
pass.
have one.
Oh,
I was able to go through my luggage and I have this zipper pouch mesh. I don't know where it came from. And then I found this, I don't know what any of this is. There it is. The styrofoam. I don't know where it came from. And then I have some gum. So you have to like move it down to the hole in the styrofoam piece.
Yeah.
And make the gum come out. And then you can have your gum. And there you go. And I put a picture on our Padlet and I tweeted it out so that everybody can see all of the amazingness that we have going on at Global Maker Day.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. Anybody else is working on their stuff right now?
So surprisingly, I have nothing to make here in Niagara Falls, but I made a friend. I have been busy walking up and down the streets of Niagara Falls and the lovely making. I've made several friends, two from Australia, and Bree's really working on the mustache. And I met this little girl, and I happened, surprise, carry a microbit with me all the time, and she learned how to make the hats.
Oh.
So she got to learn a little bit of coding while visiting the lovely Niagara Falls. So making friends and making objects are both pretty awesome out here in Niagara Falls.
Kyle, thank you. He never fails, never fails. He has kept our video creation this year, our promo videos, very lively. We always laugh. It's been wonderful. Anybody else working on anything in the background for their candy feeder, automated candy feeder? I know this is important because how many of us don't want to have to hang out in Halloween and let kids come through?
Right.
I mean, there has to be a system out there that they can come up. The problem is oftentimes they just put out a bucket and what do the kids do?
Take them all.
Yeah, they're like, oh, sweet. We scored at this house, right? So I think that there should be a way that they can only get one and maybe even time released.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Ooh, that would be fun. Michael Drezick, I see you.
I've got to add that our original challenge here of what our students were making, they created veggie characters in Buncee on the multimedia platform, but then they're bringing them to life with materials from around the classroom. And now that I hear the automated candy feeder challenge, I wonder if I'm looking at the pineapple here, and we've got an opening here. And, I'm looking at the original pineapple creation has a mouth. I'm thinking we could turn this into Mr. and Mrs. Pineapple that dispenses candy. So I think we may have just taken our challenge to another level.
That's awesome.
That is great. I love it. All right, now, how many students do you have in there?
Right now we have about 6. It's a life skills special class. So this is part of their life skills work, and they jumped all over Maker Day when they heard about it. So I think this is their first time participating, which is nice.
That is fantastic. Please let them know we're excited to have them. We're wanting to learn from them all day.
Wow.
Oh, whoa.
Now that's a whole new character.
Yep. Every student designed their own character, and then is bringing that character to life, like physically, with different maker materials. So it started off as this guy on Buncee, and then
That is
The in
awesome.
real life character. is
Right. So they're making
dancing.
characters that could, yep.
I almost feel like it's better.
Yeah.
Like, can Bunsey make their character is the question.
Yes.
That is awesome.
We've got the tomato here that's going to be lifting weights. So here he is lifting weights. So they're working on adding the dumbbells.
Oh. What kind of supplies do you guys have available?
Right now, they just lay it out. There's just a table here full of, just a bunch of materials: construction paper, scissors, tape, bubble wrap, burlap sacks, just clothespins, just random stuff that they just kind of all threw into a pile.
That's awesome. I love it. That's one thing that we get every year, right? What do I need to go out and buy? And I think that's the challenge that we present back. I know it's uncomfortable. I know it's outside of the norm, but being challenged to say, one, I don't release challenges until a week before Global Maker Day for a reason. If it was my choice, I wouldn't release challenges until the moment Global Maker Day starts, because I don't want people to go out and prep. I want them to use the resources that they have. I mean, Kyle showed up at Niagara Falls with nothing. So, I mean, he, instead of making something, he made friends. So that's great. But that's the opportunities that we need to look at, is always thinking that maker mindset. And I think that being flexible, like Tim Needles is going to be sharing next, and he came on and we were like, hey, are you flexible to kind of work with it? He's like, yep, I'll flow with whatever you guys have going on. That is the kind of mindset that really takes a good maker. I'm going to go through a couple things before we transfer over, because we have 2 minutes before we start with Tim. So I do want to spotlight Stanley Black & Decker. They have been a 5-year sponsor for us. They are the reason why we are able to go to these locations and host Global Maker Day in person, which really transforms our experience and the experience we could provide for classrooms. So they do a Maker Month, and this is a great opportunity. They always have a lot of great incentives to join in, to share, and to be a part of that global concept of being a maker, and possibly taking that into a career in the future. So lots of really great things that they are doing. Definitely check out Stanley Black & Decker's Maker Month. We also have pre-recorded sessions that are on our Bunsey. So on our main page now, you have 3 pre-recorded sessions, 2 from students in India. And then we also have one group, Deaf Technology Foundation, that shared with us on creating a DIY hand sanitizer, that were joining us from Nigeria. So they have done incredible work. All 3 sessions are phenomenal. So definitely check that out. I think you're going to love that one. Check that out on our Bunsey. They're all loaded there for you to go and view. We also have our challenges. If you have not received those because you haven't registered, now's the time. Go get that. You'll automatically get an email with those challenges included, so that you know how to participate today throughout the day. We also have our spaces that our organizers are going to be sharing out all day long. So we'll be going in and out from each person to share kind of what they're doing and the activities that are happening on their at their locations, as well as here. We have a Padlet and a Wakelet that will be shared with you guys on our Bunsey. So definitely check that out. If you have questions, there's the place to go ask. You can go onto the Padlet, you can ask questions, you can post some content. We will have our Wakelet up, and that is going to be a resource for everybody beyond Global Maker Day to go back to all of our past challenges, all of our past sessions, all of the content that is there for Global Maker Day. So we can't wait to see that as a resource for you all. We are ready to go with Tim. Tim, it is right on the dot, 9:30 Eastern time. Are you ready to go?
I am ready. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, and let me say, like, it is such a pleasure to be part of Global Maker Day with all these tremendous educators, and the project sounds fantastic. I cannot wait to see some of these throughout the day. So I'm going to be sharing a little bit about Maker and Space. We're here in a makerspace in Smithtown, New York. So this is Smithtown High School West. So I'm going to share a little bit about the project first, and then I will share out the challenge. So this is something that we have been doing for a number of years and collaborating with different groups. So I'm going to share a little bit about the project first. So I happen to be a NASA Solar System ambassador, and that is where this sort of begins. So I've been a public high school teacher, and I am now an ed tech coach in Smithtown. So I've been working here for 25 years. I also teach adjunct as a college professor for emerging media, and we use some of this in there as well. I wanted to share a little bit about some of the STEAM projects that we do in the makerspace here. A lot of them are featured in my book, Steam Power. One of the spotlights is, when I wrote the book, I was able to actually interview some professionals. So I interviewed some people from NASA. So one of the people I interviewed was Medali Yashar, who is really amazing. She works at NASA Ames and is one of the leaders of Search Plus, space exploration architecture. So if you haven't seen this, she co-designed the 3D printed Mars ice house. So this is a habitat for Mars created with ice. Just super cool, really, really interesting. They were looking to use materials that they found on Mars to actually print with. And ice made sense because it actually helped shield the radiation, and also, worked to allow light in, which is really cool. So really interesting idea. They actually did a print of it in Brooklyn to make sure it worked. And she beat out a lot of huge companies and major space agencies. So when we talk about exploring deep space, I just always like to point out that, the two people that were really instrumental in this were Lippershey and Galileo. They started with, their early ideas, but we have space telescopes. And one of the ideas is that you actually get a much better image from space. So you don't have light pollution, and you don't have any kind of distorting elements. So there's lots of different things that will distort an image from Earth. So that's really one of the reasons we have telescopes in space. You're also able to get a much clearer image. And there's different frequency ranges as well. So, there's different types of space telescopes. There's gamma rays and X-rays, ultraviolet, visible light, infrared, microwave, and radio waves. So these are the different types of instruments we use on the space telescopes. Some of them have multiple frequency ranges as well. But really, it's the pictures that are worth 1,000 words. Here's an example of one of the pictures from the Hubble. This is the Eagle Nebula. So this is an example of what it looks like in visible light and in infrared light. So, this is all just background to understand we are going to be doing a model of the James Webb telescope, which is our new space telescope that has already come up with some fantastic images. And the idea is that we will actually have a small scale model. So this is another cool thing I like to show. So this is an image that was just set up on a tripod, but you could see the Earth's rotation through the stars. So these are called star trails. And if you just have a long exposure photograph, you could do this from where you are if you don't have a lot of light pollution. So really, really cool. And kind of shows you a little bit about how you could do this at home if you want to and get an idea. So here's another image. This is the cosmic reef. This is a kind of a classic. So one of the things to understand about this is that, the space telescopes that are out there are actually sending back data, and then scientists are combining the images here. So it's not like a traditional camera that's just taking a picture. All right, so this is the James Webb. This is the telescope that we are making a model of for our Maker Challenge today. It originated in 1996 as the Next Generation Space Telescope and was named after James Webb in 2002. So he was one of the people that played a big role in the Apollo program. And then it launched in an Ariane 5 vehicle from French Guiana. So you probably have seen some images of this. It's interesting looking. We will take a look at some of how it works because in making a model, it helps to know what the different pieces are for. So the idea, the mission of the Space Telescope is actually to search for the first galaxies after the Big Bang to kind of, scientists have been looking for that moment where the Big Bang happened. So we've been going sort of back in time because light travels through space. So, we're able to see things that actually, some of the stars you're looking at don't actually exist anymore, which is kind of a crazy idea. So it also is set to determine how many galaxies evolved from their formation until now, and observe some of the formation of stars in the first stages to kind of get an idea of how planetary systems form, and measure the physical and chemical properties of planetary systems, including our solar system. So some of the things that are new based on the James Webb as opposed to the Hubble is it has some lightweight optics, and it has that sun shield, which is a key feature that we are going to be building today. We will have a folding segmented mirror. That's kind of a really interesting feature. One of the things that I thought was really cool. So I'm an art teacher primarily, and in talking to NASA, I learned that they actually hire artists to solve some of the creative problems that they are faced. So they actually use origami techniques to actually fold the James Webb into the rocket to launch it. So it also has improved detectors and cryogenic actuators and mirror control, along with micro shutters. So like really fast camera shutters. So it does have 4 different instruments on it. So it has infrared systems and a spectrograph. And you see, this is the different pieces that we will be making. And you could actually see some of the students in the makerspace here are working on creating the model right now as we speak. So we'll show you exactly how this process works as we go along. So when it was sent into space, it was sent in a rocket, and it slowly unfolded over the course of a month. So it would slowly unfold, and then they would do some tests on it. So it took 6 months to actually set up, but everything was a little bit ahead of schedule, which is not typical, but very exciting. So our makerspace project today is to create a scale model of the Webb telescope. So, you know, you could use a pre-designed template, and I'm going to share one of those with you. But I like actually creating your own template. So like, you know, thinking about it, looking at it, doing some research, and then creating your own. So you could use different types of materials. And this is one of the first images from the James Webb Space Telescope. It's pretty magical. And it shows you how clear the images are so far. So there is, if you want to check out some of the images, you can go to nasa.gov/Webb first images and see some of those initial images from the Space Telescope. So this is a little bit about our project and what we did. So we wanted to model exactly how the James Webb was made. So we actually worked with partner schools that were international. So we worked with a school in Switzerland, the International School of Zurich North, and we collaborated together. So they built part of it, and then they mailed it to us, and then we built another part of it. So it's really nice to actually collaborate, because that's really how this was made. So it's not just NASA that created the Space Telescope. It was a collaboration of a number of countries: Japan, Canada, France. So, you know, it's important that collaboration is part of it. And I think collaboration always plays an important role in maker activities anyway. So we designed a version of the paper model for the schools that we were working with. So we worked on the middle school and high school level to do this. So I wanted to show students really an idea of what the actual Webb telescope was like. And there's 2 really nice examples. So Google Arts and Culture has a 3D model of it that you could explore really easily. And if you go to Webb Telescope, they have a really cool augmented reality version that you could actually interact with. You know, using it in AR is nice because you're able to kind of see it and move around it and take a look at different elements. There's also some great models on nasa.gov. So this is really helpful because it gives you an idea of what it's really like. You can get up close and see some of the details. And I love augmented reality. It's always a lot of fun. And you're able to do so much with it. So, you know, this is a really good way to kind of begin that research process of, you know, understanding the Space Telescope. So we also use Discovery Education. They have a ton of different, you know, resources on space, from videos and things like that. So we researched a little bit about, you know, the space shuttle missions and some of the space telescopes. They have a lot on Hubble. There's a fantastic Hubble movie as well. And then we used Adobe Creative Cloud Express to actually create some infographics about the research we did, because, you know, every part of this really should be teachable and shareable. So whenever we learn things, we would actually share them out. That really helps kind of to pass on some of that learning. So I love making infographics, and these are some infographics that we made when the Mars rover was landing on along with the Mars helicopter. So that's back when we started this in 2020. and we've been collaborating since. And then we made some animation because, you know, why not? It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to kind of share some of this information. So we used a free tool called Brush Ninja. If you haven't used it, it's fantastic. A lot of fun. You can create short GIFs, and it's a lot of fun to use. So we shared out some of our information with that as well. So when we started, we wanted to use some, you know, basic materials, things like paper, glue, scissors. And then we also use some things like gold foil, and plastic and metal to have more realistic elements to this. So that's helpful. So you could do either, you know, you could make an entirely paper. I've seen some really good Lego versions out there that are fantastic. Whatever materials you want to make with, you know, go for it. I think that you could design a model any way you want to. So here's some examples during the process that we were using. So, you know, this is some images from our partner school. So I just want to mention real quick that our partner school was fantastic. They had really, really fun activities. They all worked together. And, you know, it's hard sometimes collaborating internationally, but this was such a great experience. So this was grade 3 students in Zurich that actually designed all of this together. And I love them in their lab coats, sending a video of sharing it out with us. And then here's an image of our final model. So this is what it looked like. And this is the actual James Webb as they were designing it at NASA. So this is where you can go to get paper models yourself. I will share some of this with you. So, you know, nasa.gov, if you go there, there's a whole collection of paper models. You know, I really suggest, you know, you could take some of these and then tweak them.
All right, it looks like we may have lost Tim here temporarily. I know that, you know, internet's an interesting thing. We're always in drop mode, right? So that's okay. If I can just get somebody from the organizing team. Oh, there you are, Tim. Awesome. I'm glad you were able to make it back. I think you might be muted.
Thank you. Yeah, always have a second device ready if you're if you want a second.
That's perfect.
All right. Well, luckily we got through most of the images. I'm going to share some of what the students are actually doing here.
Okay.
So here are some of the original materials that we use. You can see that the model here, we use the gold foil and the paper. So here's some of the students working on actually creating one now. So it's pretty easy. Like the design, the engineering part's not that hard. And I think, you know, collaborating is really a helpful part of this process as well. So you can see that, you know, the pieces are all to scale. And, you know, we actually experiment a little bit with trying to use different materials. But I also want to introduce you to my collaborator here at Smithtown, Kathy Massour. So,
Hi, everybody.
So you can tell them a little bit about the makerspace here.
Sure. So welcome to our makerspace. On any given day in our makerspace, you can find kids yarn bombing our poles or 3D printing violins. We have a large makerspace, a high-tech makerspace that has our 3D printers, our robotic stuff, our coding thing. We have a video editing center in here, and we have a creativity center that has a lot of crafts. Some of my students are going to talk to you a little bit about the projects that we work on in here, and it's such a vast array of things. We try to look at, what the student's interest is, and then try to connect it to making and solving real-world problems. So, Fatima, you want to talk about what we did over here last year?
So this is the last year we did for the Makerspace Club. We designed those things in a 3D printer, and then we use a Cricut machine to do these cups. And then we did some bracelets to sell in a Makerspace style and those things.
Cool. And I want to point out too, like we have a whole collection of puppets, which is one of my favorite parts of this makerspace for sure, no question.
Sammy, you want to get up and talk?
Yeah, so we 3D printed the hooks for the puppets to hang them off. We 3D printed these hooks to hang these. I like to focus on the practical things. So this is a self-watering planter.
That's cool.
And it has this instead of dirt. So you get dirt alternative. This is another one here, another design.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll also introduce another collaborator, Lee Williams, who will show you a little bit of some of the project that we're doing with Jen Williams and some of the storm drain murals and some of the water ecology. So,
hi, I'm the marine science teacher here at West, and I have two students with me who are also using the makerspace and taking advantage of using models to learn more about the concepts that we're doing in our curriculum and trying to solve some real world problems using models. So do you guys want to
Hi, so
introduce yourselves?
we are from the marine science class at High School West, and we're using models, as you can see, to demonstrate all the concepts that we're learning in class since the beginning of school. So as you can see here, sponges are actually, they remind us of water while we learn water properties and the models of storm drains and what goes on in them. And then the plankton here, although it's from SpongeBob, it's also a real organism, and it lives in the water nourished by what goes down our drains. And then where's the turtle? The turtle with the earth on its back, showing the tree showing our connectedness to each other. And then, as you can see over here, this design and this one over here, the leaves and the sticks and the trash, they are all found in our storm drains. And our question for learning about this is, how can we keep them clean to help keep our waters clean?
Cool.
So the students can decide what their real world questions are and then look at their own community to try to make it better, and then translate that to the bigger picture of some of the problems that are happening in other parts of the world.
So you might wonder, like, how does this have anything to do with space? But actually, space is a big part of some of the environmental actions that we have. So there are, NASA has a big environmental aspect because a lot of the information we get is from satellites. So from space, we're able to see the changes in Earth itself. So that's actually how it ties in, and something that people might not know about. So I'm going to share one more thing, and then we'll share out our project again.
I'm interested in business. So over here, I just take products and I advertise them. So I'm like marketing these products and taking pictures of them and then editing them.
Very cool. Excellent.
Very nice.
Thank you all. So that's a little bit about some of the makerspace activities that we do. We actually went the extra step with the storm drain murals and worked with the community and the local government to actually paint them to help spread the word into the community, which was great too. So we do a lot of space-based activities and we're doing a lot more. I'm really curious to see if anyone creates some of these models. So feel free to share them if you can. I'd love to see what you create. And thank you to all of our the people that joined us today for the makerspace. And we will kind of cue over here. So we also do some 3D printing. You see this is a example of their 3D printing. I think this is a Tesla rocket, right? Not Tesla, sorry, Starship. Yeah, Elon Musk's. And then we have a couple of different things. So just to show you the Starship rocket as opposed to some of the other ones, here's like a little idea of how the difference in scale of some of these rockets is. So we were 3D printing some of the different ships. The Ariane is the largest, which is why they use it for the James Webb telescope. So I think we have some time for questions and answers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already thinking about some questions here, Tim. I think some of the things that I was like, even just promotional material, like learning how to capture photos. He didn't mention like what kind of program he uses. I think those are some of the resources that the students are using as they're going in and creating their protocol or their different items that they're selling or doing their coding. Could you maybe mention some of the resources that are being used?
Sure. So like we use the Cricut machine is really great for some of these creations. Like we do t-shirts and really you could do so much with a Cricut machine. So like so like all of the labels and stuff that we use for the sales. You know, the sales are also an opportunity to kind of share what the makerspace does with the school and the community too. So it's not just about raising funds, it's also about education. And then so we have a few different 3D printers that we use. So I think most of what you saw is created on a Lulbot, yeah. So, but we do have a 3D printer that we've been working on that was created by a student. And I also should just mention that we have a hydroponic garden as well. So a lot of the plants that we that you saw the 3D printing for were actually grown from seedlings here and then transferred to the 3D printed self-watering cups like this.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Love that. That's all. I mean, it's such a diversity of different maker activities that are happening in there. I mean, do the students navigate to one thing or another, or do you see them kind of hopping all over the place?
Yeah, I'll let Kathy answer that.
So I run a student aid program in the library. So students actually come in and they get credit for working in here. And I have a conversation with them and try to find out what their interest is. Like Ariane mentioned, he came in and he has an interest. He wants to go to school in business. He's interested in marketing. And so we came up with a solution, like what can he do with business and marketing in the makerspace? Well, we need someone to market the products that we make and sell. Again, it's like a real world experience. So that's kind of what we do. We try to match up the students. I try to provide as many different things in here. We started having kids interested in crocheting. So we came up with some ideas, community efforts that we could do with crocheting this year. So it's just totally based on students. I have no idea every year when I come back to school, what it is, what are the projects. I don't plan them. The students plan them, basically.
That is fantastic. That's exactly what a makerspace should be. I mean, that must be really hard to plan for supplies too, though. Do you find that you don't end up buying supplies until it comes time, or do you pre-order things that you kind of notice are regular?
Well, as you can see, it's just a big throwing of a lot of things up here on this wall of different craft supplies, and then we try to think like, what are the needs that we have in our school, and here are the resources that we have. How can we use the resources and the things that we, things that we have to meet the needs that we have in our school and community?
That's so cool. Is there a student that wants to share kind of what they're going to take from here and use it in the future, maybe towards a profession?
Sam, that's you. Tell them about yesterday.
Probably going to be going to New Haven University for engineering.
Oh, cool. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm working on a library right now. Just designing all the letters, and then we 3D print them.
Okay, this is Autodesk. Cool.
No, it's Fusion 360.
Excellent.
Similar, but
yeah.
Fusion 360, what would you say is better about that than AutoCAD?
I haven't used AutoCAD, but this is just what I learned on because I took an intro to engineering class, and that's what they taught us.
So you kind of did the program that you knew was going to be that next step for you looking forward as an engineer.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Congratulations, by the way. That's amazing. And I love that students are already finding something that they have learned in their classroom or in their studies and applying it. That is certainly where we want to be, right? Preparing our students for those future skills that they'll need in careers, and having the flexibility to be able to use that for a lot of different ways. So that's wonderful. Well, I think that's it from us here. Tim, is there anything that you want to share, kind of closing us out?
So I would love to see what everyone creates, if anyone uses anything, or if anyone has any questions. I'm at on all social media, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, at Tim Needle. So feel free to reach out. And High School East Library, I'll share a tweet of some of what we do as well. And sorry, High School West Library. I'm a ed tech coach now, so I work in multiple schools. But yeah, I also just want to mention Fusion 360 is also free. So if you want to try that program, it's definitely not free. That's not free for students. For students, yeah.
I think, yeah, one of our organizers just posted that too. It is free for students, which is
right. So if you share your ID, then they'll give you a free copy. And all the tools that I shared, Adobe and Brush Ninja, and those tools are free as well. So thanks so much. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to some of the amazing things coming up today.
Yeah. And for everyone listening, if you're participating in making that scale of the telescope, please post that on social media with hashtag Global Maker Day. Tag Tim, which would be awesome. I'm sure he's dying to see what you create and how that moves from there. So I think we are getting ready for our next session here. But before we do, so Bernie, excuse me, just hang on real quick. Thank you, Tim, again for joining us.
Thank
you. We're actually at some of the locations floating here. I know Thomas has his phone out there on location and is going to be sharing some things. Hopefully you guys are able to hop on. There we go. I see you guys. Perfect. Hey, everyone.
All right, so we're in Harrison Hall of Natural Science here at Open Mountain. And besides just being like ed tech makers, we are natural makers as well. And so what we want to do is take you inside one of our resources here, the tropical rainforest. So we're going to follow.
It's incredible. Guys, check out this rainforest. It feels wonderful in here.
Yeah, I love the idea about the natural makers, because also happening, we got a crossover going on right now for the entire month SDGs. This is the SDGs in action for our makers.
That's it. And so what we're talking about with, we teach students how to be good stewards of the resources we've been blessed with and how to live a more sustainable life, because what nature provides is wonderful resources that we can make things out of. Like this tree Halloween would not be the same without this tree. This is a cacao tree that we make cocoa beans out of, which makes chocolate. And so we have to grow these pods and then process the beans, and then we can show them to our students. We actually don't process chocolate, because if we did, you wouldn't get it anyway, because I'd eat it all. Then we have our rubber tree, which of course is another great natural resource for making products like tires and rubber bouncy balls, kickballs. And over here, one of my favorites. Oh, yeah. Heather, do you like anything sweet and cinnamony?
Cinnamon. Yes, and this is really cool. You can smell it. The bark even has a little bit of a smell. So the cinnamon tree, this is my first time to see a cinnamon tree. I'm loving it.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then also over here, we have, now, Mary Alice, you know what this is? So these beans, I call the beans of heaven, because these are the beans grown on the coffee tree. And coffee is absolutely one of our go-tos. I think the entire team, especially this morning.
Absolutely this morning. More than ever.
Well, Thomas, I know we're right at time before handing off to our next class. Thank you guys so much for spotlighting the rainforest in South Carolina and giving us a little insight in how we can be makers using plants, which is fantastic. So thank you. Thank you, guys.
See you later.
All right. So here we are. Bernie, I know you guys look very exciting over here. I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us today.
Very excited. All right, so thank you, Jamie, for having us on. This is our second appearance with Global Maker Day. We've got some of our Van ISD intermediate students joining us, and we're going to give you a tour of the bus. But before that, we're going to tell you a little bit about how the bus came on. You've talked to Jason about it before, and I'm going to kick it off to him.
Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. It's so awesome to have you guys here today. What's really fun about this bus too is that I got to see before pre-bus completion the process that you guys have went through. So I'm so excited.
So we like to tell everybody kind of our story of the bus, and that was that what you see here was a regular route bus that our school district used to use. It retired. And instead of sending it off to auction, we convinced them to keep it and let us make this out of the bus. So this makerspace that we've made is itself a makerspace product. We use this in our district, in our metal shop, in our auto shop, just different groups, the graphic design classes, they came up with the graphics. So all these different maker spaces that we utilize in our school district, this is the culmination of all of that making. And we're very proud of that so many different maker spaces went into being used to make this maker space. And I think today we've got a Rube Goldberg machine that we've made on the bus. We're kind of doing that in our district today for Global Maker Day. But I'm going to turn that over to Brittany and let her talk more about that aspect of it.
Hey everybody, I'm Brittany. So we decided to do the Rube Goldberg machine for our bus to help tour the bus. And we also shot out the challenge to our whole district. So every student, every teacher was challenged to make a Rube Goldberg. Well, in just a second, we're going to tip over to the junior high because our 7th and 8th grade GT students took on that challenge. Well, what we did was we sent out just 3 basic tasks. So 3 basic steps for the Rube Goldberg. We have identify the task, what you want it to complete at the end, choosing your supplies. We decided to go with classroom and office or house supplies. And then we decided to sketch it out, kind of just to get a basis of how we were going to complete that task. Well, we found out this morning that the last step is one of the most important, test. So we've been through multiple tests of our Rube Goldberg, and we have a couple of our 3rd grade students with us today to set off our Rube Goldberg on the bus. So you want to wave at the camera, Harrison? So Harrison's going to start it off for us. We're going to let our cameraman get in the best position in the middle of the bus to get all of the action. And we're going to run it real fast right now.
Are y'all ready? You ready, Jamie?
We are ready. We're super excited.
Ready? Remember what you're doing? Gingerly. Yep. Put it in the tube and it'll go. Yep. So that was our Rube Goldberg. Our task was to knock down the cups at the end, and we sketched out on one side of the bus how to accomplish that goal. And then we have Miss Blakely. She's going to set off our second part of the Rube Goldberg. And face the camera, smile. Oh.
I'm giving it a bump. There we go.
So you might have saw Bernie's tweet earlier this week. We went a little extra with the lighted letters, but we thought it was appropriate for showing off on Global Maker Day.
Yes, and some people that really helped us with this, our CT department over at the high school, the woodchucks, they cut out all our dominoes, so special thanks to them. Whenever we create projects like this, it is all hands on deck. So now we're going to switch over to Lacey McNeil in the Van Junior High GT department.
I have a quick question before you guys switch. Can I see those letters? Can we start from the beginning and go through those letters? I'm curious what that says. That looks like it might be telling us something.
It is. And shout out to Canva.
Oh.
Yes, shout out to Canva. And this is also made of recycled materials. It is some of our Dell device boxes that we wrapped and then went to Canva and created these letters. All right, so we're going to set it off again. Ready, Blakely?
You guys made Global Maker Day letters and they are lit up. They light up. Is that what I heard?
We put the go in Global Maker Day.
Yes. Canva.
That is fantastic. I love it. That's super creative. I did see that on social media, so I'm kind of cheating right now, making the prize. But I will tell you that thinking outside the box, being able to visually display information in such a unique, creative way is exactly where we need to be. So feel free to share away with your next classroom that's going to be joining in. And thank you guys so much for putting that beautiful display. And the two students that were part of creating that, Rube Goldberg, great job. Excellent job.
Jamie.
Hey, my name is Lacey McNeil, and I'm here with Holly Braswell at the Van Junior High. The GT students here have been working on some Rube Goldbergs for you guys. So we're going to check it out. Can y'all hear us okay?
You sound awesome. It's perfect.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to hand it over to Holly, and we're going to go see what they're working on.
So these are just our 7th grade and 8th graders. They got to just make their own groups of whoever they wanted to be partners with. And so they've come up with several different Rube Goldberg machines. This one will do what, Gus?
Hang on, let me.
It will turn off the lights.
Say it again. There you go.
Turn off the lights.
Okay, let's check it out. You ready? Oh no, it fell out.
Hang on.
It worked a few times.
That's never happened before.
Uh-oh, did you use the right one? The right ball? So get
stuck. Okay, it's I think what.
Oh, there we go.
It all got unadjusted. Give us
That's
one
okay.
moment.
Hey, you guys look like a bunch of makers to me.
No kidding. That's awesome.
All right, Gus, come here and adjust this, sir.
I'm going to let y'all adjust it. We're going to go check out the next one because we only have a few minutes. Y'all fix that one. We're going to check this one out. Hey, what's your name?
Ty Lawson.
Ty Lawson. All right. You know, show us what you made.
Oh no, it fell over. Oh no.
Oh, yours is not set up. Okay. We're kind of a work in progress over here. So we're going to come over to this one and
Hey,
we'll come.
We're all a work in progress. I love that.
So, all right. Tell us y'all's names.
I'm Rube McNeil.
I'm Hudson Newberg.
All right.
So our goal is just to make the dominoes fall over and reach the finish. So here we go.
Great job, guys. That's awesome. Super cool. Okay, here's our 4th group. All right, guys. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
Can you tell me your names real quick?
I'm Elizabeth Young.
Elizabeth Young.
Jessica Helton.
Jessica Hilton. Jackson Shipper. Okay.
What's the end goal for your machine? Turn off the alarm?
Turn off the alarm. Okay.
There's wait for the alarm to go off. You have to wait just a second.
You gotta turn it on.
Yeah, it's on. It has
Oh, we have to turn it on and then, okay.
Oh, you told me to go. I said you have to wait.
That's okay. We're all a work in progress over here. Great job, guys. Y'all did awesome with yours. That's okay. No worries.
Okay, wait, this one, I have adjusted it.
They have adjusted. Okay, let's see if we can turn off the lights. Okay, here we go. Yay! Good job.
Yeah.
All right. Did you get yours set back up? Okay, one more. Here we go.
Ring the bell, I hope.
Yay! We rang the bell. Okay, good job, guys. Good job.
Got the last one ready, I think.
Oh, okay. Did y'all? Let me switch it back over.
Or 8:21. This is on 8:20, so it's not. It's just wait. It's 9:12. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so one minute.
Wait till you hit alarm off and let it go. Okay.
These kids have been working hard. They're doing a great job.
You guys are doing awesome.
This is a long minute. This is like the longest minute. I know.
Countdown.
I also don't even know if it's a long clock makes it well.
Okay. Is it changed yet?
It's still set.
There we go. Okay, let it go. Oh, it worked. Good job. Okay, well, I think we're gonna send it back over to Brittany and Bernie at the bus.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
That was a great job for 7th and 8th grade. We didn't get to see them completely go through the Rube Goldberg yesterday, but we did check in and see their progress, and turning off the lights was pretty cool.
Snoozing that alarm.
Snoozing the alarm was pretty cool.
Well, one of the things that we were all just sitting here talking about is how they maximized their entire space. It wasn't like everybody was just at a table or just at their desk. They literally were all over the room to be able to create that. So curious about like products that they were using and how you guys maximized the resources that you had.
Resources. So at first, I was kind of starting to go into a panic mode. We need X, Y, and Z. But to keep it where everyone could do this challenge, we utilized products that, like I said, our boxes, we used tubes that we stole from our next door. Every product here is a recyclable. So we went out and we bought nothing. So
even the wood dominoes were scraps from our woodchucks wood shop.
Yes.
So they didn't buy any wood for us. They just used what they had and cut it up.
Awesome. And Jamie, everybody likes to talk about STEM, but we're big on STEAM, getting the A in there, the art. It's so easy to put art into everything you do makerspace. This is art. There's a design process that goes into all of this and creativity. And we try to always include the A in the STEAM part in all of the activities that we do on the bus.
It's funny. We were talking about art not too long ago about how it really affects us all. I mean, as educators, you think, do I really need to do that if I'm not an art teacher? But I mean, look at the t-shirts you're wearing. Somebody had to design that. If you think about the design of the bus and the process of building the bus, you think about even still, like for me, social media, using social media effectively to be able to get out effectively, getting your information out, to capture the right attention. So there are so many aspects of being a maker on the art side that even if you're not an art teacher, is a very important skill for our students to have. We ask them to design video content. I mean, last night we were here and we were putting together a TikTok video. I mean, all of the design factors, the audio that goes with it, you know, the text that might be aligned with it. You know, there's a lot of things that align with that art aspect. So 100% agree that you don't want to drop that one off. Even if you don't feel like it's relatable to you, it absolutely is, and certainly is for our students.
It is, that's right.
Yeah. Well, do you guys have anything else that you want to share about your maker bus? Because I know we do not have, in years past, you've been able to share a little bit about it. Do you want to share a little bit about kind of the process that you went through? Because that's always a question, right? Like, where did this begin? How did you guys move forward with it? And what pieces were most important to include in your bus?
Well, it all started in a district staff meeting at the beginning of 2018. And I think it was just kind of mentioned as a tongue-in-cheek thing. You know, we had just made a makerspace at our high school campus. We talked about wanting to get a makerspace on all of our campuses, but the funding wasn't there for that. So we thought, why don't we just create a mobile makerspace? And then that's how it all got set into motion. And so by the summer of 2019, we had completed the bus. We had our first event for our summer school students. And like I said earlier, this was a community project, a Van ISD community project, where our maintenance department and our CTE students, you know, our metal shop and our wood shop and our graphic arts design kids, they all got involved. They all got their hands dirty in the process. We built this thing ourselves. The only thing that we could not do ourselves is put the wrap on the outside of the bus. But the design for the wrap, our kids did make that. So even from the onset, when we asked kids, we started students on the groundwork planning meeting that we had about this project. And we said, hey, here's what we're thinking about doing. What do you think that would look like? What should that look like? And what you see right here is what they came up with. This final product is really, really close to the first vision that these students had for the bus. And they used, you know, they graphed it all out. They did all of this in their classes. We utilize the classes that we offer anyways in our district to put towards this product, which is the bus. Even when we take this bus to our campuses or to campuses outside of our school district, we use our students who are planning to be future educators to help deliver the lessons that we take and use the bus for. So it's really a gift that just keeps on giving. It's been a great thing. We are a small town, a small community, and we did this. And what we like to tell everybody is if we can do it with the limited resources that we have, we know anybody can do it. And when we were first wanting to do this project, we were looking around to ask other people, you know, there were very few buses, to be honest, but the people that we talked to, it was like a well-kept secret. They didn't want to share the secrets. We are not that way at all. If someone would like to create a bus and wants direction on how to get started, we're more than happy to help with that. We started taking this bus to our state conference a couple of years ago, and since then we've helped half a dozen school districts get started on creating their own school bus. So this is inspiring other people to be creators and to be makers in their communities and their school districts.
Okay, I'm dying to know, because when we first started collaborating about this, the concept was, you know, initially the goal is to meet the needs of your own district. I know that you've always been super collaborative. I went into your bus at TCEA as well as Heather Brantley. She's sitting next to me and she goes, look what I have. And I know you guys might not be able to see this, but she has your Maker Bus sticker on her computer. So she was like, I love their bus. All of us know you by your bus for sure. But, you know, the vision for how this was going to impact not just your own campuses or your own community, but what does this mean when you can go travel potentially to other districts and support if they can't do a Maker Bus? What has happened since then?
We do take it to other districts. They can talk to us. There is a fee, of course.
Yeah.
But we will plan lessons. We'll talk to the teachers and say, okay, what have you been learning about? We'll put the lesson together for what they've been teaching. And here's a really great thing about all of this. It still benefits our students here in my school district, because when they pay us, we use that money to fund more activities, to make things and create and do STEAM projects. All of that is, so it was set up to be kind of a self-funding project.
Yes. That's important because that happens a lot in makerspaces. Actually, I hear more so than not, people start a project like building a makerspace in their school. They have no budget year after year. So what happens is then they run out of supplies, and then the space, or, they don't have really a vision for how to keep it sustainable. So, and then they start kind of scrambling, and it becomes a strain. I can see in your case how this, again, you've created this, this program, if you will, to where it helps support for the longevity of all of your makers. I mean, it would be cool to see you guys at fairs and doing a lot of activities and things, but all three of you have full-time jobs. So I'm sure that's not always in the cards, but I think it's just incredible what you guys have done and been such a support for so many schools. So thank you, Jason and team, for sharing all of the great work that you're doing in Van ISD, and always being willing to share with other people as a resource.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks for all you do for the maker community. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And the organizing team, and all Stanley Black & Decker and Roper Mountain and everybody that's making this happen. Everybody's coming together and sharing their ideas, and it's just incredible. But we have something to show you, because we had somebody actually create a Rube Goldberg system here for Global Maker Day, inspired by your session. So,
oh, great.
Yeah. So this is awesome. Galen Jenkins, who is one of our media specialists, or a media specialist at Rudolph Gordon. Well, it's a K-8 school. I almost said elementary, but Rudolph Gordon is one of our K-8 schools. She runs an incredible makerspace there at Rudolph Gordon, and she's been prepping her kids for this day. They're actually doing their presentations right now. So if you guys are watching, shout out to Rudolph Gordon and Miss Jenkins. Y'all are amazing. And so what they were doing is last week they made Rube Goldbergs based on what you guys are going to be doing. And so one of them behind us, made by Lily, Emily, and Camilla, was really cool. And it was one that was more transportable. So we wanted to show it to you. And so very Halloween theme, lots of candy corn, which is one of my favorites. And they were taking the ball from there to here into the, I didn't set it up right, into the cup full of candy corn. And there's a bunch of candy corn in here. So once you made it successfully, you got the proper candy corn. So I'm all good for that. I'm all about that. So hey, love the bus, love what you guys are doing, Bernie. Appreciate it so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you guys want to share anything else? Or are you guys ready to hand off?
We are ready to hand off.
Thank you all again. Have a great time in Texas. We will see you soon.
Thanks,
Bye, Jamie.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. We have about 6 minutes until we transition to our next session with Samita in India. And before we get started with that, we really want to spotlight what's happening on social media. You all are blowing our minds. We are so excited to share your social posts that you've been posting out there. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to share what our social feed looks like at Global Maker on Twitter. So let's get this started. Okay, here we are. If you are not following us on Twitter, we are at Global Maker, and this is perfect for you to be able to always share year round. Connect with us. We'd love to share out the things that you're doing. all the time. And we just want you to do what you're doing and inspire others, and us just be that bridge to help, connect those dots. So, first things first, we do have Samita coming up next. So she's going to be sharing. Amanda is going to be presenting with us today. So her students are already going, and guess what they did? They did the James Webb Space Telescope. And so I know Tim was just on a minute ago, and he's like, I wonder what students are building right now. And so her students are in the process of building that right now as we speak. We have some things happening in classrooms here. We have, let's see, the Nature Center, it looks like maybe. District-wide Global Maker Day event, and they're sharing all around. So you see us going live, as well as all of the maker activities that are happening around in the district at CNC. Oh, I'm really excited to see who is CNC. Chattahoochee?
Chattahoochee.
Man.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. What are they doing?
So they're sharing right
Oh,
now.
hey, Chattahoochee, we love you guys. We have Nature Exchange because of y'all. Love Chattahoochee Nature Center, a great partner down in Georgia, right outside of Atlanta. If you ever get there, guys, you got to go to Chattahoochee. It's fantastic. So shout out to you guys. Much love from Roper Mountain.
Love that. Very good. Awesome. Okay. So we also have some more photos coming in from Amanda. That's great. We have Jeremy coming in and sharing on Web 3. This is interesting. His 3D printed, I'm guessing his NFTs that he has here. And so he is showcasing some things. He's coming in from IdeaCon out in Illinois, which is a fantastic conference. And he tagged some of our friends here, including Scott Noons, who's on the video with us. And so he's doing some good work there. We also have some more 3D content, design thinking, all of this exciting stuff. I even see a mask for Global Maker Day. This is all really, really good stuff. The Wolfman, Spookies, and the 5-9. I'm glad it's not 5 nights, because that would be are
you talking about something that I'm in right now with the Spookies?
Yes. Can you guys show us what you're doing?
Oh, we'll have more spooky updates later. Signing off.
No worries, no worries. Okay, so let me go ahead and bring us back over here. All right, so here on our social channel, we have lots of really incredible things, but we have one in particular that has captured our attention. Parishi
I have
is,
to jump in too.
yes.
Just say, just keep going, because this is fantastic and inspired by other students. So if Namia Josie is watching right now, the SDG warriors, I know how much, especially Namia, that each one teach 10, that ripple of good. Look at this. I mean, honestly.
All right, let's look at it. Speaking of which, let's go right in. We have a Flipgrid, Flip message here from this student here in India that is taking the concept of candy making and taking it to the next level. Let's see what she did.
Hey, once is Parisha from India, and today I'll be showing you my candy dispense project in Taiwan, or the first video we have made. So here I made this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take titanium and I'm gonna hold it. These are 2 paper clips that are joined. So the materials is very simple. I take from the trunk box. So what I've done is I took a spoon hand that was normal in use, and I took 2 paper clips and some tape here and some paper that I put on funnel, and I'll be just putting this candy inside this, and to see the magic that happens. It comes out. So I'll just keep it and show you. So there it is. I'm just gonna put it from the upper top. I'll be just getting it from the low corner. So this is what my project is. And if you hold it to the top of it becomes more easier so that it comes out. And just have to adapt the spoon a little bit.
Well, we just have to say, wow. The things that our students are out there already doing with us live, what you know, to be brave enough to post your stuff that you're making right then and there. Parishi, we just congratulate you. What a fantastic job. And for our other India classrooms joining in that have inspired her to take these Global Maker Day challenges have just been fantastic. So we are right on time, and I try to be aware for our presenters that they have the full amount of time available to them to be able to share. So Samita, if you want to hop on now.
Yeah, hello, hi.
Hello.
Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
We're going to go ahead and spotlight you, and we are going to let you take it away. Samita, we are so excited. I can't wait to make a meme. I'm super excited about this.
Oh, thank you so much, Jamie, for giving me the opportunity to be part of the Global Maker Day. And I'm really excited about the day. So let us get started. I'm going to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. It looks great.
Okay. So I welcome all the participants, teachers and students and all the classrooms who are joining us for the Global Maker Day. Myself, Sumedha Sodhi, and I'm joining from India. So I would like to say namaste to all of you and thank you for joining me. I am an EdTech enthusiast and a social science educator in India. And today I'm going to take a quick session on how we can make memes. So memes are really interesting, and sometimes children really spark creativity in the classroom with the memes they are creating, and they are super fun. So because we have to teach our students not just to be the consumers of technology, but rather they are the creators of technology. So for those of who doesn't know what are memes, I would like to give a quick snapshot of that. So a humorous image, it can be a video, a piece of text. That is often we can copy those images with the copyright issues keeping in mind. And we can spread those messages with our humors and our text and a little bit of our adding humor to it. So these are different kind of memes you must have seen in the social media and which really make us laugh. So today on the Global Maker Day, I am going to make you all laugh and participate with me in creating these memes, which will be a real fun. So now it's your turn to make one meme along with me. So let's get started. So first I'm going to tell you how you can make a meme on Google Slide itself. So if you are using Google Slides, you can simply add one blank template to your slide. You can add a blank canvas to your slide, and you have to insert an image. So let me try to insert one image, and I want to search an image from the web. So I'm using that option to search image from the web, and I'm going to type here tornado. I'm looking for an image of an tornado, and these are the images which I get here. So I'm just choosing which one I want to take. So if I want to choose this one, I can simply insert this image. And here it comes, the image is here. Now I can add a little bit of humor to this and the text to it. So I'm going to insert an image, or I will take a shape. So I'm going to insert a rectangle over here on the top. So I'm using this upper part of my image to add the text. Now I'm going to add some text over here. So let me just make a meme on how teachers feel when it is by the time the end of the session comes, our life becomes like this tornado. So I'm writing the text on the top at the time of session coming to an end, and quickly ... Now I can change the text style. So I want to take it a little bold one. I can increase the size of the text, and you can change the color and all those things according to your wish. You can make it. Now I can insert more shapes and more fun to this image to make it a perfect meme. So I'm going to insert another shape icon, which is an arrow. So I'm using an arrow to point it out that when the session ends, this is me trying to run on the horse. So I can write my name over here. And I can adjust the text style, increase or decrease the size of the text to fit it. And I can also change the styling. And even I can change the color of the arrow. So if I want red color or maybe yellow color, so this yellow is looking much brighter. And then I can insert one more arrow, a similar arrow. I can simply copy and paste it. Or I can insert another shape, arrows, in the similar manner, and I can point it out that what will happen by the mid of the year when students submitting projects by end of session. And so many projects are there for the teachers to assess that their life simply looks like this tornado. I can align the text, change the font style to make it more attractive. Then if I have a Bitmoji extension, I can also add my Bitmoji in this meme to make it more fun. So maybe I take this one and insert my Bitmoji. And I will adjust my picture on the horse so that it looks like I'm running by the end of the session. When so many projects are flooded on teachers, they would like to run because so much of tornado-like feeling comes to teacher. So this is an easy way how you can make memes in Google Slide, and you can add more to it. You can add smileys, you can add different kind of fun elements. So this is a simple way of making a meme on Google Slide. Now I'm going to show you something very interesting. There is a website which you can use and explore. It is called cartoon.photo. And this is an amazing place where you can make different faces, and you can add a little wink to the faces that you want to use. So we are just going to try it. So I'm going to upload a photograph on this website. So let me just try this with my own photograph. So I have a picture of mine downloaded on my desktop. And this photograph is getting added here. So I have different kind of effects. Right now, I don't want to use a cartoon effect. So this is generating my original photograph. Now here you can see what magic I can do. I can do face morphing. So I can add different kind of emotions to my photograph. Here you can see there is a smile emotion. If I want to make a sad face for my meme, I can choose the sad option, and here you can see the expressions are changing. If I want to choose a oops kind of photograph for my meme, so I can choose this oops option, and my eyebrows are rising up like this. You can see here, if I use the squint-eyed So there will be a squint I'm going to add to my picture. Here you can see there is a squint in my eye which has come up. If I want to use a meme, whereas there is a wink coming up to my picture. So in here you can see there is a wink in my picture. So similarly, I can choose different kind of expressions, whatever I'm going to make a meme for. So this is going to add a lot of good kind of faces, and I can do face morphing with any kind of picture, and then I can simply download this picture. So here you can see this picture is getting downloaded, and simply I have to click on download. So as I click on download, this picture will be there in my desktop, and I can use this picture to create a meme. So right now, I think there is some issue with the website. It is getting reloaded. So similar way, when I have created my picture, I can simply download it and use it in the Google slide, the way I have shown you how we can make memes over there. Or the other way you can try out if you are not very good in making the memes on Google slide, you can also go to Canva. Canva also has a website which is canva.com/create/memes. Here you can also generate your memes. So let us make one meme in Canva. So here you can see there are a lot of templates which I can use, and even the text examples are given over here. So I can search for templates. For example, I want to make a meme on a teacher. So here a template is already there. Me, when I finish my essay, and the other text is saying my teacher when they read my essay. So these memes are already given over here. But if you want, this text is not good, you can simply go to the text box and you can change the text. So here I am writing me at the beginning of session. So at the beginning of session, teachers are generally very excited. And by the time it's mid of the session, teachers sometimes get stressful. So this meme I have simply created, and you can also add some fun elements to this by going to elements. You can add smiley to this. There are so many smiley emojis which are available in Canva. You can simply use those images. For example, I would like to use this. I can simply drag this one and I can adjust this on my meme. I can reduce the size of this, and wherever I want to place it, either here or in the center, and simply your meme is ready. You can add, you can change the text font. The text styling can be changed as per your choice. There are so many text styling options available. You can change the text styling, increase the size of the text. Now it looks better. And once your meme is ready, you can simply share it. Either you can download it as a MP4 video, because this particular element is a GIF one. So it's suggested to download it as a MP4 video. So once you are able to download it, then you can share your memes as your projects anywhere with whomsoever you would like to share. So let us try once more if this site works. If we are able to download the picture, I would like to show you how we can use this picture. So I'm clicking on download again, just to give it a try once more. This is the image link. I can also use the image link option to insert the picture. Let us try here in Google Slides. Inserting the picture through the URL. So I can simply copy the image URL and try putting it here. So this doesn't work in Google Slide. I have to download it and then use it. This works generally, but maybe there is some problem with the website or my internet connection. So you can download it and use it easily. This really works well. You can see my photograph is coming with a smile on my face. So I can use that particular option to create a meme. That is another option. Another website that is very good if for creating quick memes for the classrooms for the educational purpose, and even teachers can design projects where students have to make memes based on different educational topics. So this website is called imgflip.com. So this is a very easy to use website which has so many templates given over here. So these are the pictures which are already available, which can be used. These images are there. I can use these images to create any kind of meme that I want to create. And also, if you would like to upload your own pictures, there is an option which says upload new template. You can add images, you can draw, you can add spacing, and much more you can do with the memes. So let us try this one. If I want to make a meme out of this picture and I want to add text on the top. So maybe I want to say, who says teaching is stressful? So I can simply add the text here, and you can see the text is being added here on the table cloth. So this really looks interesting. And I can also add more text to this picture. So you can see here, a small text has appeared. I can enlarge it and I can put it on the top or anywhere. This space is also available for me to put a text. So once this is ready, I can simply click on generate. And here you can see my meme has been generated quickly. Within 2 minutes, I'm able to generate my meme. And I have different options to share my meme. I can share it on Facebook. I can share it on Twitter, Pinterest. Even I can send this on WhatsApp to anyone. I can share it through a mail. A link has been created. So you can make another one by clicking here, make another one. So you will also get the opportunity to make another meme. So let me try making one more meme. Maybe this one. Let us try this. So there are 3 text boxes which are coming here. So I'm making this for a virtual classes that we had. Teachers, we really enjoyed it. So me at 8 a.m. setting up my devices and getting ready to teach. Now text to me by midday. Struggling with technology. So we all know how we struggled using technology sometimes because of so many virtual classrooms. We were having little bit of challenging time. And last text I'm adding me by 2 p.m. by end of the day of virtual classroom, virtual learning. So this text has come in the end, me by 2 p.m. by the end of the day of virtual learning, sweating and really challenging situations. So you can see quickly I have created this meme and I don't have to adjust my text. The place is already designated in this particular software, which is imgflip.com. Very easy to use software. And simply I have to click on generate and my meme will be generated. Here you can see. And even this in this software, I can simply right click and click on save image. So this image gets saved in my system. So I can save this and in my Google slide, I can use this image. So you can see I have simply created a meme by this software and simply you can insert it, drag it, change the background color if you want. And in the Google slide, you can download this particular slide as a PNG image. So once I click on PNG image, I just need to do it again to see that whether I chose the correct slide as PNG image. Now let us open the image and here is our meme that we have created on Google Slide by using this particular software, imgflip.com. So I hope you have enjoyed making memes with me. And if you want to share your memes with me, you can tag me on Twitter. @SodhiSumedha is my Twitter handle. I would like to see the educational and fun memes that all of you have created in the maker session today. Thank you so much from my side.
Hey, Samita, are you still sharing?
Yeah, no, I have stopped sharing.
Okay, perfect. We are over here trying to make memes, so we may have to share it. Oh, Katie McNamara made a meme. Katie, share away.
Yeah, so I didn't realize you could do that in Canva. I was like, wait, what? Is it really that easy? And bam, I did. It's already on our Twitter feed with the hashtag Global Maker Day. And I did like a did you know? I found one that went just right with that. Yeah, use the cute little kitty cats too. It was so easy. Thank you so much for sharing that.
That was
my
really
pleasure.
cool.
My pleasure. So the children enjoy these things a lot, so that in education system, we teachers have to also upskill ourselves and use the things which children enjoy in the classroom. So, and I think Global Maker Day is one platform which teaches us that how we can come to the level of the child and become the creator ourselves. So thank you, Jamie, for organizing Global Maker Day. Every year I'm learning new things, and this is my third session with Global Maker Day. Third consecutive session in India. We don't have such a day, but I really look forward to Global Maker Day and share what I can contribute my bit to all the educators and students globally and help them innovate and become design thinkers. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and really look forward to the Global Maker Day next year also.
Well, let me tell you, Samita, it's been a pleasure to have you every single year sharing your expertise from India. I know that the time zones could be challenging sometimes, but we appreciate everyone joining in. And, you know, you say you don't have Global Maker Day in India, but you really do. We've had a lot of classrooms from India actually sharing for Global Maker Day. We have 3 presenters, actually 4 from India. We have 2 today And then we had 2 pre-recorded from students that are available right now. So we see India a lot right now for Global Maker Day. You all are excited about sharing and about growing and connecting. And I hope that it is an inspiration that, you know, Global Maker Day is for everyone. It's for everyone anywhere. So thank you so much, Samita. I'm going to go through and showcase what we're seeing on our social channel right now. And I know Katie said she just shared. So have you guys already retweeted Katie's? Let's make sure we get that on our feed, and we're going to showcase that. So give me 1 second. All right.
And Amy has an awesome one on your shared Canva that she's ready to share.
Oh, Amy does have an awesome one that we definitely want to have on here that I'll show here in just a second. All right, so here we are on Twitter. Of course, we are looking through Global Maker Day hashtags as well as looking at the tags that are coming in. So Samita, this has been really cool. We have next, actually very much aligns with what you're talking about, and that is that emotions matter. So sometimes memes could be that avenue of being able to get out those emotions. Like you were talking about teachers sometimes, right? That frustration comes out. So to be able to demonstrate where they're at and exactly how they feel. So this is a perfect example of that. So she'll be sharing here very soon. And then we have a lot of things happening. Drezik has a lot of cardboard. Wow, that's a lot of cardboard. That looks like a maze. Let's see. I don't know where they got that from, but that is amazing. That looks like I'm about to move my house kind of amount of boxes. So I think they're going to have a ball today. We have a Vietnam student creating a catapult. So how wonderful to see them out there creating. Looks like we got some popsicle sticks going. And even like maybe a rubber band. Is that what I see? So that looks great. Excited to see that being shared. All right, Samita. Oh, look at this. This is from Google Slides being shared by your session here, Samita. Katie, I hope that I'm seeing it. Feel free to hop on and share what we're missing here, but boy, do we have a lot. We have emoji of yourself to your meme and your creation. I loved that cartoon link. I definitely want to check that one out. It was a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie, but it was really cool. I don't know about distorting my face to have these different emotions, but it worked. It really worked.
Jamie, I just tweeted mine on the Global Maker Day.
All right, we have some really good ones. Look at that. We are in a classroom of students laughing at Mr. Fosbottom. And I do too. He is hilarious and he always has some great things to share. We have students using some recyclable material and building and creating, using some cardboard inside the library. It looks like, ooh, look at those stackable cups, cup stacking activities. So really cool stuff. So as I'm just going through, I'm looking at the pre-recorded session here by one of our students in India. Really awesome to see what's happening. Yeah, this is Synergy Mill. So if you guys haven't checked them out, they're going to be with us this afternoon. We posted a couple videos that they're sharing their space there. So if you're interested in looking at that, you can certainly go on, and Roper Mountain has reshared that out as well. So really good stuff. Okay. Oh, whoa, look at this. Getting ready for Halloween and Day of the Dead. That is beautiful. Look at the MakerBot in the background. Or is it MakerBot, the 3D printer? That is really cool. All the students making, we definitely want to spotlight you. So please make sure to tag us so we don't miss you. Oh, look it, it's Priscilla. She's joining us with her Global Maker Day shirt. Priscilla, we're so glad to see you and so excited that your students are joining as well. So great. Okay, now I'm going to refresh because I know we got a couple memes that we want to spotlight here. All right. Oh, look at these kids. When you're going to present in front of thousands.
That's awesome. There's a little emotion there, just a little.
Hey, I felt that about 9 o'clock this morning. That's wonderful. Interesting session. Namya was sharing her meme that was mentioned by Samita. Very cool. Okay. Look at this meme. When someone tells me they aren't watching Global Maker Day. That's awesome. Make sure to invite your friends. We definitely want them here on Global Maker Day. I know that I'm missing. Which ones am I missing here?
Okay, I haven't, I'm trying to post it, but this is.
All right, come show us.
Inspired by our very own.
Did you guys see this one? Others listening to my song, me singing my song. I love it.
So Michael Drezick, I'm posting this because it's you. And
Tell us what it says.
it says when you know you're smart, but then when you're wicked smart. That's for you, Drezick.
That's great. Bringing a little Bostonian with her. Okay, so guys, we have seen some really cool stuff. Oh, I think this might be Katie's here. Oh, she mentioned Canva. There we go. Did you know you can make memes in Canva? Listen to the cat. Oh, I love it. Then that's a fun inside joke with Katie and Rochelle. We like to talk about cats a lot on Twitter. So very good. If I missed you, please let me know. We'll try to get it in the next session, after our next session, because right now we have a special session. So Namya, thank you again for joining us. That was wonderful. We have a special session here with a friend, Melissa Hayes. Miss Hayes is joining us from Ohio, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Hayes, if you want to go ahead and put on your camera and get on your audio, because we definitely want to introduce you. Yay! There she is. All right. So,
oh, yay.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and share a little bit about what's happening in this dynamic of this session?
Okay, we are double dipping. This is a 2-for-1 opportunity where Mrs. Hayes students right there are participating in 2 global activities right now, 2 events. DigCit SDGs, which is happening, it's a month of action, happening all month around digital citizenship and the SDGs. And you are presenting for Global Maker Day. And so you are extra special. And I am so very proud. I have a really happy heart that you are presenting today.
All right. I think we can hear you. Do you want to go ahead and say something, Melissa?
Yeah, happy Global Maker Day.
Oh, that's awesome.
We are super excited to share our projects with all of you. Our topic was Emotions Matter, and this also connects with the SDG 3, good health and well-being. And we all have our feelings of excitement and joy and sadness and anger and anxiousness, but how we deal with those, sometimes it's very difficult. So my family right here, say hi, guys. We are going to share so many strategies to feel all those amazing feels and not so amazing feels in a healthy way.
Ready? Let's do this. Come on, Melissa.
Hi, my name is Masha, and I made a scratch board to calm you down on Sketcher School for Global Maker Day. Can you show me how to do it? So you scratch it like this.
So calming. Eyes. Thank you, sweet pea. Okay, Nina.
Hi, my name is Amina. I made this fidget so if you're frustrated, worried, or whatever you're feeling, this can also help you calm down. This also goes with our SDG 3, which means good health and a well-being. How to make it is you need cardboard, straw, pom-poms, googly eyes, glue stick, and stickers, and a Q-tip. You could pop the pom-poms and the straw makes a sound, and you could press it and you could press these, and then on the back there's more that you could put your fingers on, and then on the bottom is a Q-tip that you could do like this or spin it with your fingers like this.
Awesome. Good job.
Hi, my name is Ivy. I made a coloring page on Sketches School. If you feel angry, anxious, whatever you're feeling, you can color this.
Awesome. Love it. Awesome job.
Hi, my name is Kaden, and for my Global Maker Day, I wrote a story. One day there was a boy named Bob that was always getting upset over a game called life, and it is tricky. Then Bob went up to his room, and when Bob got to his room, Bob got a paper and wrote his emotions. The next morning, Bob was happy because Bob got to go outside. Some strategies to deal with your emotions are take 5 breathing, and some other are fidgets and listen to music. This book might not help you
might help
you get mad, upset, or angry.
Love it. Good job. Okay, Asher. Mike, you can come right after.
Hi, my name is Asher. Today is Global Maker Day, and I made a picture from Sketches School. And if you're angry or anxious or whatever you're feeling, you can look at my picture for 30 or 60 seconds.
And then
you can do the take 5 strategy if it doesn't work.
And can you tell them what the take 5 strategy is?
You put one hand up, get a finger. When you go up, you breathe in. When you go up, down, you breathe out.
Awesome. Love that. Good job. Okay. Get your other, honey.
Hi, my name is Mike, and this is for Global Maker Day. My project is a puppet I created using paper, pom-poms, googly eyes, and straws. This is to help these emotions. I go glam is sad, and that includes mad. This is an action.
Hear the sounds, can't you?
Yeah.
And popping. Awesome. Want to share this one?
Yeah. So I made this one out of mainly just sticks and tape. And you can move it like this, like this.
I need that later on today. Can I borrow that later on today?
Yeah.
To use for stress.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good job, sweetie. Nice job. Okay, Mohammed in here.
Mohammed. And my name is my name is Sophia.
They switch places.
My name is Sophia. My name is Mohammed. We did an exercise video to help control your emotions. First will be jumping jacks. You could do 5 or more than 5. And next is squats. And third is jump rope. If you don't have a rope, you could get a invisible one, or you could pretend it's a rope. And fourth is crisscross applesauce, breathe in, breathe out. Repeat after me. I am special.
I am special.
I am brave.
I am brave. I am loved. Love it. Good job. Ty.
Hi, my name is Ty. I made a drawing. You are going to look at the drawing and do the take 5 strategy. You're gonna put your hand out and put your finger out and put your finger up while you're pulling your finger up, breathe in. And then while you're pulling your finger down, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out.
Oh, we're looking at this, right? Gorgeous picture. Nice. Good job. Bobby, you wanna go?
Hi, my name is Aubrey for Global Maker Day. I made music. I created it using the app GarageBand. This goes with SDG 3, good health and well-being. As you listen to this music, breathe in and out. I hope this helps with your stress.
In this, we had some technical difficulties, so I'm showing this on the tablet. This is an original by Aubrey, so we are able to showcase her amazing music. Pull this up here. You ready? Oh, wait. Let me make sure I did the volume. I don't know if I did the volume. Let me do the screen share again.
We can hear you. We can hear your music, Melissa. Just make sure that it's not
there we go.
copyrighted. If it's copyrighted music, it will get.
Click if you want to hear and whatever you want.
Okay, I think we stopped it. So that's yours. Yay, good job. Okay. No, we're not. We're showing it on your iPad. Go ahead. Taylor's gonna.
Taylor. Hi, I'm Lori. This is Global Maker Day. Our project is a dance. We created it using code.org.
What did you use?
We created using code.org.
What did you create?
A dance.
A dance.
If you're feeling anxious or emotional, this might help.
Okay. So we'll take turns on sharing each dance, and we won't be sharing the music because of copyright issues. So can I have your guys? Come on here. It should be already on there. So hand it to me so we can show it. There you go. On there. Can you start it? Okay. Okay, and then whoops.
If you hit the run button, it's that yellow button. It starts it. If you hit it again and it says restart, it stops.
Okay, awesome. Good job, girls. Okay, who's next? Chris, you want to go?
My name is Chris, and I made a topper. And
did you use?
Four cardboard, one umbrella, and then you drop it.
Oh, that is so fun.
You spin it, and then you drop it, and then spin it.
Drop it and then spin it. It was going. Look at that. And when should we use this? When we're feeling what?
Mad or sad.
Can we use it when we're stressed out?
Yeah.
Sweet. I might borrow this too. Awesome job. Okay. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Webb. My name is Nora. This is a picture that you look at for 30 seconds while breathing in and out. If that doesn't work, look at it for 60 seconds. This is to calm you down when you are stressed out.
Love it. Sawyer, good job, babe. Hold on 1 second. Okay, anyone else need to go?
Oh
Grayson.
my God.
I can't talk right now. It's okay, but I can't talk right now. Okay, yep, bye. Sorry, technical difficulties when you're in a classroom.
No problem.
Hi, my name is Grayson.
Here, why don't you sit a little so we can see a bit? There you go.
Hi, my name is Grayson. This is my Global Maker Day project. You can color in this picture if you feel mad, sad, nervous, or angry. I created my Global Maker Day project on Sketch at Schools.
So this they can color in when they feel those feelings. I love it. Good job, Grayson. Najma, you want to go, babe? You haven't went yet. No? See you, Liam. Is it ready? Whoops. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leon. This is for Global Maker Day. I coded a story on CodeSpark. If you are feeling emotional or loco and buggy, this might help.
All right, go ahead and get it started. Is your volume up? Is your volume up?
Hello.
1 second. Okay. Is it playing? You got it.
There once was a boy who was always mad. But his mom
Push your
told him,
button.
right?
There we go. Now hold it
Hi,
up.
I'm going to tell you a story made out of coding. Coding is fun. There once was a boy who was always mad, like very mad and frustrated. But his mom told him an idea. It is dot dot coding. Coding is very fun. Now every time he's mad, he will use it. But his sister is mad too, so he just told her the strategy. So now they both do it. Bye and stuff. The end. Don't forget to use coding, and that means the lesson. Just use coding when you're mad. Bye.
Turn down your volume. Hey, play with me. Right, done. And introduce yourself. So who are you?
Hi, I'm Lila.
What did you do?
I
You drew?
draw a picture.
And what did you use?
Sketcher school.
Sketcher school, and they color it in, right?
Yeah.
If they feel what kind of emotions? What might they feel if they want to color?
Sad.
Sad. Sad. Awesome. That's such a cute picture. I want to color it right now. Good job. Devin, come on up, sweets. What did you make? You made a poppet. What did you use?
Stars and balls and eyeballs.
And you have an umbrella on your poppet, right? So you can put it up and down. Ooh, and look at this rubber band. This poppet has everything. And when do they use this?
Only when they're mad.
So mad or anxious or scared. I love it. Good job, Devin. Mackenzie. Here's the last one. Huh. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name's Mackenzie, and this is a picture that you look at if you feel sad, mad, or anxious.
Good job. Love it. Okay, I think that was pretty much everybody's creations. You guys did an amazing job, by the way. I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Excellent job, class. I love it. I'm curious if anybody can share something that they started doing and then ended up backtracking and changing their mind.
Did someone start doing something and then change it? Celia, you want to come up?
Hi, so I actually wanted to do an exercise video, but I actually changed my mind because that is actually a better way, I thought.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah. Now, why did you switch to your other one? What was better about it for you?
Because playing on electronics always makes me happy. And coding is the best one.
I love it. That's so awesome. Very good job. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else?
All right, Amina.
I wanted to make a bracelet with stuff on it, but then I changed my mind to make a puppet because it was more easier.
That's a really good point. Sometimes you're limited by what you have in your classroom, right? And if you have, if you don't have the right resources for a bracelet, but it's really interesting. There are a lot of calming bracelets and things to show your emotions. I know when I was growing up, they used to have these little necklaces or rings that were the mood rings. Do you remember that, Melissa?
Yes, I think I have one.
Yeah, where you wear them and then they change color based upon your temperature of your body, but everybody'd say, oh, you're in a bad mood, or wow, you're happy today, you're friendly. So it'd have all these different types of moods based upon jewelry that you were wearing. So That's really interesting to think about it from a bracelet, because there are a lot of benefits that some of the jewelries that we wear. Great job.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else, Melissa, that you want to have come up?
All right, Kaden, last one.
I was thinking of doing art, but instead I thought writing a book, like writing a story, would be better.
You know, what's really interesting is I don't like to write. It's very hard for me. So it actually stresses me out to write, but I hear other people that they write, and that is exactly what calms them. It makes them feel better, and it just brings them to a good place. And it's interesting because everybody's different, right? There are some people that really love when they're exercising, it makes them feel good, and that helps them for that moment. And then there's some kids like you that when you're writing, and I loved your story, by the way. That was a really cool story that you shared, and I love that. And thank you so much for sharing it. And Melissa, what I love about your classroom is everybody really kind of went with it at their own angle. Personalized it for them. And I bet it's hard because you want to kind of follow what everybody else is doing. But being a maker means that it's specific to you. Everybody did something very independent.
It was very
personalized. Very personalized, Mary Alice said.
Yeah, they did a great job. Lots of variety. I'm super proud of each of them. And hopefully it can help other kids and adults, because I know I want to check out that topper and use Mike's sticks today because I've been stressed for a couple weeks. So yeah.
No kidding. The hand, oh my goodness, the breathing. And
can I also add like the intergenerational learning of it all? You know, like the willingness to learn side by side, no matter how young or old you are, like what we just learned from your students.
Yeah.
Like they were the teachers and we were the learners, and that is absolutely beautiful. So thank you to all of your students individually and collectively.
Thank you for highlighting kids at any age and any ability, because it should be any age and any ability can be a maker. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
I miss you already.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. That was fantastic. We are going to be getting ready for our next session, and that's going to be with Jess Amato and Michael Drezick School. They're going to be doing some really cool stuff today. Right before we do, I do want to spotlight a couple things happening. I think we're getting some names wrong on Fosbottom, is what I see on social media. So if you have not followed Mr. Fosbottom, that's how you say it. And if I'm saying it wrong, I'm pretty sure Kyle will let us know on social media.
I gotta say hi to
All right.
Jess.
Okay, so I know Jess is about to get started. Let's go back to, I know that one meme was done by Heather. She's not here right now. Let me go ahead and just spotlight what that looks like here. What we did is we created a group in Canva, so that if we wanted to collectively make some memes, we can add them here. So she made one for today, making friends. I think was very much a big deal for her.
She was the only one. Let's just add that.
Yeah.
The rest of us did not make friends.
Yeah.
With Monty.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we
That's
did from
true.
a distance.
Yeah. I will say, Monty, I recorded the experience with that snake, but I did not hold the snake myself, thankfully. Although today we have a special surprise and it has to do with insects that I'm not looking forward to, but we're going to be brave today. We're going to be very brave. All right. So here we are on our social channel. As you guys can see, we're still seeing a lot of great things that you're posting. Students, we want to spotlight you. If you're making something amazing, we want to spotlight you. And we just had a whole classroom of kids. Sure. How many ideas? Like probably 20 different ideas that we could bring that back and use in our classroom. So here we go. We're going to be starting with Jess here soon, who's joining us from Croatia, which is super cool. And we have Mr. Fosbottom that is sharing for Global Maker Day in a classroom right now with amazing students doing some good stuff. We have some behind the scenes things happening. So we're going to go ahead and move forward now that we're at 11:30 and get this play time because we're ready to play.
We're ready. We're ready to play with Jess Amato.
Hello.
Hello. Happy Global Maker Day.
Oh, happy Global Maker Day to you. And thank you, Drezik, also for bringing in a class, connecting these dots. We're really excited to learn with you guys.
Yeah, yes. I can only do so much without the students to join.
And I'm going back and forth between two classrooms across the hall from each other. So that's why I'm joined in here twice. Then once from my phone if I need to talk to students that are making.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Okay, we're watching.
Perfect. I love it. I'm going to share my screen for the beginning, hopefully. I just want to make sure you can see this.
Looks perfect.
All right, perfect. I'm just doing this for the beginning, and then I definitely want to have most of it being interacting with the students in both of classrooms. So, hello, I'm Jess Amato with Platform to Play, and just like the name, everything I do focuses on play and uses play to help us learn, to help us connect with one another. And some of the best ways, some of the most hands-on ways of learning is through play. So I always love this quote: you can discover more about a person in an hour of play than in a year of conversation. I live, I die by this. I absolutely believe in it. So for today, what we're going to do together, but with these two classrooms, and I encourage any other classrooms throughout the world to be able to do this challenge, is we're going to work in groups of 2 or 3 students to create your own game. So you're going to be using whatever supplies you can find in your classroom, whatever supplies are around that are available to you. You could use as many supplies or as little. There are no rules with that. And really, you're just going to be creating a game with what is available to you. Now, there is one rule that I'm going to ask, that I'm going to put in place for all of the groups and for all of the games. And then as you get started, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this to just share my expertise. So the only rule that we have is that you and your group needs to agree on a purpose of your game. So a lot of what I do is about bringing up the fact that we can learn everything and anything through games, through play, through sport, through activities. So when you come up with your game, the first thing you have to do is you have to have a purpose for your game. And the purpose needs to be specifically connected to one or more skills that are required for you to be successful in school or in life. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples. The game charades requires you to be able to communicate in different ways. So communication is key for us to be able to communicate with our friends, with our family, with our teachers, to be able to understand one another and hear each other out. So that is the purpose of that game. Another example is chess. The game of chess requires us to problem solve, to think critically and be strategic in our moves and planning ahead and thinking forward. And in life, we need to plan. We need to think things out. We have different situations that arise that we have to solve problems. So those are just a couple examples of purposes and skills that are connected, can be connected to a game. So there's no right or wrong way. It's just a matter of coming up with a game that you and your partners want to create with what's available to you, and making sure it has some type of purpose that is connected to skills that you need to be successful in life and at school. Does anyone have any questions before we get started? Okay. So I'm gonna be sharing this and talking about it, but Mr. Drezik, if both classes want to get started, and if the groups and the students want to start gathering their supplies, coming up with their purpose and creating their game, what we'll do is I'll just talk for a few minutes, and then when I'm finished talking, we can check in and touch base with the students, see where they are, and hopefully have some students sharing their purpose and some of their creative thinking that they're doing. Just let me know if at any point anyone has questions.
We'll get started. Yep, that works. All right, we'll get started in the background.
All right, perfect. So a lot of what I do is around play-based learning, and the fact that play-based learning is deep learning. I'm a recreational therapist by trade, so everything that I do is using recreation, play, sport to help individuals of all abilities and ages achieve their goals. And I love recently in the last year, I really started connecting this concept to deep learning, because if you think about play allows us to build character, who we are, what I like, what I'm good at. It helps us to be creative, thinking outside of the box, using our imagination. It also helps us to communicate, to be able to actively listen to with others, being aware of verbal and nonverbal cues. It also helps us with critical thinking, problem solving, learning by trial and error. There's the collaboration, and this is something that I really, really appreciate about how we're doing this today, because this challenge is requiring the students to collaborate with one another. Right now in the background, the students are sharing their ideas. They're thinking of what supplies they want to use and telling their partners what supplies they want to use and having to advocate for those supplies. They're needing to listen to each other's ideas and consider each other's ideas. When it comes to creating their purpose and thinking about their purpose, it's going to really be about, you know, both students might have different ideas for what their purpose is. So requiring just the act of them creating a game in order to play requires them to be collaborative. It requires them to communicate with one another, to be creative, to think outside the box, to go through trial and error of really what supplies are going to work or aren't going to work. And then the last one is citizenship. And I feel like citizenship is so important when it comes to play, because this is where we embrace our differences. I love play for the fact that we break down all of the barriers, we eliminate all of the barriers, and we just see each other for who we are, what our interests are, what our abilities are, what our strengths are. And it doesn't matter what our labels are or what our titles are or where we come from. We're able to really just see each other as the people that we are through play. And I absolutely love that about the power of play. And it also helps us to include everyone and to make sure that everyone's participating, right? So a part of this activity today is hopefully all the students are engaged. They're all participating. They're all joining in. They're all having fun with it and being creative. They are all involved within their community of play in this moment. Through play, and this is a big foundation of all of the work that I do, are these main areas. Through play, we foster connection through student and teacher engagement and interaction. So just allowing the students the opportunity to be creative today. This is why I love Global Maker Day, because it's all about engagement, student and teacher engagement, and that's what builds connection. That's what removes the hierarchy of what, you know, everyday life is, teacher to student, you know, providing rules, providing instruction, and when we're able to really connect as people. Through play, we also guide inclusion by supporting diverse learning profiles. And this goes with Global Maker Day, right? Because we're hands-on today, and we should be every day, we're supporting students that learn through doing, learn through seeing, through modeling, through hearing, through seeing, through feeling. So that is where inclusion comes in. It also helps us to prioritize the social and emotional health of students through their increased awareness of self and of others. So when we play, when we use our hands and we get really involved in what we're doing, we learn about ourselves. We learn who we are, what we're good at, what we like, how we handle challenges, how we handle different emotions that come up. And that helps us to learn how to connect with other people, how to realize how we affect others, how to pick up on social cues when someone else is not happy with what we did or how we communicated with them, how we let our frustrations out on them. And play allows us to have a safe space to do all of this. And then it stimulates learning. There's so much learning that can happen both on the academic side and on the personal development side when it comes to play. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that we can touch base with some of the students. If Mr. Drezik is there, I don't know if you can hear me right now, but I would love to connect with the students and just kind of popping in, seeing where they are in their process, maybe hearing some purpose that they have behind the games that they're creating?
Yeah, I'm here. They're just kind of getting settled in, and I'm gonna flip the camera here. And you can see here, they're working on something. What kind of game are you trying to make?
A money game. I want a math game.
They're talking about a money counting game over here. And I know they're just getting started. We got some glue and some paper going on. What's your game going to be? He's making a board game. I'm seeing a lot of Lego pieces over here. A miniature version of their game. So they're kind of making a prototype, I guess, right now.
What have you discussed? Can we ask those students if they've come up with a purpose of their game?
Does your game have a purpose yet? Have you thought about a purpose for your game? It's a sports themed game. There's going to be throwing and catching and running. So maybe
okay, so some physical skills that we're working with. I like that. Gross motor coordination, healthy living.
We're doing like a guessing game.
This one is going to be a guessing game over here that they're working on.
What is your purpose for behind the guessing game? What are some of the skills?
What skill are you trying to get people to?
We're gonna do like math, and we're gonna do because we're all like really good at math. So that's one of the skills that you can do.
They want to have a combination of math and also decision making.
Oh, I like it. And I really appreciate the one student that said, we're picking math because we're good at it. So often in life, we pick the things we're good at, that we're confident in what we're doing.
I'm not sure what we got going on over here, but they brought in some accessories for their game. We've got popsicle sticks and construction paper and little characters here. What kind of game are you working on?
We have a design. We're like making like a board game.
So they're collaborating and they're still deciding on what it's going to look like. So, yeah. I'm going to head across the hall.
Are these both the same grade classrooms?
Same grade level, different classrooms.
Same grade level?
Yeah. Let's see. I know we've got something neat going on over here. What do you get? What kind of game are you working on?
There's like okay, these are the bosses, and this one got took away from the bosses, and this one's trying to find like a way to find the keys because this is locked, and these are electric fence.
Kind of like an escape game, kind of a rescue game. What kind of skills would you think you'd be working on here? Yeah, they're not sure yet. They have an idea for how they want to make the game fun. I know that. So
well, that's important.
That you need to be successful in life or in school. Okay, maybe you could add some element of that into your game. This game looks like there's some element of skill here. We've got.
The teddy bears are. Look it! It's gonna hit it now. It's gonna hit it now, maybe. And they have it might hit it down.
So yeah, it looks like there's some element of mystery here, and they have to solve mysteries to get across bridges. Is what we're.
Come on, hit the teddy bear. And we have to. Each one's gonna hit the teddy bear. And we have to steal one of these pieces.
Oh, we're literally on camera.
And then we can just.
Wait, point it to me.
Then we can just
we're on camera.
Yeah, to get out of it, they also have to solve.
So let's talk about solving riddles to get into a group or to get out of a group. Would your riddles be related to any certain school subjects or any certain life skills? Problem solving. So like word problem, maybe? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it sounds like some critical thinking going on in that group game.
There is. We've got. Oh, I don't know what's going on over here, but this looks cool.
Now, if you get
math chess or math chess?
Chess. If you get the question right, you get to put a piece on the board.
Oh, okay. It's like a math bingo, like coverall or a math chess type game.
What are the questions? Where do the questions come from?
Where are you going to get your questions from? Are you going to be making up the questions or the problems? Oh, he's going in here with he's using the math facts. Yep.
I love it. I love it. So it's very interesting while you're walking between classes. I'll just speak to the fact that it's so interesting how in education, there tends to be the silos of you have the academic side and then you have the social and emotional side. And it's interesting to see that there's kind of a 50-50 split between the groups that are focusing on the academics. They're talking about math specifically. And then there are the groups that are talking about more of those life skills, the social and emotional piece of communication and problem solving and critical thinking and decision making. And it's very interesting to just see the fact that even in the way that our students are thinking, they see them as different silos as opposed to being integrated as one. What's this game?
What's this game here?
It's like a guessing game, and then if you guess it right, you have to take one of these people and you have to leap over.
Okay.
You have to guess like what it is.
What is, and it looks like there's some math there. 7 times 27. Interesting. Are you going to be using these numbered pieces at all to generate the numbers for the problems? Like, might they have to roll those randomly?
Yeah.
So every game would be different, maybe? Interesting. Okay.
Drezik, you're muted. I don't know if that was on purpose.
No, I just muted it just because there's a lot of noise in the background of everybody working. That's one of the things that's great about Global Maker Day is that noise.
I was going to say, I like the noise. I don't want the quiet, please.
Yeah.
Same here, Drezik. We are like, what happened? Why is it so quiet?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, at this point, I feel like I'm just watching what they're doing. I'm so excited.
Yeah, what's going on here? We've got dice in here.
We're basically doing a game of life.
A game of life decisions. Interesting.
Okay. This is gonna be a Monopoly board. I got $4. Monopoly board. I can put in prize, job, or charity. If I want to put it in job.
Oh, wait, hold on. I can't. It's hard to see that. It says charity, job, or prize. So you have to make a decision in terms of where you want your money to go.
Yes. And then if you get like $300, and then when you say $300, you get the job, and then you can get more money to put in here.
Into charity or prize.
So basically, like
if you had to donate to a charity, I'm just curious what charities you know of any charities that you would donate to? Homeless. Okay. Oh, interesting.
Like, if if we do, say if somebody gets 300, somebody gets $300. Do you get $500 for their? And then they decide if they keep the money. You have to put it right there.
Interesting. Okay, that's interesting.
That is a very, very in-depth game. What's going on here?
Cool going on over here. What do you got this? You're making almost looks like Monopoly.
It is a version of Monopoly.
A version of Monopoly over here.
What's the version? What's different about your Monopoly compared to the regular Monopoly?
It looks like what's different about your version compared to regular Monopoly? What have you put?
You would put $1 in different ways. Somebody
What's this? You have a spooky hut, a lake card.
It's like a betting system.
Like a risk system, like that would determine how many spaces you move and things like that.
There's gonna be dice, yeah.
Okay.
You look at the back and see.
Oh, okay. Like draw a card, and then flip it over to see what. Okay, very cool. I think they're going to need more than 30 minutes to knock these out.
Right?
It sounds like they're getting.
Mr. Dresik, I think there's someone is that in the other classroom? Someone looked like they popped up like they wanted to share something, but maybe he didn't.
In here?
I don't know. In the other classroom, there was a little boy that went up towards the camera, but maybe he just happened to go by the camera. Yes, and that's fine if they need more than 30 minutes. As long as we get the process going, you can take as long or as short in your classrooms. We have a lot of math minds in these two classrooms.
A lot of math going on here. We're back to
a lot of math.
The elements of chess. So I'm guessing there's some chess fans in here and some math. But I mean, they're breaking out the scissors, the glue sticks, the paper, they're getting creative. What's this? This looks Halloween themed.
We're gonna make like a robot, and it's gonna look like this, the face. And like we're gonna make facial expressions. But if something bad happens, you can be sad. If something happy, did something happen, you can be happy.
So it'll change the based on how you play the game. It'll change the expression of that character of the robot. Interesting. And so how would someone maybe win the game? Is the goal to make him happy type of thing? Like you level up his happiness to a point where you win, or how do you lose the game?
There'll be like boss battles and like there'll be a lot of boss battles.
Boss battles, I'm hearing.
And like there'll be a ginormous robot that you can be at the last point of the game. If you defeat the robot, you win the whole game.
I love that you're connecting it to different emotions and feelings.
Yeah.
All right, what's going on with this? Are they already playing this game, or are they still creating
Have you
it?
started to play the game yet, or are we still designing? Oh, okay. The part of the bridge piece of the water going under the bridges to get across. Okay.
So is that, can we go back to that group for a second?
Oh, yeah.
So is that group, so there's 4 students in this group. I love how they're working together. It seems like each of them have like their own expertise that they're bringing to the group. I want to ask, since this is a larger group, how they came up with this idea. Did one person come up with it, or did they have to talk about it?
How did you come up with this idea? Did you talk about it, or did somebody have the idea? You kind of how did we come up with this idea?
So I had an idea. That's what I thought there was. A bridge piece.
What made you think of the bridge? What made you think of adding a bridge element? Candyland. Oh, so you connected it to another game that already existed that you like. Okay.
Great idea.
The only thing that I told them yesterday is that they'd be challenged to make a game. So just to get their wheels spinning. So
Excellent. Yes, and I think that's important, right? We did give these students a heads up so that they knew the parameters, they had some time to think about it. But they really didn't get started until right now.
I'm not sure what's going on here, but this looks really cool. We've got like loops of masking tape. What's going on with this game?
So we were
like a chutes and ladders. Okay.
Yeah, we were trying to take this, and that's gonna be like right under.
Would this be like one player playing against another player? Is it a team game? Are there certain questions they have to answer?
It's like so this is what is going to happen. We're going to tape it on my desk to the paper.
And then it goes lower.
And then we're going to fold it. And then we're going to fold it.
So it might like jump ahead to another area on the game board if you get something right. Okay, like chutes and ladders. Interesting. I don't know what's going on here. There's this.
Oh wow.
What's going on here?
Basically this bear has to rescue all of these 2 bears before the red one gets that bear. And these are basically dead ends, and the bear can't trust anything that's red.
So what is the life skill they're working on here? What are the skills?
What's the life skill? What skills would people be working on that are playing your game?
But you have to like walk them like.
They're not sure yet.
You're not sure? Well, it sounds like there's some strategy involved. If there's
Yeah,
certain spots they can go and can't go, a little bit of problem solving, trial and error.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Drezik. I know that I'm really excited to show you what we have coming up right now. Jess, I want you to stay on and watch this because I think this might be very interesting to you.
Okay.
We have here at Roper Mountain, we are finding, when were they made, Mary Alice?
19th century.
19th century games,
toys
at the Living History Farm. So going back to the history of play and what that looked like is going to be really, really cool. So Jess, please stay on. I'd love to hear your feedback about this too.
Absolutely. And I know we only have a couple minutes left as well.
Yes. Okay. Are you guys ready to share, Heather?
Oh, yes, I'm ready.
Go for it.
We're here at the Cole Cabin down on the Living History Farm. Guys, this is going back to the beginning. Kids have been creators for years. Adults have been creators for years. So we're going to take you inside the cabin and we want to show you some of the things that were created back before we had as many items as we have now to choose from. But you use the resources around you every day. So we're going to go back in time and we were at the early 1800s and look at some of the toys that were made here at the Living History Cabin.
So yeah, we really stayed in line with the theme of Maker Day and making things from found objects. What we have here with us are a collection of toys that are all made really from found objects. So for instance, like a corn cob checker set. So the checkers, all you need is a board and you paint the board set on there, the squares, and then you use for your pieces, your game pieces, are cut corn cobs. Staying with that theme for corn cobs, because you have a lot of those, are the corn cob dolls that are made from scraps of fabric. And you can see that there's a lot of creativity and imagination that goes into this. And also with corn, girls used to love having these little corn husk dolls that were made from, of course, corn husks that were woven woven together by their mom or dad, or even themselves. And this is really cool. Next time you have a corn cob, you need a thin one though, because you can make darts from these. So what kids used to do in the 19th century is take these corn cobs and then take feathers from the geese or the ducks or the turkeys that they would have and make a ring out of a hoop ring, and hang from a tree and use these as darts. Of course, they're a lot safer than the lawn darts I grew up with, jarts, and so that we no longer have. And also, these were very popular as well. Little dolls made from handkerchiefs, as well as using other found objects. Farms often had sheep. Raise sheep for wool, meat, and the wool was used in all kinds of things, from clothing to even toys. So you might have someone make a sheep toy from wool. So there's a lot of creativity and imagination that went into creating toys prior to the industrial era. And, I really love toys like some of these old fashioned ones, like Amy's got right here. Is going to demo for you.
The pro. Are you ready? Made it.
All right, here we go. All right, ready? I'm going to give it a shot. Ready? Here we go. Oh, one more time. Oh, can't get it. So these are simple wood toys. Again, they've entertained Amy for quite a while.
Yes.
So you don't have to have complex store-made toys to have a lot of fun. And of course, play and creativity and imagination all go together. She just nailed it. Ladies and gentlemen. She is a pro. We're actually going to take her on the league. She's looking for sponsorships right now. Yes. So Black & Decker, she needs that gear. So, all right.
Oh, that's so great. Jess, I want to give you a second to respond to that because I know play is your thing. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I absolutely love everything about that and everything that they were just sharing, because so often we think that we need these elaborate things that are store-bought and cost hundreds of dollars and are so expensive. And No, like we can just use our resources, use whatever's around us. It really is just we don't even need supplies. There's so many games and activities you can do with no supplies. And I do a lot of work in developing communities where finances are an issue, or even just not having access to different resources. And there's so much you could make out of what is right in front of you. And even if there's nothing in front of you besides your imagination, then that's important. That is just as beneficial when it comes to play. And I also love the fact that we're just constantly talking about how much learning is involved in the process of playing, in the process of creating and using our hands and our imaginations in order to create. And that's why I love Global Maker Day, because I think every single day we need a little bit of this in our lives.
Absolutely. Every day is Global Maker Day, right, guys?
Yep.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jess and Drezek.
Thank you. Thank you, Drezek.
Yeah, thanks. These kids had an absolute blast, and I don't know how I'm going to get them to wrap this up before they have to go to lunch. I think they might have lunch.
Well, they could get another amount of time to finish what they've started. That would only be fair.
I agree. Totally agree.
And then they should have a day of playing and sharing them, and then they could all engage in each other's games. That's what I would do. I would make this a whole week-long event, but
yes, I
know the kids will love
I would
that.
make it a year-long event if it was me, every day budgeting that time for that play. Well, thank you
we
guys.
should.
We are excited to go to our next session with Vanita in India, and we are thrilled to learn. She's going to be talking about play. She's going to be talking about problem solving and what does this mean with creative thinking. So Vanita is going to be joining us and sharing some really cool ideas because she's going to be using Make Code to be able to share. So Vanita, if you want to hop on here, we're going to get you set up and get you started with sharing from India. And thank you again for joining us. I know it's getting to be evening time for you, so I appreciate your time. And then Vanita is also bringing a friend to be able to share as well, and the interactions that they've had. So welcome, ladies.
Thank you so much, Emmy. I'm so excited to be present here, and I was watching the last session and even other sessions also. It was so interesting to see everything. Even I was feeling that if I could be a child, so I could have created these games on my own. So it was so, and thank you for organizing this type of events. I think it's really helpful for students to instill creativity in them. So it's really,
Take it away.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Jenny. And today, I'm going to talk about a wonder tool which really helped me in instilling problem-solving skills and creativity skills in my students. So without further ado, let's start. Learning programming is difficult. Oh, I'm still not comfortable in computer science subject. I'm afraid I won't be able to take up computer science subject in higher studies. Computer science is not my cup of tea, and the computer science careers are quite uninspiring. Hearing all this from my students was devastating for me. I always wanted my students to learn computer programming, to learn coding, which is considered as one of the basic literacy skill of the digital age. Disinterest of students in learning coding was demotivating for me until I found a magic wand, and it was none other than but a Make Code arcade tool. Yes, an interesting, interactive, and engaging platform for both novice and experts in programming. Make Code Arcade is an online, student-friendly, integrated development environment in which you can easily create 2D games, and these games can be played both online as well as on microcontrollers. Students can easily write, edit, run, debug, test, code at one single platform, and that too on a browser. With Make Code Arcade, you do not need to install anything, you do not need to download anything, but you can simply start creating wonderful games using visual blocks. And if you think
that you are expert enough in working with visual code, then you can easily migrate to Python and JavaScript coding also. So guys, let's embark on the journey of, designing our very own games. I think which we really, all of us, we want to create our own games right from our childhood. And this tool will really help us to, reimagine our thinking and to reimagine all the games which we might have played in our childhood. And the children who are still playing those games, they can now easily create their own digital games. So let me change my screen and one sec. Let me share my screen. Yeah. So yes, to use Make Code Arcade, you can easily either type Make Code Arcade on Google, or you can directly use this URL arcade.makecode.com. So let me take you to this page. So I'm clicking here, and this is the homepage of Make Code Arcade. And see, a lot of things are already available here. Let me introduce to you each one of them one by one. So the very first one is new project. You can easily create your own projects. Then there are so many, you can improve your skills using their various skill maps also. They can use, then there are a lot of tutorials available, a lot of examples available. You can easily explore various examples in which, various programs, various games have been already inbuilt, and the instructions are also given there. So you do not need to worry about how to create a game, because a full set of instructions are given here in the tutorials. Then you can have live coding experiences also here. Then many of the blog games are already examples are there. You can easily explore different examples. You can choose a game of your own choice and you can rebuild on it. Then there are JavaScript games. You can see game jams are there, and advanced live streams are also there, which you can easily explore. And then community games examples are also there. You can easily take the example of your own choice and start exploring and creating your own games. And various design concepts are there, like you have Princess Pizza, you have picnic food, so many, like you can choose the one of your choice. Graphics and maths examples, and art and craft. The students who are really interested in creating something for art and craft, so you will find a lot of material on art and craft here also. Then there are lessons also. You can easily learn through these wonderful lessons how to create your very own games using Make Code Arcade. Then there is a complete set of courses also. You can also you can do these courses to learn how you can easily create wonderful games using Make Code Arcade. Then one more thing which is very interesting is that there are so many devices, compatible devices on which you can run your Make Code Arcade games. So these are all the devices, the various devices with instructions. They are available here, so that you can always choose the device of your choice and you can see the instructions to run your own game on the device. And if you do not have the device, you do not need to worry about it, because you have DIY hardware also. Do it yourself hardware, so you can create your own hardware to run your own game on your own device. So these are some videos also which you can run, and you can also create your own game video. And these are some of the tutorials which can really help you in creating your own game video. So this is all about the homepage, and let me now jump to editor. So let you know how editor actually works. So I'm creating one project. So there are various options available. See, you can see here. So the very first option is you can either use blocks, JavaScript and Python. All three are open here. And if you really want to work only in Python, so this is also available here, and JavaScript is also available here. So at present, I'm taking the first option and I'm giving it a name. Suppose I'm giving it any name, suppose my name only. Okay. So I will click on create to create a game. And see, this is my the screen, home screen, you can say, on which I can create the game. On the leftmost side is an emulator on which you can always run your game and try your code while you are building your game. In the middle, you can see this is a toolbox on which various tools, like you can see codes, already visual codes are available for different type, for controllers, game, music, scene. So you can insert so many things. And the rightmost side is the workspace on which you can always drag the code which are present in the toolbox, and then you can build your own game. And if you see on the top panel, you have, at present, we are working with blocks. And yes, you can always shift from blocks to JavaScript or Python by either selecting either one of them. And then one of the very interesting things, assets. Yes, lot many assets it is providing. So let me take you to the gallery. You can also create your own assets. But let me show you the gallery of assets which are already available. See, so these are the assets which are available. And there are, different type of assets are there. Simple images, tile map, and animated assets are also here. So either you can create your asset here, or you can go to gallery, and you can see these are the various animated assets which are available here, which you can easily use in your own game. So I hope you might all be very interested in creating games and using any one of these sprites to be used in your game. And then once you finish creating your game, you can always share your game using this window. And then there are a few settings here which you can do. And at the bottom, you can see you can either download your game, or you can click and choose the hardware on which you want to play your game. And then you can also share your game on GitHub. So this is all about Make Good Arcade. And everything is so simple that you do not need any coaching or any, assistance from your teachers, students. You can just jump into it, just give it a try, and take your own agency. Start learning today this wonderful tool and start creating your own games which you really wish to create once. So now I'm inviting my lovely students who will share with you some steps of creating few wonderful games. So students, I hope you are here. Let me stop sharing my screen. Yeah. So we have Gauri, Saksham, Hardik. So many students are here. So yes, you can start, Gauri.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Hello, everyone. I'm Gauri of 12th Standard.
Hi, I'm Parth of 11th.
Hi, I am Saksham Kumar Agarwal of class 11th.
I am Hardik from 11th Standard.
So this software has helped us in making games an easy and fun way. So our game named Save Life Underwater is based on the 14th goal of SDG. The world's oceans and seas continue to struggle against increased acidification, eutrophication, and plastic pollution, which are endangering the planet's largest ecosystem and billions of livelihoods depending on them. So let's create a game to collect plants and avoid the cans and chemicals. Step 1 is to set the background image. From the Scene Toolbox drawer, drag a Set Background Image block onto the workspace and drop into on the Start block. In the Set Background Image block, click on the gray oval to open the image editor and draw a chemical, plant, or plastic can and anything else you want to have in the background. The step 2 is to create the player character. Now from the Sprite Toolbox drawer, drag a Set My Sprite block and drop it after the Set Background Image block. Click on the gray oval to open the Sprite image editor and draw an image for your player, or just select one from the gallery as ma'am said. Step 3 is to move the player character. Let's add code to be able to move our player around the screen. From the controller toolbox drawer, drag a Move My Sprite block and drop after the Set My Sprite block. The step 4 is to keep the player in the screen. Notice that we can actually move our player off the screen. Let's prevent that. From the Sprite Toolbox drawer, drag a Set My Sprite Stay in Screen and drop after the Move My Sprite block. The step 5 is to initialize the score and number of players live. Let's set the score to 0 and give our player 3 lives when the game starts. From the info toolbox drawer, drag both a set score block and a set life block and drop them in after the set my sprite stay in screen block. The step 6 is the game update. Every 2 seconds, we want a plant and a chemical or can to appear in our game. From the game toolbox drawer, drag an on-game update on every block onto the workspace. Click on the 500 millisecond update interval and change it to 2 seconds or 2000 milliseconds. Step 7 is to add a plant projectile. A projectile is a sprite that moves on its own. From the sprites toolbox drawer, drag a set projectile to projectile from side block and drop into the on-game update on every block. Click on the gray oval to open the sprite image editor and draw the image of a plant. Step 8 is to add random movements. Let's add some random movements by setting the X and Y velocity values. From the math toolbox drawer, drag out 2 pick random blocks onto the workspace. Drop one into the Vx value and drop the other into the Vy value of the set projectile to projectile from the side block. In each of the pick random blocks, change the minimum and maximum value to -50 and 50 respectively. Now the step 9 is to add cans and chemical projectiles. Now let's add a can and chemical projectile. Right click on the set projectile to projectile from side plant block that we just created and select duplicate drop the copied block after the existing plant projectile block. Click on the projectile variable name drop down and select new variable. Name this variable whatever you want. Then click on the gray oval to open the sprite image editor and draw an image of cans and chemicals. The step 10 is to set the cans and chemical to an enemy. To make the can and chemicals an enemy sprite, we need to set its kind. From the sprites toolbox drawer, under the overlap category, drag a set sprite kind block and drop after the set cans and chemical projectile block. Click on the My Sprite variable drop-down menu and select the cans and chemical variable. Click on the Player Kind drop-down menu and select Enemy Sprite Kind. Step 11 is to add overlap behavior. Now let's add code that will increment our score when the player collects a plant. From the Sprites toolbox drawer in the Overlap section, drag an on-sprite overlap block and drop onto the workspace. Click on the Last Player Kind drop-down menu and select projectile sprite kind. Step 12 is to destroy plants. From the sprites toolbox drawer, drag a destroy sprite block and drop in on sprite overlaps block. In the on sprite overlap block, drag the other sprite local variable into the destroy sprite block, replacing my sprite. Step 13 is to add effects. In the destroy sprite block, click on the plus icon to expand on the Hearts effect drop-down menu and select an effect that you want to display when your player collects a plant. Click on the 500 millisecond drop-down menu and select 100 milliseconds for the duration of your effect. We can also add sound if you want. Step 14 is to change score. From the info toolbox drawer, drag a change score. Step 15 is to add overlap behavior for cans and chemicals. Now let's add behavior for when our player runs into a can and chemical. Right-click on the sprite overlap block that we were just working on and select duplicate to make a copy of this chunk of code. Don't worry if it looks disabled, we'll fix that. In the copied on sprite overlaps block, click on the projectile kind drop-down menu and select enemy for the kind. Step 16, lose a life. Instead of adding a score, let's change the code to lose a life when a player runs into a can or chemical. Delete the change score block from the info toolbox drawer, draw a change life block. The step 17 is the last step, which is to play your game. That's it. Now try to play your game in full screen simulator. You can also try downloading the game to a hardware device or share your game with others. Now I'm going to pass the podium to Saksham. Thank you.
Greetings of the day. So we have another game with us, this time on SDG Goal 3, which is good health and well-being. This game is named Ravenous Ravager. Here, you could either feed the healthy food represented by an apple to the hungry dragon to win if your score gets to 10. Or you could also feed it pizza and your lives get subtracted because junk food is not healthy. Pretty simple to create and modify even further. So I'm going to pass the podium to Vinita ma'am.
Well, thank you so much, students. It was lovely hearing. I hope we have the audiences who are watching this, and they will definitely create their own games, and they will really enjoy playing the games, which are really different from the usual games which are available. So I hope Leru is here to.
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I'm a colleague of Vinita, and we have been using MakeCode Arcade. As Vinita has said, it is a wonder tool for teaching programming. I would say not only teaching programming, it is also good for experienced programmers. So it is good for both new and experienced programmers. Once the coding skills have been developed, we can actually use the MakeCode Arcade to apply it into our teaching practices. Like, for example, just last month, we had a project, a whole school project, in which we celebrated the Earth Day in April. And we celebrated SDGs Day in the month of August, in which we asked students to create a game on any one of the SDGs. In April, we asked them to create games on the theme Earth Day. And believe me, friends, we got such a good response. And students, they could do wonders, using the tool. They could create games which made people aware of how to avoid forest fires, how to stop climate change, and a lot of things. We had games on ocean, saving the oceans, on water pollution. So what we can do is, in a class, all that a teacher can do is that they can introduce MakeCode Arcade, teach them how to do it, give them a topic. For example, SDGs can be one of the topics, and just watch all those ideas, all those, wonderful games coming out of your students. It not only creates interest in coding, they also learn the important skills of creativity, compassion, communication, collaboration, and all the 21st century skills. So I would say each and every teacher should have MakeCode Arcade in their toolkit. Thank you. Is there any questions?
So, yeah. So if you have any questions, you can please come up with your questions. Otherwise, start creating today only. So please go to this website, and you don't have to do anything. Just pick a game of your choice. And tutorials are already available here. Steps of creating a game is already available here. So you need to tweak a little. Whatever is there, just tweak it according to your choice, and then create a game of your choice. And let your friends play the game which you have created. Not someone else has created, but actually which you have created. So be proud of it then. And I hope you will not only create games, but yes, you will use this platform to provide solution to some of the very, problems, some of the most, I must say, the problems which are occurring in this world, and you will make this world a better place to live in future. So, Jemmy.
So I think Jemmy is there or not?
Hello, I apologize. We are doing so much here in the background, preparing all these awesome social posts. So thank you all so much. Excellent job. Vinita, I was actually posting right now about how impressive it is that your students came in the evening to be able to share what they're doing with the Microsoft MakeCode. I'm really impressed. It was really cool.
Students were so excited. They really want to share what they have created. They really want to show this world that age is not a bar. See, anyone can provide solutions to some of the local and global problems which are occurring around us. So they are not behind.
Then they're doing it. I mean, they're coming in. And I think that's what we were just talking about a moment ago as organizers, how impressed we are with the classrooms joining in from India and the enthusiasm to be a part of such an event and to be able to share what they're working on. It's just impressive. You guys have done an outstanding job. And honestly, it was actually our #1 requested topic for Global Maker Day was coding.
Thank you.
So looking at anything that you are providing there, that is definitely a first request from all the registered attendees.
So I'm really looking forward to
So
some
thank you all so
beautiful
much.
games.
I don't know if I'm freezing or maybe on your end, Vanita.
Might be. So I'm just saying we are looking forward to some beautiful games created by students, and I have my eyes on Twitter just to find out what
I apologize,
students.
Vanita, if we're freezing up here. Looks like
Okay, never mind. Bye.
we're going to go ahead and pause really quick and try to get reconnected.
Okay. Bye.
Hi, everyone. While Jamie's getting reconnected here, I will share with you some of the things that we're doing here. I am in Vietnam right now.
Hey.
Oh, okay, you're back. All right.
Let me tell you, Nancy, thank goodness that you are in Vietnam to have a good signal here. Sorry for getting a little bit of the echo. If you guys don't mind shutting that door. And then we have it live streamed running back here as well. So I know that we have so many different things happening here in the background. We have people walking around on site, checking things out. We have classrooms. We have a student that has been sharing every single challenge today, has been joining us and sharing. We are just blown away with the response from Global Maker Day so far. We definitely want to continue to spotlight that and see what's going on. So let me go ahead and try to pull some of that up. I also do want to mention, since you're on, Nancy, this is perfect timing, is we actually want to have a chance to share the Padlet.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and get that up and then I'll show. So, all right, first things first, let me go ahead and share the website so that we can show everyone where to find this.
So I've been pulling all of the tweets and pulling all the pictures that people have posted online and moving them over to the Padlet so that we can see them after today a little bit easier than trying to search Twitter over and over and over again.
Yes. Oh, it looks like mine. Actually, if you don't mind showing your screen of the Padlet, because here I'm not logged in. So let me go ahead and stop sharing here.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Of course, I gotta change my view and exit full screen and then find it. So hold on just a second.
Okay, no worries. I definitely can show also what's happening on Global Maker Day as well once you're done with that.
Okay.
Let's see.
I minimized it. It would help if I was paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm trying to do two things at once, read it and click on it at the same time. There we go. Okay, so I found it. Let me share my screen here. I caught myself during COVID saying that all the time. I would say, okay, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. And I continually do it. So here is the Padlet. I've posted it, the link on Twitter several times. And I'm posting all of our different challenges throughout the day. And then that's my candy thing here. And there's my model of the James Webb telescope. I'm using everything I have, reusing it for each different challenge there. And I pulled the different tweets that people have posted online. I was screenshotting and then I went, wait a minute, each tweet has a link. And so I finally realized, oh, wait, I can just put the link in. So now I'm putting in the link for all the different tweets that are happening. So you can take a look at them and we'll house them in this one location so that afterwards, if you're like, hey, there was something that I saw, you can always come back to Global Maker Day, find the Padlet on our website here, and you'll be able to see the different activities. And Pareshi is one of the students who she's been tweeting out everything that she's made. So amazing, doing such a good job at everything. And there's so many classrooms that keep posting. Those are the memes and all, showing everything that they're doing. There's cute kindergarten kids who are using Legos and creating with what they're doing. So just all the different tweets that are out there. I keep looking at the Global Maker Day hashtag and at Global Maker Day. There's Lieutenant Fosbottom coming in again. So you can find all of this in one location on our Padlet, and then you can keep adding. Look how cute. Everybody's just doing some amazing things with the Rube Goldberg project. And I have a Rube Goldberg project my 4th graders do. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to show them the intro from Global Maker Day and let that teach them how to do it instead of me trying to come up with ideas to teach them what a Rube Goldberg project is. I'm just going to let the students teach them what it is. So here are the different kindergartners, again, 4th graders, checking out the different things that are going on. And you can find that again on our on the website for Global Maker Day.
I love it. Thank you so much, Nancy. Boy, you jumped in at the right time. We had a little bit of a Zoom breakdown, but thankfully one of our devices is hardwired. So we are good to go. We are still running strong and live. So we'll be back here shortly. But guess what? We have a very special presenter, Alex Parker. He's going to be sharing some great stuff that he's doing with the Nora project and accessibility. So we are super pumped to hear from him. And Alex, if you want to go ahead and unmute and jump in.
Yeah, I say I really appreciate the invite, and I'm so glad to be here. And my students are really excited about it too. So I'll do the quick intro, and then we'll just kind of get right into things. So I'm Alex Parker, and I teach 4th grade at Costa Avenue Elementary School, which is just outside of Chicago in Illinois. And I've been working with this really great group of 6th graders who actually, it's our lunch hour, and they've actually come to join me for this event. And I've been working with a lot of them since they were in 3rd grade. And we've really been focusing on ways to understand disability. And that's what our challenge is going to focus on today. So I'm going to share my slides now, and we'll just kind of go through it. Okay. All right, as seen, the challenge is to design an accessible and inclusive model of space for a student-led event. And so really the goal is to try to create some kind of model, whether that be 2D or 3D, about how you design an all-school event that's accessible and inclusive. And I think it's really important when thinking about this to think about what is it that we mean by the words accessible and inclusive. And so we've talked about this a lot, and we've talked about the idea of making sure that all students and teachers can come to the event. So you really need to think about the abilities that everyone has, because not everyone has the same set of abilities. And so you also need to think about the disabilities that students or teachers may have, and how your whole school event can really plan around and thinking about these potential abilities and disabilities that your students have. So to help you plan this activity, my students have prepared a video that should really get your brain thinking about what it really could look like to be inclusive in your setting. So I want to go to that next. And I'm just going to reshare just to make sure that we're looking at everything that I'm looking at. Great. Okay. So we'll start here with the video, and then I'll kind of come back and keep going from there.
Hello, we're 6th graders from Costa Avenue Elementary School. We also work with the Nora Project, a nonprofit organization that aims to promote disability inclusion by empowering educators, students, and communities. We're here to tell you about the ability inclusive mindset. The ability inclusive mindset has 3 core beliefs. Accessible spaces are better spaces, inclusive activities are richer activities, and every life has equal value and needs to be treated such. There are 3 core behaviors as well: intentional and creative planning, stepping outside of your comfort zone, and demonstrating empathy. Also things you need to think about to make your space more accessible. Will the students be able to get around safely? Think about those with physical disabilities. The environment should also be welcoming and supportive of sensory sensitivities. How can you make it easier to move around the room? How would you make your space more accessible if someone is sensitive to loud sounds or bright lights? How would you make it accessible for everyone to feel comfortable where they are sitting? What can you do to help people that cannot see as well as others or hear as well as others? There are things you should think about to make activities inclusive. Like, can everybody participate in the chosen activity? How can you make the activity inclusive to all? The activity be enjoyable for all. Will everyone understand the activity?
Here are some things you should think about and plan creativities.
What will everyone like to do? What will be something everyone will be included in? Feel left out. How can you make the students feel comfortable?
What can you do to make what you say memorable?
Do you know those friends who need extra assistance? Do teachers and classmates know the kind of support they can give?
Are you showing words and choosing fonts? See the font, color, and size you have chosen.
When you are planning an activity, are you planning it to make sure that everybody feels included and can enjoy it? That's what the ability inclusive mindset is all about. Have a great day and remember to include. Happy
Okay, and let me reshare my slides. And definitely a huge shout out to my sixth graders who are here, did an amazing job with that video. And I really appreciate all the work they put into that. So they talked a lot about the idea of the ability inclusive mindset. And Anna and Madeline talked us through that there are 3 core behaviors and there are 3 core beliefs that fit the ability inclusive mindset. And so we think about these core beliefs, it's the idea that accessible spaces are better spaces. So if a space is accessible, anyone can use it and they feel like that they belong. And the second is that inclusive activities are richer activities. And so when you have activities like this, all kids feel less like visitors and more like teammates because they're often working together and more often. And then the last part there is that all lives have equal value and need to be treated as such. And so we have to make sure we treat everyone with the dignity that they really deserve. And this is one that we've talked about a lot with my students, is that so many parts of our identity, or the parts that make us who we are, really determine the way that people tend to treat us in the world. And our identity can include kind of our gender or the country of origin that we're from, our skin color, the language that we speak, the way that we move, the way that our brain takes in information. And people tend to use our identity as a way to potentially treat us differently. And so we said it's really important that we focus on that. No matter what our identity is, that we're given the opportunity to be treated with the respect that we deserve. And that's a really important value in the ability inclusive mindset. And then also there are those 3 core behaviors that Madeline had the chance to talk us through about intentional and creative planning. And it's really important that you're really intentional with your planning, because people will and could feel left out if you don't really think through how to have your activity happen in a way that can include everyone. And the second one is stepping outside of your comfort zone. And it could be, and we'll talk about this more in a little bit, but it could feel like it's a little bit of a risk and you could feel a little bit uncomfortable spending time with someone who has a disability or whose identity might be different than yours. But the more practice that you get with this and the more opportunities you have to do this, inclusion becomes a reflex. It becomes something that you think that you should do kind of all of the time. And then the third one is demonstrating empathy. And this is a really, really big, not only a behavior that's in the ability inclusive mindset, but huge with the Nora project. And for these 6th graders, a lot of them have been talking about the idea of empathy since 3rd grade. And they've talked about it with me in terms of really just thinking about how can we put ourselves in someone else's shoes and how can we see their perspective? And so we'll talk more about that, but I think that's going to be really important to the planning of this activity as well. So let's get an even closer look at some of these behaviors. And so there are some points to ponder when we talk about this intentional and creative planning. And so in our video, Hazel mentioned planning for students with physical disabilities. And so when you're doing this, it's really important that you think about, can everyone access the space? If you're designing a school event, are there barriers to people with physical disabilities from actually getting to the space? Or what about once they're in it, what does that look like for them? And so, for example, at our school here at COSIT, we have a lot of our assemblies or all school events that take place in our gym. And to access our gym, we have to go down a flight of stairs and then kind of down another flight of stairs. And then additionally, a lot of our seating is actually just kind of based around bleachers. So whenever we have all school events, we have to think really creatively about the fact that not everyone can utilize those stairs. And that if we have some friends who have physical disabilities, having them sit on the top row of the bleachers wouldn't be the best idea. And then in the video as well, Julia talked about planning for students who have sensory sensitivities. And so when Julia was talking about the idea of sensory sensitivities, she was really talking about people that would be sensitive to the things that they experience with their senses. So some friends might not like very bright lights or loud sounds. And so you should make sure that you're planning your all school event or activity around this. So thinking about where you might sit these friends, or thinking about what are things that you can do to help manage their sensory needs. So being aware of these are really important. And then also in our video, Clara asked you to think about students who have either visual disabilities or hearing impairment. So if you have a visual or hearing impairment, it's important to focus on these aspects too, because if a student can't see as well as others, you should really stop and think to yourself, how can I plan this event in a way that they can still know what's going on? And so think about how you can make sure that they feel included in all of the fun things that you're about to do. And so maybe you're thinking about the seating arrangement. Maybe you're placing your friends who have a visual impairment somewhere closer to the front so they can see things. And also in our video, we used captions, but one of the things that we talked about when we had those captions was making sure that they were high contrast, meaning we were thinking about things that were black and white, because things that are black and white are the easiest for people to see. And so in a lot of times when we're thinking about planning, I've definitely made slideshows that have like literally every color of the rainbow, all of the Roy G. Biv. But that can be harder for some people to see because not everyone's eyes work exactly the same. And so when we've tried to make videos for all of our students, we've talked about making them in essentially high contrast of using black and white, which is what I tried to do here with the font here of having the black font on the white background. And then also for those who can't hear as well as others, Claire talked about the idea of using fonts in slideshows. And I want you to think about the video that we had those captions, and those captions are really helpful where if you have a friend who can't hear as well as perhaps you can, they can still know what's going on in the video and in your activity or in your all school event, because they can still read those captions. And so things like captions are a really small thing that can go a long way into making sure that your activity is very inclusive. And behavior number 2 is the idea of stepping outside of your comfort zone. And so I have an example here of what this could look like. And so we have Miles joins another classroom for recess each day. And he felt uncomfortable because none of the students understood sign language. But sign language is how Miles communicates. And Gwen is one of the students in the classroom, and she was nervous to be around Miles. So one day she saw Miles get out her favorite game, Connect Four. And so Gwen decided to take a risk and ask Miles to play by writing it down on paper. And Gwen and Miles have played the game every day since then. And while they play, Miles is teaching Gwen sign language. And so this is one of the things this is where students can really come into this, is that if you think about this example here, it was a student who was maybe a little bit nervous at first about approaching a classmate who had a disability and wasn't sure how it would go. But then when they chose to do that, they ended up making a friend that they could do so many things with. And so when you're thinking about planning your activity and planning an event, it's really important to think about how can you support friends into doing this activity or participating in it. And this is something that I think it's easy to just kind of just go about our day and say, well, okay, I'm going to spend time with my friends, and as long as we're having fun, we're good. But we want to make sure that everyone is really enjoying the event. And so let's say you have an all school event, or you're planning a field day, for example. And so before you think, oh, well, I don't know if I'm quite comfortable, taking a look and doing this and spending time with someone, think that I could make a really great friendship. And I could connect with someone that maybe I didn't think that I would have beforehand. And I want to go back one because I realized I skipped a slide along the way here. And behavior number 1, again, focusing on intentional and creative planning. Here is another great example of that. And so we have George, who really enjoys going to school and being with his friends. And sometimes George needs help with things like reading and writing at school. His teacher's always sure that George gets the tools that he needs to complete each assignment. And some of the tools George can use on his own, and some of the tools he needs help with. His teacher helps him a lot, but George really likes, he has a couple of buddies in the class that are always there to help him if he needs it. And so when I think about this particular slide, I actually think a lot about, in the video, Hazel asked us to think about, do the teachers and students know the friends who might need extra support? And this is really important when you're planning an activity. is, are you aware of your classmates and friends, your teachers? Are they aware of our friends who might need some support? For example, George might need some additional support to do things. But the important thing in here is knowing that George can do these things. And we talk so much in this space that I have with my 6th graders about the idea of, we call it presuming competence. And this we talk about in Nora project too, which just means thinking that someone can do something. Just because someone has a disability doesn't mean that they can't do something. So instead of, so when you're planning your event, your activity, your field day, instead of thinking, oh, my classmate with a disability can't do this, you should think, how can I plan this activity with them in mind that would allow them and everyone to participate? And so it could take some work from teachers, from students, from clubs, from people who are planning, but that's really what the ability inclusive mindset is all about, which is what Ellen will remind us about at the end of the video. And the third behavior here is demonstrating empathy, which Madeline had the chance to kind of first introduce to us as being an important part of this. And an example we have here is that Lola recently started at a new school. And Lola is blind, so it can be hard for her to get around a new building without help. And on Lola's first day of school, Fatima came over to ask if she needed any help finding her classroom. And lucky for them, they were in the same class. And Fatima has continued to demonstrate empathy to Lola by helping her when she needs it and by being her friend. And Fatima remembers being a brand new student, not being able to speak English. And empathy from others really helped her feel safe and welcome. And so when my class has talked about the idea of empathy, we've said, how can we put ourselves in someone else's shoes and kind of take the perspective or their point of view, even if we haven't had that experience? So I think a really great way that you can apply this to inclusivity and thinking about disability is, perhaps you don't have a disability, but think about parts of your identity and think about the parts of you that make you who you are. And perhaps you've been excluded or not been included because of a part of who you are, because of your gender, or because of the language that you speak, or because of what you believe in, or because of your skin color, or where your family comes from. And thinking about what that feeling might feel like. And so the goal is, if you're thinking, I know what it feels like to be left out, and that's a terrible feeling, and I don't want anyone else to have to experience that. One of the things that you can do to be an ally and an includer is, even if you don't have a disability, you can still think to yourself, I know what it feels like to be left out. Or I've had a friend who's been left out and they've told me how terrible that is. They're just left out because of a part of their identity, because our identity can really impact the way that people treat us. And so this is where you can utilize empathy. You can say, well, I don't want anyone else to feel what I felt. And so a way that I can make a change is that, even though I don't have the experience like Lola of having a visual impairment, that even though I don't have that experience, Fatima says, but I remember what it was like being new in a school and having to, learn English along the way. And so that was her using empathy to say, I can still help this friend. Even though I haven't had the same experience, I can still help this friend. And there's also those 3 core beliefs as well. And so the first one I want to look at is the idea about accessible spaces being better spaces. And as I was looking through these slides again last night, I realized how much I absolutely love this slide, because it's something that could be done every day, but sometimes isn't. And so here's the example of Matt. Matt loves basketball, and in school, he's able to independently get outside to recess with his classmates. And once he's outside, he can get to all the recess equipment like everyone else. And Matt's able to pick out a basketball and play with his friends. And Matt uses a wheelchair, but at his school, that doesn't prevent him from being able to participate in anything. His school community makes sure that all spaces are accessible. And so I think what I loved about this example is that Matt's disability doesn't stop him from doing the things that he loves and appreciates and wants to do. But that's because the goal of creating an accessible space was met. It was a space where he could have access to the things that he needs. And so that's really important when we're thinking about spaces, that there's this big difference between equity and equality. And equality is giving everyone the same exact thing. But not everyone might need the same exact thing. Sometimes we need to give people the things that they need or the tools they need to succeed. And so that's this great idea of equity. And so Matt is a perfect example of, the school is set up in a way that, even though he uses a wheelchair and perhaps many of his classmates don't, they can also play basketball together. And so when you think about your schools and thinking about those barriers to inclusion, you would think about, are there places in my school that are not fully accessible? And that could be a starting point, that if you're planning a whole school event, think about your lunchroom, or think about your hallways, or think about your classroom. and think about, are these fully accessible spaces? Can people move around and navigate these spaces and be able to do the task that's set out? And that's one way to really think about this. And the second belief is the idea that inclusive activities are richer activities. And so Anna talked us through this a little bit, introducing us to this, and I want to go a little bit farther with an example of Claudia. And Claudia really enjoys science activities, and sometimes the sound, smells, and other unpredictable things that can happen during science experiments can upset Claudia. And so this goes back to Julia's idea of those sensory sensitivities, that sometimes there are things that happen in the learning process that can be a little bit startling. And so for Claudia, at times, these things that are unpredictable can be upsetting. But so this year, Claudia's teachers and classmates worked together to set up the science classroom so that she felt more comfortable, and her lab partners know how to help her if something does begin to bother her. So Claudia has taught her classmates so much about science this year, and they all really enjoy being together more often. And so I think that's what's so huge about this, is that the activities that involve everyone are just better. And you know, once a learning space, in this example, once a learning space was set up for Claudia, she was able to thrive and learn the most effectively. And Claudia has a lot of great science skills that she was able to help her classmates kind of learn along the way too, because she could learn the most effectively. And so I think the big kind of takeaway point that I have for this slide is, when you include those with disabilities, everyone benefits, not just the disabled students. So it's important that we're remembering that we aren't just being inclusive and being includers because we're seeing like, oh, this is a really good thing that we should do, and it would be a nice thing if we included our friends with disabilities. Well, of course it's a nice thing, but I think what's really important here too is that everyone can benefit along the way, that everyone in the space can learn from each other, and it's not just friends who are able-bodied or neurotypical and don't have disabilities are benefiting by just doing something nice, that you could benefit too by learning something from your friends and classmates and peers who are disabled too. So I think the learning goes both ways, and that's what we mean when we say that inclusive activities are richer activities. And the third belief is that all human lives have equal value and need to be treated as such. And I talked about this a little bit in the intro of it, that parts of our identity, the parts that make us who we are, often determine the way that we're treated. And so focusing on the fact that we need to make sure that we treat everyone with a certain level of dignity is really, really important. And that can often be overlooked when it comes to folks who have disabilities, that because of their disability, a part of their identity, they can be treated differently. But it's important to focus on the fact that disability is a part of human diversity. It's part of what makes this world so diverse. Just as different languages and religion and race and ethnicity, all those things can be a part of what makes our world so diverse. So is disability. It's a part of that human diversity. And so we have an example here of Kia. And Kia needs help getting from place to place. And sometimes things take her a little bit longer to do, but that doesn't mean that she can't do them. And at her school, Kia is a part of the art club and chorus. So even if she does them differently, Kia has the right to do the activities she wants to do, because she's just as important and deserving as every other person in her school. And I think that last line is one that I think really sums this up for me, is that Kia is just as important and deserving as every other person in her school. So why shouldn't she be able to participate in all of the things that her school has? Think about that. If Kia is really passionate about things, right? Kia is really passionate about art and chorus, that her disability shouldn't be the thing that stops her from being able to participate. But that can often be the case if we don't have this ability inclusive mindset. And so I think this is a great chance to practice that skill of empathy that we talked about earlier. That if you think about your favorite school activity, or think about your favorite thing to do, and think if you couldn't do that because of a part of your identity, a part that makes you who you are, it wouldn't feel right, it wouldn't feel just, it wouldn't feel fair. And so that's kind of the big key here of this third belief. So now I've got about 2 minutes left. And so what I wanted to do is, I've done enough talking, but I have some great students, some grade 6th graders who would love to just kind of go over some last kind of questions to think about and points to ponder as you're going forward, even beyond Global Maker Day. Even if you've done this, if you have the opportunity to create this, all school event, or thinking about things that happen in your school, this would be a really great opportunity to just kind of think through these things. So I'm going to skip ahead a few slides, and I'm going to go to my last slides that I have here. And so here are some last thoughts from us here at CASET. Wait, come on.
Take a look around your school. Are there spaces that don't feel inclusive. Take your lecture.
Second one. There you go.
Think about activities you do in your school or at lunch or recess. Those are great practice for thinking about how to change things to make them inclusive.
Great, thank you.
Do you think you know how to make sorry. Do you think you know how to best support everyone in your school? If not, can you think of a teacher who may know how to?
Thank you.
Are there any teachers at your school that are really talented at adapting and changing things?
What will
You just read the last one together. Thank you.
What will you do to be an includer going forward?
Great, thank you. Okay, so it is kind of at the end of our time, perfectly timed out here. So I just wanted to thank everyone for giving a listen and starting to think about how you can make inclusivity a part of what you do, and how you can be an includer. It just kind of is something you do every day. So thanks to everyone who's participating, and thank you to everyone at Global Maker Day for this awesome opportunity. So thank you.
Alex, thank you so much. Your students are awesome. The concepts you shared were fantastic. It actually reminded me of the progress that Global Maker Day has made in time. You know, it's not something that every accessible feature that we've had available has come overnight. It's been a process that we've been going through. Mary Alice has had a big part of that. That was really her whole goal, and being part of Global Maker Day is the accessibility feature. Do you want to share a little bit about what you've been doing with Global Maker Day and the SDG projects?
Oh, well, we've just been, first of all, massive Nora project fan. So let's just start there. But this is the 8th Global Maker Day, and just to continue to add layers. And so for people that are joining us, it's step by step. It's continuing to say, what else can we do to be more inclusive and to make, today, to be able to showcase that makers, that this is for all students for making. And we've connected with, we're doing a month-long event around digital citizenship, how to use tech for good with the SDGs, solving real problems. And so today it's like a double dip day. We're spending today for DigCit SDGs, celebrating all makers. And so to have the Nora project inspire so many classrooms, it's got that ripple effect. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And if I have one other shout out, it is to my dear friend, Jordan Zimmerman, for being the ultimate, teacher and colleague and friend that I get the privilege to learn side by side with.
Yeah, I was going to say, 1, love Jordan. She's amazing. 2, thank you for the Nora project shout out. 3, I love that Global Maker Day is really thinking about this piece of inclusivity and just trying to think about how the event continue to evolve to include everyone. I think that's so amazing that that's the direction that y'all are headed, and that it's obviously very clear here, and kind of this feels like an inclusive space. And I'm so glad that we could just be a small part of this amazing thing that you all have going on here. So again, thank you.
Well, Alex, just so you know, we have pre-recorded sessions, one of them coming from the Deaf Technology Foundation in Nigeria. They did an incredible job. They had a translator there. They shared how to make your own hand sanitizer. It was just using code and using technology in general, and just creativity. So they shared, we were able to post those on our website. So that is something in those bunsies that you can go back and check that out and have access to in the future. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but we have the live transcripts going. Not perfect, certainly a step in the right direction. We have been dying to have somebody come and actually do
either translate. We've had in the past, we've actually had translations where
We've had a sign
Spanish
language, and we've had a sign language
session.
interpreter
Yeah.
during a session, not for the whole event, but
And
step
we've-
by step.
And we've had a Spanish Global Maker Day, all in Spanish, held through the Dominican Republic. And they hosted their event to be able to reach out. So our goal is obviously just to continue to spread out to everyone, and that everyone does feel included. So you coming in and sharing out what you're doing with the Nora Project and with your students, we're just so thankful. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you again. This is amazing. Yeah, the caption is the first thing I noticed when I got in the Zoom, and I was like, yes, this is what I'm about to talk about. I was like, this is exactly what we're going to get into. So yeah, amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. This is great.
Thank you. And I have to give a shout out to Amy Storer, who actually helped me solve this. We have been looking into solving the transcript, like the transcribing of the voice to text.
Yeah.
It's a hidden jewel in Zoom. It is like hard to find. So that is unacceptable. You know, that should be something that is obvious and available to everyone and have to go look for it. But I'm glad finally that they did release. For years, we are like, why is Zoom restricting us from having something like this? So
Yeah.
really excited. And thank you again, Alex. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, we have a very special class.
Okay. Yep. So this is where I come in. Getting close to Jamie. Okay. So we're about to present with a co-teacher of mine, Amy Heim. She is in her classroom today. And I am super excited to have the opportunity to come to Global Maker Day here live and be able to across, the US here. Up there's Miss Balboa. There's my principal. So I am here at Roper, and I wish I could bring every one of you guys. I love my students, but because I'm here, I can't see what you're doing unless you tell me. So let's see what's going on in Miss Heim's class.
Malia Good, please report to the library. Malia
Well,
Good, report to the
here is our first station. Let's go down a little bit. These guys are working with 3D pens to make their 3D shape. Isaac, do you want to tell them what you're doing?
Right now we're building the square pyramids.
Square pyramids. So you guys are working on 3D shapes using what?
3D pens.
3D pens. Which ones are you guys using?
3D
It's the doodlers.
Yeah, I love it. Is it hard?
That hard. Sometimes. It can be tricky at times, but not most of the time.
Yeah.
They have practiced with just the pens for about a week. So getting them used to them was pretty key to making this happen. So they have
I'm curious about how do they know what to draw?
How do you know what to draw?
Yeah, we just figure out what we find out, we use the net with the measurements, and then we do the same measurements with the square pyramid.
Can you hear him really well?
Yeah, we can. That's really good. What about on your piece of paper? I know that I see you kind of drafting and planning it out. Do you guys have it all specific? Did you use a ruler or something to line your sides really carefully, or did you just hand draw it?
We use lists to measure them, but we use centimeters as our unit.
Okay.
And that's one thing, since we have different groups doing different things, I didn't specify what unit they had to go in. Since when we go to the straw unit, you'll notice that you can't really measure in units of like centimeters because they have to do a unit of straws. So each group does have a different unit, but the same measurements.
Okay.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Okay, well, let's go to our next group. Our next group, they get Play-Doh, so same measurements. Oh, Ellie.
Hey, Mom.
Hi.
Is up. Today we're doing Play-Doh.
What are you guys doing with the Play-Doh?
We're finding, we're building a triangle and 4 triangles and a square. And finding the surface area.
Okay. Of each of the sides?
Yes. Well, yeah. First, you have to find the surface area of
Come over here, Mary Ellen.
what is up?
Get out what she said.
I get to hang out with the cool people, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie.
Hey.
I'm so happy we get to learn with you today.
Me too.
So, as you guys are building this with Play-Doh, how are you going to have it stand up without falling down? Or are you?
Pinching it. Creasing it. Yeah, we're gonna crease it. The two.
And you don't think it will collapse? Are you?
Collapse, but it will work. Well,
Yeah. You might have to build something underneath, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Are you guys measuring your surface area?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So
what-
you're measuring it out and identifying your, are you using a formula or are you doing piece by piece or how is that working? Oh, okay.
I wrote that.
Get the formula.
So a lot of people just using the surface area net from the review from 7th grade, because 7th grade just uses net, but then 8th grade uses the formula. So we'll go into the formula after we learn all the nets.
That's awesome.
Like review.
Very cool.
All right.
Thank you guys.
My mom.
All right, and then this group is actually even neater than I thought it would turn out because these are straws, but it's going to end up being huge. Let's see if we can get down a little bit further. Here we go. But theirs is a little bit more complicated, but when they did the straws, we made sure that we got a 3, 4, 5 triangle in there, even though they didn't really know what that is yet. So then that way they can connect. Does anyone want to explain here? Brody? Brody's the most talkative, so we're gonna go with Brody here. You good? So what are you doing?
So we're making a square pyramid. So this is 6 by 6.
This could be huge. Yes.
Which with the straws, we had to, since you have to bend them since they aren't straight, or they are straight. Since they aren't curved to where you can actually make the triangle. And so we had to add an extra one where that's actually 5 straws, even though it does make the height of that.
So there's been a lot of trial and error going on over there, playing around.
Definitely. We had to do a lot of trial and error to figure out what would be a perfect unit to make the slant of that triangle go. So that's why we use the 3, 4, 5. And we'll talk about that as well. We just haven't got there yet. But then that way, as you can see, Kendall in her hand, that slant is, so we didn't have to cut some straws because I don't think they would like it if we started cutting straws. So that's that one as well. And then when we finish connecting them, Sydney has 2 more triangles over here. So once they finish them all, which looks like they're about to be finished, they're going to connect them and it's actually going to be pretty tall for them. So this one will be the biggest yet, and then we can compare them all.
I like that you have different sizes for the same type of object. I was curious if they've been connecting the shape with any like real life objects, like what does that look like? Where would we find a square pyramid, for instance?
We have not got into that yet, that I know that when they were playing around with the 3D pens, what they did was one of them, let me show you this real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna pop you up real quick, but we had, I think it was Cammie that she's in Play-Doh, but I let them all play with the 3D pens. They were making cylinders because in pre-algebra, we go into cylinders, but they haven't used them yet. So she was making these so that we can eventually connect them and they can figure the height out there. We just haven't done them all yet.
Yeah.
But this one, as soon as they get it connected, we'll show y'all that one as well.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And then we have one more 3D pen group. Now they had the same measurements. And let me go get Isaac's group. All right, guys. We've got a hider over there, but here's Bo. I'm sure Bo's gonna know on the one. Yeah, Bo, you.
What you making, Bo?
So right now we're making the square pyramid like everybody else, and I'm making the base with yellow right here, and they're just making the triangles. We have only used with these a little bit because they are like the 3D prints are pretty easy to like set up, but they're kind of weird once you start using them. They might jam, might mess up, but we have still we figured them out enough just to get shapes that are basic or not so crazy.
So, hey, to learn how to use them, did you make anything unique?
We
Did you
like
start with shapes or did you start with making other fun items?
I just started drawing stuff like weird looking Pop Tart cat or mostly 2D objects. Or like 2D objects are the easiest just because you can just draw it. You can draw something else like banana. I don't know. But
Yep, love it.
And
So,
then-
and then you learn to build up,
and we
give
started
it some dimension.
Now, we usually just connect them at the lines. We really don't like build up off of it because a lot of times it just strings like that and it doesn't work real well. But we just make separate shapes and just connect them at the lines and it makes 3D shapes.
Can you get close, Miss Heim, to one of the 3D pens and show us the process of how it comes out and the difficulty of it?
Sure. It's kind of hot, but we'll use Bo's
Yeah.
over here. But there's 2 speeds on this one. We played with a couple different ones, but this is the fast version. It takes a second, but then it'll start going.
Sometimes you have to push.
Yeah, and that's the fast. And I'll tell you, I did not start on the fast, not because I'm older, but because when you're writing it, sometimes it's hard. So this is the slow version. And still the slow is still good, especially if you don't have a steady hand. But Bo is he's doing the corners so he doesn't have to fill in the whole thing. But then these pop off pretty quick. I'm throwing Bo's around. But we have this Global Maker one that hasn't been completed. Let's just say vacation happened, so we're working on
that is awesome.
And so we'll go back over this because the gray and the green. So by the 2 o'clock session, we'll have this one.
Oh
I love it.
That is so cool.
And then
can't
I'll show you the difference because this is the first 3D pen group, which they're done. And you can tell how this group is still working on those, but their bases are in different units. So therefore it's going to look completely different.
Yeah.
And then you have these 2 over here that are super happy. This one will let you know she made this cute little dinosaur. And then Evie.
That is so fun.
Yeah. So, yeah, and so those are all the groups and Evie's finishing the sides of her triangle. I'm going to show yours. So once
I like how you did the base as yellow. Do you want to explain why that you did that?
Anyone want to explain that?
Because she told us to.
Sorry, that's my sass. I'll let Bo explain that one.
We're doing the base yellow because yellow is what is a lot easier to see and it makes it where you can tell distinctively that's going to be the base because it's yellow and everybody else is going to do yellow as the base. And that's what it's going to be normally. And it also, because whenever we do notes, we highlight the base in yellow. So it kind of is like the same thing as highlighting it, but also kind of not.
Well, that definitely affects your, your formula, where your base is, right?
Right.
So we collaborate across the grades and we try to always make sure that the base is yellow. So that way, as kids are identifying on a 2D object, the base, the 3D object as a 2D object, where the base is. So when Ms. Heim started doing this, she's like, I think I'm going to have them start doing the base yellow. So it's kind of helping them, as they're developing that mindset, being able to understand when they're looking for the base, what they're looking for. So it was great thinking on Ms. Heim's part. So, hey, real quick, Anime. So I really like your creation. I know that you started with the cat. Is it still right there? So you still... Anime was one of our beginning, let's learn how to use a 3D pen, like let's all jump in. And we're sitting over there trying to figure out how to operate the basics of it. And this sweet baby has created a cat. And I'm like, okay, we just need to start creating stuff. So them freehanding and playing. So do you still have?
Well, this is not the actual cat's head, but this is the cat's name.
The cat's name?
The cat's name.
I'm so
Oh,
unbelievably
look at
impressed.
that.
All right, Michael Drezick is on our call right now. Michael Drezick, I don't know if you're in a place where you can hop on, but I remember when I first got 3D pens in my district. Do you remember that I tried to build the Eiffel Tower and I said, this is what it's supposed to look like, and this is what it looked like, and it was like a glob of like just crazy. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the things I think with these things is you got to have the patience and persistence and be okay with it not turning out perfectly. But I think there's so much power in what these things can do.
Yeah, that's so true. Do you guys have 3D pens in your district as well?
We can rent them we can borrow them on loan from one of our regional services and get them in a kit, and then we can do activities with them. I remember when we had tried making we tried replicating the t-shirts with the logo as well with the 3D doodler pens when Global Maker Day was here at Lakeshore.
Yeah, that's crazy. Were they successful?
We had to put stuff inside of it to make it stable.
Uh,
This right here is a marker. We put Play-Doh lids to keep it up. And then
Look at that creativity.
Oh, but you should see the other side, the side that I can see that you can't.
Oh, we have to see this.
I can't do that. That would be broke. But look, we might
collapse.
we're gonna name it Bob.
I love it. Love it.
This is our creation.
And the bottom is the base
Yeah.
where it's yellow, but you can't really see it.
It almost looks like a hat for Halloween, like
Yes.
a witch hat. I
It
don't know.
does.
Like it has like a little leaning almost.
One of our figure. Are you making fun of my figure, Mom?
What? Yes. You have a funny creature that you created, you do. All right. Well, let me ask you guys this. Would it be harder to measure it while it's an actual 3D shape? So if you were looking for a surface area, is it harder as a 3D shape as opposed to what you guys have up there where it's all laid out in the net form or each of the shapes? Which way is harder?
This way.
This way.
Why?
Because you have to like play with it and like you don't know it's gonna work out, and every time you like cut it, another side gets lower, so it's like different every single time.
But now that it's actually built, which one would be harder to figure out your measurements to know what the surface area is?
I would still say this one because since they're all put together, you might forget to measure something. Yeah. And you might not realize it because it's not all laid in front of you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's a good point.
And so all of them have done their triangular prism or square pyramids, but that first group is actually going back to their cubes now. But I was going to piggyback on y'all were talking about the Eiffel Tower. In the book that comes with it, they have an Eiffel Tower that you can do. And I think I was talking to Jamie about that, but this, if you blew it up to make it bigger, it would be easier for the kids to do. So they do have templates in there as well, in the doodler one. So those were kind of cool.
That sounds like a year-long project.
Well, for some kids can handle it. Depends on which class.
That's so cool.
Ellie can handle it. She's got math homework all year.
And if she does, then I can help you out, baby girl. I got you.
So I'm going to move back over to the first one. And they are doing theirs. Chase has already drawn his net. Right. And they have all their shapes here. So they should be getting that one together pretty quick.
And so are we all working on one shape together? Or are we each doing an individual?
They're all making their own shapes, it looks like.
We're all working out one shape, and then once we get one of them. Yes, because
Like each group seems to have a different shape that they're working on. Some are square pyramids, some are
Well,
cube.
yeah, this one was a square pyramid. Their first thing was to do a square pyramid first. And then since they've done their square pyramid, now they're on the cube. But they're all working on the same one because when we tested it out with a couple of kids, it took a lot longer for the kids to do one together. So since we only had 25 minutes, we actually started the kids, I'd say about 20 minutes early, so that you could actually see some of the shapes and then see them go into at least completion of 2.
Okay, so with them working together, it causes a lot of conversation and collaboration and for them to think through. So I've really loved anytime that there's great conversation happening with the groups and the math groups. All right, how's our floor looking?
They are almost taped up. Well, Sydney's super relaxed here. Here we go. All right, so
Okay,
what's
so we're starting at the bottom and we're going to bring it up. How awesome is this?
now we have not done this one, so that's why it's still a little foreign to them. Now, we've practiced building shapes with the straws, but not this one. So that's why we had to go with tape because we were not prepared for that, but we're gonna figure it out. So it looks like we're about there.
That's what making's all about.
Which one's on top of that one?
And then let me grab the difference of all the triangles minus the Play-Doh one.
It seems like they would need to have something like they had to do with Play-Doh to add some kind of stability in the center.
Yeah.
Okay, so do y'all want to try?
Like maybe that chair.
Straight up right in the middle? From your center? Sure, I'm sure Brody's right arm could help. Like that one. You know, hold Sydney's and then Sydney can. Yeah.
Okay, with the straws, do we find that it's easier to use and create smaller shapes?
Say that again.
So when you're using the straws, do they find it easier to create smaller shapes versus expanding to those larger sizes?
Brody said definitely.
Definitely.
Well,
And hey, thank you, Brody, for stepping out and trying the challenge
Yeah.
of getting it larger so you can have that.
She said, thank you for stepping out and making it larger so you can see that. No, now they can make a cube really quick. Like if Brody, once he gets done, because he's gonna help Kendall here. But he can make that cube really quick. That's why I didn't make them do the cube first, since he had done it on this one. But I think this one may be easier just visually looking at the nets, but seeing it together is really cool. But then, oh, Evie's almost done with their other one, and then you can compare all 3 different units together.
Well, and the challenge that you all are facing right now is that you need to, your challenge for this particular session is connecting these 3D objects to real life objects. So it'd be interesting if any of the students can think about things that they've seen, or even in your own, in your classroom or around the school, that they can relate those objects to.
Okay, so did y'all hear that? She's saying, what can you think about?
I love
this
the problem
object?
solving and collaborating.
What it can
See how
connect.
they made the bottom, they gave the stability in the corners to be able to
Yes.
have it, the structure. I was wondering about that before.
Too tall, but that's okay. But you can just connect it.
This one doesn't come in quite because that one's.
Yeah. So it may be a little bit to where it's coming down, and that's okay.
All right, well, Amy, we're gonna let them
just
play
figure
with
it
that for
out.
just a minute. If you
Yep.
want to show us real quick those 3D
Yeah.
doodler finished products.
Yes. Well, that's what I was trying to show, like all three comparison. I didn't give them, you know what? I'd like to show you the Play-Doh one, but it got destroyed. But just the difference in not giving them what units. And I don't know, visually, I like it better. Like you can see this one, even though it's not completed. And I feel like they will like this one more. This one takes a little bit longer, but these are actually pretty cool and it's pretty stable. I mean, I can whip
Yes.
it, it doesn't work. Now they have, some of them have made things like Anime has made things just because I take them home. Some of them stay after school making like their own little things just to make sure they're more stable. But as for making these, it's pretty cool. So let's
That's
go. We'll
amazing.
ask, ma'am.
That's amazing. I'm blown away with the designs they've been able to make with those 3D pens.
Yeah, and the
a week time. Yeah.
Well, the ones with the Play-Doh, what's really cool is like Aaliyah was just doing, and you didn't see her, but she was literally chopping it with the side of this just to make it a little bit more even. My goal was to get a rolling pin this weekend to flatten it. Theirs probably would be better if we hardened it, like set it outside for 24 hours and then came back. That would have worked on this one as well. But since we're just doing it in 25 minutes, we just made it work here. So what objects in the school do you think that you could connect with making 3D square pyramid? Like what square pyramids do you think you could have in the school?
Like just in the school, like.
Yeah, like if you look at the trash can over there, it's a cylinder. So have you seen like square pyramids or cubes, since we're on cubes now?
Think about the playground.
Well, they're not, but even in front of our
It's at the school.
cafeteria,
Yeah.
what is in front of the cafeteria? The bell tower.
Yeah.
Oh, and also.
So, okay.
It's not a base, but.
Oh, did you hear that one? That one was the great one. The fish pond area, right above the fish pond, it goes up for the glass.
Yeah, the glass.
The roof line there, absolutely. Okay, well, hey, Amy, we are going to cut out. I have Thomas waiting to show us some great things.
We'll
I
see you
hope-
soon though.
Yeah, and I hope to hear more about this whenever I get back on campus on Thursday.
That sounds good.
Thank you guys.
Bye, bye, Mom.
That's you, Kimmy. Bye.
All right, so we have Thomas right now sharing. We are going to go ahead and get Thomas going here. Thomas and Mary Alice, where are you guys?
Right, so we are in one of our maker workshops outside our STEM department chairs office space. So I don't know how many teachers would love to have this, but here's her office back here. And then we've got our workspace right out here with a lot of our 3D printers. And when we use 3D printers, we're using them for a lot of different purposes. We find tons of things to use them for, incredibly helpful. We have these great sets of Dremels. We also have a Creality as well. But this is one that, just to give you an example, one of our stage shows, our new stage shows, is called STEMtastic Science. And so we have a STEMtastic.
I might have to put that on your head.
You got to do it. You got to do it. You got to.
Here we go.
So John, and so he uses a lot of props and things for showmanship in his stage shows. And so he needed a gear for his STEMtastic cane. And so he's 3D printing another one right here, right now. So we use our printers, like I said, not just for toys to play around with for fun, but like when we do our story-based lessons, we do a lot of our stories here, our labs are immersive stories. And so one is called the 5th grade Forces in Motion lab called the Spy Academy. And you're learning how to, learning about the properties of forces in motion and helping our secret top agent, Duplo Roper, escape from the clutches of the evil Doc Ollie on his island fortress. And so we needed these models of the island for Doc Ollie. For Doc Ollie, his lair is, super villains always have their lair at the top of a mountain, right? And so Roper was trapped. And so one of the components of this lab is they had to guide him down the mountain. These things you can't buy off the shelf. And so a lot of our stories, we make the props for them ourselves. So this was a model that we made that we could use for telling that story. Also, things like back during when the pandemic first began, we were making these mask holders for local hospitals that would help take the pressure of the straps off their ears. And we had a lot of requests coming in from those, so we were using those. And then even things like fidget spinners for students, and little things like key rings for volunteers. So we do a lot of things with our creativity and imagination using 3D printers. We have a fantastic summer camp called Mad Lab, and it's all 3D printing. Kids come in with no experience whatsoever, and they leave printing something that they've of their own design, actually multiple projects after the course of a week in this half day camp. It's a lot of fun. We run it for like 3 weeks during the summer, and all the printers are going. I love going up there. We teach them the design thinking process. We actually put them to work in solving some problems like we need new door stops, specially designed door stops for some of the doors in our building that weren't regular door stops weren't working. So the kids had to prototype them, design them, put them in Tinkercad, print them up and make them. And as a staff, we voted them the best ones. We actually now use those.
That's
So
so awesome.
Producers for 3D printers that we take advantage of.
I love it. I just love the fact that Roper Mountain reflects so many different maker activities and so much diversity in how we make. And this is another example. Actually, what was our #1 requested or #2 requested topic for Global Maker Day?
Was 3D printing.
3D printing. People were very interested to learn more. So the more that we can share and give exposure. I know that you have, I think, 3 different or 4 different variations of 3D printers. You tend to go back to the ones you really love and has been the best choice, the easiest, the most consistent, I'm sure. But that's so cool. And I know we're right at 1:31 right now. So I want to give our next presenters, thank you guys so much. And we have our next presenter here that coming in, rockin' Rube Goldberg machines, Amanda. And we're excited, Amanda, if you want to go ahead and join in and unmute, we'll get your classroom started. I'm really excited. I will say your challenge, Amanda, this is like one of my favorite things here, is being able to build a Rube Goldberg machine using only tape and recyclable materials. But you also have a really creative way of looking at how to build. So I think that this is going to be a great opportunity for people to be inspired as learners. And Amanda, we'll let you just take it away.
All right, great. Well, hello. Thank you very much for having me as well. And yes, we do Rube Goldberg machines here at our school. Actually today, Global Maker Day, everybody is making today. So we have lots of making going on, lots of different things. Kids get to choose what kind of making they're going to do. I'm going to share my screen here just so you can see. Make sure I've got that real quick. All right. And hopefully I did that correctly too, so we can, there's some sound in this because there's some videos too. So our students, our 4th graders actually are working on a big Rube Goldberg machine project, and it takes us a while to do it. But we also start off by making little ones. So we'll show you how in 45 minutes, we've made some really great, fun Rube Goldberg machines, but you can also make it a larger project. So I'll talk about both of those things. So let's get started. We're going to talk a little bit about who Rube Goldberg was, if you don't know, what his machine is, how we make the machines, and why everybody should make Rube Goldberg machines. So Rube Goldberg was actually a cartoonist, and he lived back in the 1800s, and he created all of these crazy contraption machines that were really impossible, really. They were just drawings. But so here's an example of one of them. And he liked to use Professor Butts as his main person. And he would just do these really crazy, wild Rube Goldberg machines that really probably we don't have the physics to do in real life yet. I don't know. But he would make these machines, and they were all sketches and drawings. And what we do now, lots of people do this, is they make their own Rube Goldberg machine. So here are some examples of ones we've made, bigger ones in the past. We've got the one on the left here as the one that we've got that was kind of a longer term project, and the one on the right was one of those shorter term projects, just with some things that we had lying around. So you know, you can make your own Rube Goldberg machine, and we encourage you to go do that, and we'll show what we've done too later on. But you know, create a Rube Goldberg machine, so it has to perform a simple task. So I've got some possible tasks, but really you're not limited to that. Your Rube Goldberg can perform any of these tasks. The ones we were working on, the little ones we were working on, knock down bowling pins. So that's fun. We've got some little tiny bowling pins and marbles, and that's the goal, is to knock down some bowling pins. But here are some materials you can use. You know, we've got dominoes, you can use cups, you can use marbles, paper plates, anything like that. So totally up to you how you want to do that. Anything you have laying around the house, old toys, car tracks, the sky's the limit, really, anything you find laying around. And when we talk about Rube Goldberg machines, we're really talking about, or we as fourth graders make them using simple machines. So we talk about potential and kinetic energy. We talk about these 6 simple machines, and then the students have to include and incorporate some of those simple machines into their projects. And here are some pictures, and you saw the short little videos of how the students have incorporated some of these 6 simple machines into their designs. So we just like to have lots of fun as we're doing that. We also use the design thinking process. So here's the design thinking process that we use here at our school. We start by asking, what is the problem? What are the limits? What information do we need? So this is where we do a little bit of our research. And you know, just thinking about the different materials that we have, we kind of explore that, and we imagine some possible solutions. So once we've kind of played, this is where we start to play with some of the materials, see how they work, how we can use them, and then we start to plan. So they draw it out, they label it, they can analyze what they're doing, they can design it, they start thinking about the materials that they might want to use, and then they build. Once they've got a good plan and they've kind of thought about all of the information that they've gotten, then they can try it. They build it, they go back, they test it, they improve it, they look at what's working, they look at what's not working, they think about how can they improve the design, and the way that we kind of we'll give some advice too on how we start it. We like to start at the end, really what's the final task, and work forward to see, you know, to make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. And then finally, we find a way to present it to the world. So we don't just keep it to ourselves. And so we'll talk about different ways that we do that as well. So we also really love to build Rube Goldberg machines because it lets us work on the 4 C's: creativity, you know, coming up with ideas, finding different ways to use the material, thinking differently about how we can use the material, and if something's not working, how do we creatively go back and problem solve? And that brings us into critical thinking. Are we asking good questions? Are we solving those problems? Are we persevering through the challenge? And maybe how are we taking unrelated, you know, materials and using them to make a cohesive Rube Goldberg machine? We also, we work on communication. Students work in groups, so being open to other people's ideas, being able to share your ideas effectively, and, you know, just really when someone's saying something, how do we respond to them? Like, do we respond and, oh, wow, that's a great idea? Or, oh, that makes me wonder, so just bringing in more questioning, collaborating. So being cooperative with each other, patient, especially when we're building and sometimes things aren't going the way we want them to. Are we being patient with each other and showing empathy for the people who maybe are having a more difficult time with their building? And really at our school, we have 5 C's. So the 5th C is citizenship. And so when we're working on that C, we kind of like to work.
Hey, Amanda, I apologize to interrupt you, but we all just went crazy when you said the 5th C. Alice was like, wait a minute, it's the 5th C. They could have citizenship. And so when you did that, we all just went nuts. So
everyone knows the 4 C's, right? And that's what everyone talks about. But we like to have a 5th C as well too. So are we empathizing with others in our group? Are we aware of what's going on outside of our personal little bubbles? Are we being honest? Are we being trustworthy? Are we protecting our environment? Respecting ourselves and each other in the environment. So we really, where do we see problems that we might be able to fix? And so citizenship is one of we have a 5th C. So, and I saw earlier today that they had 5 C's in an earlier presentation too, that they talked about. So yes, we definitely have 5 C's that we like to be aware of and kind of be mindful of as we're working through our challenges, all of our challenges that we do. So if we're doing this long-term, here's kind of the timeline that we use for our project. We start with the ask, where we're asking questions and doing some research and figuring out what a Rube Goldberg machine is, what science goes into it, what are our abilities that we are able to, and our talents that we're able to include in our projects. We imagine some ideas, we plan it out, we share it. We actually share ours with experts, and we have high school students who come on down because they do a Rube Goldberg machine project as well, but theirs is not just using simple machines. And they come as our mentors, and they work with our 4th graders and helping them in the design and a little bit in the building process too. So once we've got a good design, we build. We also like to work with other engineers, particularly mechanical engineers and additive engineers who zoom in with the students, and kind of they get to share their designs, and then they come back and work with them during the build process too, to kind of help them troubleshoot and things like that. And then of course, in the end, how are we going to share the work? And we'll talk about how we choose to share our work later. The students, the setup of the larger project is they're going to first be able to restate what the problem is, kind of explore what can we do, what can't we do, what materials are available, what is some vocabulary we need to have, what questions do we have about the project, but also about Rube Goldberg machines. And then we imagine some solutions we love to watch. There's so many great Rube Goldberg machine videos on YouTube. So we get out there, we explore those. We kind of imagine what parts we like to use or would like to try to use in ours. We play with the materials, because that's a way that we research, is playing with the materials. And we read, we do a little bit of reading on like, what are simple machines and how can we use those and incorporate them into our Rube Goldberg machines. So here are some students in the explore phase, looking at some of the materials that we have available in class, playing around, just seeing how do they work. We've got a student down here exploring how he might use like levers in his Rube Goldberg machine with the dominoes, and we have a marble run. They really like to play with the marble run at this point too. So, and And then they start to plan. And before they just go drawing, they think about, we stop and we think and we reflect, you know, how can we share it outside of our class? And our class is called Discovery. And how much space do they need? What challenges might they encounter? How do they plan to overcome those challenges? And we also think about like, so that's the kind of the mindset, but then we're thinking about like the stuff too, like what materials might we use in our Rube Goldberg machines, and how is our Rube Goldberg machine, you know, when we go out with a bang, how can we go out with a bang? Like what's going to be the big finale, right? Once we finally accomplish what we want to. And then how many steps? And some students, they start off and it's okay with 11, 12, 13 steps, which is a very lofty goal, but that's okay because we work backwards and we go step by step. And see how many we can accomplish by the time we're done with our project. They sketch, we plan, we label everything. We also label it just like Rube Goldberg did with the A, B, C, D and the arrows pointing in directions of the way that whatever it is moving. They list 2 pros, what are the 2 best features of their design, and 2 cons, what are the parts of their design that might cause them to struggle. They get peer feedback from 3 different colleagues in the room. And once they've done that, then they can come and I'll let them, they get to start building. Feedback, we talk about like, it's really nice to say, hey, that's a great design, but it's not really helpful. So when we're giving feedback, are we like giving information that's going to help others? Or help our partners and our friends and our colleagues improve their design. So here we have some students working, this is where we had some high school students come in and they explain their designs to them and they kind of help them, you know, anticipate some areas that might be a struggle. Here are some students also, like I said, they get onto a Google Meet with an engineer. They share their designs that way as well. Get some feedback before they start building just to make sure that they've got a good solid design. And finally, they're building. And when they're done building, or as they're building, we stop at least 3 times. They should be reflecting constantly, and we talk about that, but we actually stop and do full-on reflections at least 3 times throughout our project, just to see what's working, what's not working, what do we need to improve, what's our next steps, where do we go from here? And we bring back our engineers and they get to come and work with the students, which is a lot of fun. They really do enjoy having someone there to help them through the process. And finally, we're going to launch it to an audience. So they think about how are they going to share this outside of the 4 walls of our classroom? They can make videos that we can post on social media. We've used, students have used Book Creator, and they kind of make a virtual book where they share the whole process with videos of the Rube Goldberg's working. There's a Rube Goldberg contest that some students may choose to join on rubegoldberg.org, which is a lot of fun. And so they just have all different ways that they can share their ideas outside of our classroom. And if you don't have the supplies, that's okay. Rube Goldberg was a cartoonist, so you can create a sketch. So here's some sketches that students have chosen to do in the past. You can create on Minecraft. So here is a video of one. I hope you can hear it.
It will be our 3rd attempt at having to launch this rocket. So my contraption is, well, launching the rocket, as you heard. The way that this works is this sends a chain reaction through here all the way to here, which should push this thing and have this observer detect it, which launches this rocket thing. And we've been having some troubles with the rocket actually moving, but I think that I fixed it. Please leave. I want you in the blast zone. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Yes, it is working. It's flying. We have left a little bit of the module behind, but it is flying. I could put a sheep on top of here. Actually, I'm going to do that. I'm so excited. This is amazing. Thank you.
So building Rube Goldberg's is also super fun because when it works, it's so exciting. And as you heard in the video, sometimes it takes multiple attempts to get it to work. But that was done in about 25 minutes. So you can build a really simple one on Minecraft. You can build a really elaborate one on Minecraft as well. And then, there we go. We have actually built Rube Goldberg machines in about 45 minutes. And so here is a little video of some students' work. And then I also have students here who would like to show you in real life what they've been working on with their Rube Goldbergs. So.
It's going to be weak, and it's probably going to fall down in a matter of minutes. Like right after you go for like a Coke or a drink, it's going to fall down. When you're making a Rube Goldberg machine, sometimes you're like, oh, I can't get this right. So I say just never give up, and if it gets hard, just keep on going.
The most important thing to think about while building a Rube Goldberg machine is to test it and make sure it works.
And failing is part of the process, so you should always accept that. Always fail forward. If you don't know what that is, that means when you fail, keep going and don't give up. Or have multiple plans in case one doesn't work. So you always want to work from the end to the start because it works better. When you're building, make sure to run it every time you add a new thing or fix a new thing to make sure it works before you add all the other details and stuff you want to add. Communicate and collaborate, because that will be one of the main things that will help you succeed.
The most important skill to be able to use in an RGM project is collaboration, so you can collaborate with your group and your project doesn't fail.
Creativity, because you need to make sure you have great design. You also need to make sure you have a good space to create your project in. Never give up and keep trying. Those are just a few tips that I think you need to design a project. Thank you.
So that was just some advice from our fourth graders who are working on a bigger project, but started off just small, just explore. That was part of the explore process is let's make a little one. Let's see what works and what doesn't work so we can make bigger ones. And then, just some resources too. We there's a book, it's called Just Like Rube Goldberg. And that's just the story of Rube Goldberg, but it's got some great images of his actual work in there. We have some books just about constructing chain reaction machines. We watch YouTube videos. We look at past projects, so videos of what students have done in the past. We call on the expertise of others like electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, additive engineers, student mentors. And so we really love Rube Goldberg machines. We have so much fun. And I've got a few right here that our fifth graders chose to work on them today during Global Maker Day. They've had lots of choices of different things they can make today. And so I've got a few right here and I will show you. You guys ready? You got one working? Yeah, let's do this one. All right, we've got some.
Go like that.
Here we go. Let me see. First of all, I think I need to figure out how to turn off my virtual background. I don't know if I can do that. Here we go. Yes. Okay. So first, we've got a machine right here. All right. Let's see if we can get that all in there. They're going to get it going. All right. Go ahead. They're going to knock down some bowling pins. Oh, that's okay. We can try again. All right. Someone said that sounds like me. Saying that's okay. We can try again. No, it is me. Yay! We knocked down the bowling pins. And here we've got another. You girls ready? No. You know, you're not ready yet? Is anybody else ready to show off the Rube Goldberg machine? All right. We're going to take them over there. Just excuse me while I'm coming through. We're going to see what works. Oh, it didn't. So, well, that's okay. We can do another try if you want to watch, or you guys think you got one ready? Yes. All right, let's see. All right, hold up. All right, let's see. What have we got going on here?
Ready?
All right, let's do it. Hold on. That's okay. It's all part of the process, right? Yeah, just like our fourth graders gave us as advice, is that it's all part of the process. Well, we're really glad that you were able to, or thanks for listening and having us join you. We really love sharing the fun stuff we do. And if you have things that you're making, share it with us, because we love looking at Rube Goldberg machines. We love everything. So.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Your class is doing a fantastic job. The presentation slides were spot on. Lots of really inspiring pieces of information for our schools, for our communities, and definitely just spot on. We were really excited to hear from you. You could see yourself here in the background.
Oh, geez. That looks really big.
And thank you again for joining Global Maker Day. We had a great time listening to your session.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right. We are excited to share a special spot that our on-site team is sharing right now. I'm going to let them give a little bit more information, but Thomas, if you want to hop on, there they are. Let's go ahead and get you guys spotlighted for everyone to see.
Awesome. So thanks, Jamie. We're very excited to bring you to a place where many major discoveries have been found in the past through a piece of equipment known as a telescope. We've talked about some maker challenges today with the Webb telescope, but we have one that's pretty spectacular ourselves. What we have at Roper Mountain Science Center here in the Daniel Observatory is the 8th largest refractor telescope in North America. I'm gonna try to get over here so you can see it a little better. It's so large, it's hard to see the entire thing. So this telescope was built in 1883 for Princeton University. It was designed by, at that time, the world-class telescope makers called Alvin Clark and Sons. And this telescope was used by Princeton for astronomical research until the early 1960s. We've housed this telescope here at Roper since the 1980s. And it's been such a blessing because people actually come from all over the world to see this telescope. It's a tremendous honor to be able to help steward the history of this telescope. And one interesting thing to note is that this telescope is known as the War of the Worlds telescope because in the radio broadcast play in 1938 by Orson Welles, they went live to Princeton University, live. Okay, it's part of a radio drama, but they went to Princeton University to speak with an astronomer there who was looking at Mars through this telescope. And this actually was the telescope that was referenced at that time. There really were people that drove to Princeton from the community there to go to this observatory at Princeton to find out what was happening and to look through the telescope themselves. Well, if you live in our area, even if you don't, you want to come, because we, like I said, we have people come from all over the country just to see this telescope. We're open every Friday night to the public in our planetarium and within the observatory as well for stargazing. So it's called Friday Starry Nights, and you get to see a planetarium show as well as stargaze through this incredible piece of history. So can't wait to get on some later and see your telescope inventions, creations, but we just wanted, while we were here, to share this piece of history with you.
Well, we still have about one more minute, Thomas. I would be interested for you to show them the side of that telescope.
Yeah. Great. So the telescope itself is actually, well, today we control it with real quick. We control it with a computer system today, and it's all electronic. And we literally can point and click on a monitor and go, the telescope will move to wherever we point. But originally it was controlled by this intricate piece of clockwork along with weights that are still in the base of this telescope. And this is how they accounted for precession of the Earth. So, you know, you're going to observe a star for some period of time while the Earth's moving. And so the telescope has to move slightly with it, with the Earth. And so to be able to do that, this clockwork controlled that. And what was a cool piece of the story is that when we got the telescope donated to us by the Navy in the early 1980s, the clockwork was at the Smithsonian. And so our education director contacted them and said, hey, we have the telescope, you have the clockwork. What about bringing them back together? And so the Smithsonian gave us a permanent loan of this historic clockwork to go along with this historic telescope.
That's so cool, Thomas. Thank you so much for sharing. Come on back because we got a lot of crazy things to do this afternoon. And I know we're getting ready to get started with our next presentation with Nicole. Nicole is joining us from France, and she is going to be sharing another, like we said, a very interesting topic that has a lot of requests on, and that is coding. So she's doing a really cool one on create your own adventure for coding. So Nicole, I thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing good. Great. Okay, wonderful. My mic works. Hi.
So good to see you. And I know that we've been tweeting out from Global Maker. There's been so many incredible makers and artists today. And so I really hope that during your session, they'll know about our collaboration this month, because it would be really fantastic to get everybody that is making and creating with us today to be part of the Use Tech for Good art contest. I think it would be fantastic. So I don't know if you want to talk about it now, you want to talk about it at the end, but I just wanted to say hi, and it's wonderful to see you.
Hi, Mary Alice. Yeah, let's talk about that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and pull up our art contest page. So our art contest, we have 5 total, and the first one we're launching off with Use Tech for Good. So all you have to do is go to elementary.com/art contests. And here under Use Tech for Good, you can see a little bit more, but you just click on Learn More and Submit. And then you would click on the student classroom submission in order to submit as a student or as a classroom. There are prizes for both individual student and classroom submissions. So go ahead and do that, and make sure to do that before October 24th. And then some of the contest awards are a classroom pizza party of $70. You have different gift cards or art sets that are available as well. And also, we also have a random winner, because I do believe that you should submit even if you don't think you're an artist, because we want everyone to just be creative. And artwork does not have to just be digital artwork. You can draw something and take a picture. You can create something 3D and take a picture of that as well, and submit that work as art, because art doesn't just have to be, just drawing or painting, but it can be much, much more, and much, much more about making as well. So yeah, I'm glad to be here again. And today we're going to be talking about a really fun topic, which is choose your own adventure stories. And before we jump into actually writing and coding choose your own adventure stories, I really want to talk about something called nonlinear storytelling. And this is a game design concept. And that is because we have different types of stories, okay? So we have what are called linear stories, and these are our normal stories that we read. The picture books, the chapter books we read at school, our textbooks, things like that. Then we have branching stories and parallel paths. So we're going to go over that really quickly before we jump right into creating our own choose your own adventure story, which is a nonlinear story. So linear stories have a beginning, middle, and end. They have a step 1, step 2, step 3. And no matter how many times you read this story, you're going to read it in the same way every single time. Now, branching narratives, though, are special because we have choices. So when I was a kid, we had the choose your own adventure books. Nowadays we have games, which are a lot more fun in my opinion. But in these, we have choices. So this can be, do you choose to, I don't know, go somewhere, or do you choose to say a certain thing? Things like that. And we'll take a look at a couple stories on how this works. And what's special about branching narratives is that there are multiple endings. So it doesn't just have to have a single ending, but it can have like a good ending, a bad ending. It can have an ending that is a surprise. It's really up to the author to decide how many endings that you really want, or the designer of the game. And then finally, well, here we have some questions like, how many branching choices are there? So in this one, we have, how many branches are there? There are, anybody have a guess? And how many endings are there? So how many choices are there and how many endings are there? Let's go ahead and say we have 2 choices, or no, we have 2 choices and we have 3 endings. Yep, that's right. Okay, so parallel paths are just like branching, except we can actually converge to a single ending. So that means we can make all the type of choices that we want, but at the very end, we have a single ending. So a very good example of this might be, for instance, Pokemon. If we played a Pokemon game, we can catch all sorts of different Pokemon out there. We can, I think in the newer games, you can even choose to go to different gyms at different times. We have lots of different choices that we make that make our Pokemon adventure unique. But at the very end, we're all going to end up being a Pokemon master, essentially. Another example of this might be for Zelda. In Zelda, there is a single ending as well. So we have lots of choices, but they all converge to one ending. And this makes it a lot easier for the writer because we only have to write one ending and we don't have to write like a billion endings. But at the same time, we can give a lot of freedom to the player. So in this one, how many branching choices are there and how many endings are there? So I'm going to do like a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. Okay, and let's try 3 choices, 1 ending. Submit. That's right. So as a recap, we have linear stories that have no choices and they have only 1 ending. We have branching, which means there's multiple choices and multiple endings. And in parallel paths, we have multiple choices, multiple endings, or a single ending. And we really like parallel paths because they make our lives just a lot easier as a writer. And I want to show you an example of what I mean by parallel paths in this example story created by Supernova, and it's called Things I've Forgotten. So this is created on elementary. I believe she was a 5th grader, 6th grader, something like that. And here we can create a story in which we can put a name for this character. So this blue-haired anime girl, what does she look like? She looks like I don't know, maybe like a Sophie or something, or Aqua or something. We're going to say Sophie. Okay, so it says, my name is Sophie. And day 1, hey, Sophie. And then we have a couple of choices. We can choose to respond with who's Sophie or, oh, you're talking to me. So if you're watching, you can put a 1 or a 2 if you decide who's Sophie or, oh, talking to me. But for me, I'm going to say who's Sophie and we're going to see what happens. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I get it. Haha, very funny. Do I choose, I don't get it? Or do I choose, wait, I'm not joking? Wait, I'm not joking. Oh my gosh, what is your problem? You said we were friends. Do I say, what happens if I say I don't remember you or anything else for that matter? Or wait, please, I'm serious. Wait, please, I'm serious. Let's go with that. So you are not joking. Do you really not remember anything? That's what I've been saying. Or yeah, I'm not sure what happened. That's what I've been saying. Oh, geez. I'm sorry, Sophie. I didn't realize you were for real. I'm Addison. You always called me Addie, though. Do I choose "It's all right, Addie," or "I can't believe you treat anyone like that just for making a joke," especially if it's actually a joke? We're not friends. I'm out. Well, let's be nice and we'll say "It's all right, Addie." Okay, so we had a lot of choices in that story, but how many of these choices actually matter to the story? And we can actually take a look by clicking on the little magnifying glass to take a look at the code. And we'll see, for example, if we go to if we restart, we go to, let's type in Sophie. Here we go. So if we go to the first choice, for example, and we move our code around and make it so it's a little bit easier to read, we'll see that no matter what option you choose for the first couple questions, they'll always go to the next page. That's a little interesting. So no matter what, if we choose "Who, Sophie?" or "Oh, you're talking to me," we're always going to go to the next page. So this choice doesn't really matter because the designer made it so it didn't matter. So each of these choices will go to the same page. But if we go to the very last question or the last dialogue, you'll see that we have "It's all right, Addie." And the really long one, which is "I can't believe you treat anyone like that." And we'll see that we can go to different pages. Okay, so when we're creating our story, we need to think about what path we want to direct the reader to. Do we want to direct them to different places or to the same place? So I'm going to go into elementary now, and we're going to get started with creating our own story. And if you don't have an elementary account, that's fine. Just get out some Post-it notes or some different pieces of paper. And even if you do have an elementary account, start writing your story on paper just to draft it out. And we have a couple of different things that we can do. So first, I have an introduction. We have "Once upon a time, there was a blank named blank." You can fill in the blanks with whatever you want. So let's say once upon a time, there was a cat named, we're going to call this cat, I don't know, Felix the cat. And Felix the cat, so what's the story about? Is there a problem for this story? Let's say Felix the cat wants to go and find his, I don't know, favorite fish friend or something. So Felix the cat wants to go find his fishy friend. Okay, so where does Felix the cat go? So we can make a choice. And our choices can be where to go, what to say, what to do. Those are all examples of choices. We're going to have a very simple one of, let's say we're going to go to, I don't know, the forest to go find our fishy friend, or go to, let's say, the lake to find our fishy friend. And then finally, when we go to the forest, we need to figure out what happens. And when we go to the lake, we need to write out what happens. So you should pretend each of these buttons are like a Post-it note, and you should write out something for each of these Post-it notes. So your introduction should be on a Post-it note. Your choice, you'll have two choices, so they'll have their own Post-it notes. And then your two endings will have their own Post-it notes. So in this example story, we're only going to do one choice, and we're going to code that out on elementary a little bit later. So let's say what happens. When he goes to the forest, he ends up not finding his fishy friend. And when he goes to the lake, he finds his fishy friend. Happy. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started, and we'll call this the grand adventure of Felix the cat, or the cat, not Chef. So the grand adventure of Felix the cat, and we need to find a cat. So let's go ahead into the images and find a nice cat. I don't know. Let's go with Let's go with this cat. I like this cat. So this is Felix the cat. We'll have Felix the cat say something. He'll say, "Hi, I'm Felix." Oh, Felix. Okay. So on elementary, it works a lot like Google Slides or any PowerPoint, those type of things. You can drag things around. You can add some nice backgrounds and add some text. You can change the font of things to make it look pretty. Let's go with something like that, The Grand Adventure. Felix the cat. Okay. So each of our slides now is going to be like a Post-it note. So this is our title page, and we need to now have a slide that introduces our cat and introduces everything about our cat. Okay. So what I'm going to do actually to make things a little bit easier is I'm going to add some text here. And we're going to say, once upon a time, there was a cat named Felix. Felix lived in a village full of flowers. And we're going to now introduce our problem or what our story is about. Felix decided to go find his fishy friend named, I don't know, we'll call him Steve. His fishy friend named Steve. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Felix the cat, and we're going to copy and paste him. So there's a button here that's copy, and we can go ahead and paste him on here. And we can say something like, where do I go? And now we need to create our choices. So to create our choices, I like to use buttons. And buttons are found in the widgets tab. And you have a green button. You can go ahead and drag a button or add a button on. And here we have a button. So we'll say here is, I don't know, the forest. I don't like this green. I think it's a very ugly green. So I'm going to make it blue instead. So we can customize this and make it all pretty. And when I like this look, I can go ahead and copy and paste. So it looks the same, and I can change the text to go to the lake. Okay, so before I code, I'm just going to go ahead and now create my places. So I'm going to add two different pages. One is going to be our forest. So let's go ahead and find a nice forest. Where's a nice forest? We like this forest. Do we like this forest? I kind of like this forest. It looks more like a jungle though. And same thing, I'm going to copy and paste Felix the cat over. And we need to do the same thing with our lake now. If I type lake, what do I get? If I type lake. Do we like this lake? We like this lake. Let's see. So many choices. What do I do? Maybe let's go with this one. Let's go with this one. And same thing, I'm going to paste Felix the cat here. So Felix the cat is here. And we said Felix the cat finds his fishy friend at the lake. So let's go ahead and find a fish. We don't want a dead fish. That would be a little sad. So let's go ahead and use maybe this fish. We'll use this fish and we'll turn him around. And our friend Steve, the fish, is here. Hi, Felix. And we'll just do the same thing here. Hi, Steve. Okay, so we have everything set up, and now we just need to get started with coding things now. Because if we preview, and I go here, I have buttons, but I can't click on them. And if I go, it doesn't make sense, right? We need to make sure that our buttons will take us to the right pages. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So on this page, we're going to hold on. Okay, there we go. We're going to click on Event Graph, and it's going to flip the page to the back side where we can code all of our interactions, animations, the direction, everything. We can code everything here. And each page has its own backside to code. So the first thing we need to do is we need to tell the computer that when we click on the button, we want to go to a specific page. So we first need an event, and events are orange on elementary. They tell the computer when we want to do something. So when is our code going to run? Is it going to happen when the page starts? Is it going to happen when we click on something? And since we have buttons, we like to click on buttons. So we're going to go ahead and grab on click. And then we need to go ahead and grab our function. So functions on elementary are green, and we have quite a lot of functions. Functions tell the computer what action to do. So just like in a sentence, we always need an action. We always need an action. So a sentence needs an action verb, and for computers, we need to tell it what to do. Like, what are you going to do? So right now we have on click. It says on click, but what happens when I click? So what happens is we want to go to page. So above, we'll maybe take a look at this a little bit later. Transform are all of our functions that animate. Sounds are all of the functions that have to do with sounds, like playing music, playing a recorded sound, playing sound effects. But we need to make sure that our choose your own adventure actually works, like the very bare minimum. And to do that, we need to use go to page. So go to page tells the computer what page to go to. So we have on click, go to page, but the computer doesn't know what we're clicking right now. It doesn't know what we're clicking. It just says on click and go to page, but what are we clicking? Well, we have a lot of things on this page, but we want to click on the buttons. So I'm going to just go ahead and grab both buttons because we're going to click on both buttons at some point. And I'm going to go ahead and grab go to forest. So I'm going to zoom in so it's a little bit easier to see for everyone. There we go. We have our button on click and go to page. And if I preview, well, nothing happens because we haven't connected our blocks together. So we have to connect our blocks together in order to make our code work. So we use what is called node-based visual coding, and it is a type of coding that is found in real-world applications. Anybody heard about games like maybe Fortnite or Kingdom Hearts 3, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, you know, some small games out there? Well, those games are all created using something called Unreal Engine, and in Unreal Engine, you have node-based visual coding. So anyone who says no, visual coding is for babies they just don't know. They just don't know. Okay. So how do I connect my blocks together? It kind of looks like a flow chart or a flow graph. And I have a node here. So I have a little purple dot, and I need to be able to fill in the other purple dot. So boop, it fills in. So I'm going to make it a little bigger so we can see even better. And there we go. Now I have a white triangle here. Where does this white triangle go? And it goes to the other white triangle. Boop. So right now our code is saying, okay, when our button go to forest is clicked, when it's clicked, go to page 1. That's what it's saying. And if I preview, go to page 1. But that's not what we want to happen. We want to go to page 4 because page 4 is where our forest is. So now if I preview, Yay, we go to the page 4. Okay. So now we have to do the same thing with our other button. So I can go ahead and copy and paste these blocks because it's the same idea. We want to click on the button and go to a different page. But what page do we want to go to now? When we go to the lake, we want to go to page 5. So preview, I'm going to go to the click on lake, and there we go. We're at the lake. Now, we have a bit of a problem, and that is we can still move our pages by swiping left or right. So we want to be able to lock our story. And to do so, we just need to go ahead into controls and grab lock navigation on page start and connect those together. So now we're stuck. And so now when I click on preview, I can't swipe, I can't use my arrow keys, and I am required to choose one of these buttons in order to go to a different page. So I have to click on these buttons. So there you have it. That is the basics of creating your choose your own adventure story. From here, you can go ahead and take a look at the tutorial button. So there's a tutorial button at the very bottom, and you can take a look at how to play a text effect, how to fade in an object, how to play a recorded sound. And if you want to say, like, I don't know, add a music, but you're not really sure how to do that. Well, if you want to, for example, play a text effect and you're not sure how to do that, you can click on the little help button. It'll open it up and you can see a video on how to use some of these blocks. So I know a lot of people like to do music, so let's go ahead and do that in the last minute. I play music. I'm going to make sure to share my sound. I can select the music. Let's pick something epic. There we go. And I want to play this when the page starts. So now when I preview, and there we go. So that's it from me. And yeah, hope you guys have fun creating your own choose your own adventure stories.
Hey, Nicole. Great job. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear us okay.
Yeah.
We were watching, just saying the diversity of our sessions, which is really interesting. Some sessions are pretty, entry level. Some are no required skill set at all. Some you're going to have to be a little bit more knowledgeable. And it's just great to see the diversity of all these different topics and how they can meet the needs of all of our, all of our attendees, all of our students. So we appreciate you sharing and giving your expertise and sharing elementary with all of our classrooms.
Great. Yeah, so also I posted on the Padlet the link for the art contest. I also posted some choose your own adventure stories that have been written by other students as well as teachers. So you can take a look at those as well. And you can always remix the stories to create your own version of them or just take a look at them and read them for fun. Those are all options available. And of course, you can always write your choose your own adventure stories with note cards to start off with. I always do that. And that's a great way to draft them before you even go into any of the coding at all.
That's awesome. Well, thank you. That's fantastic. We appreciate you, Nicole. We're going to go ahead and screen share now a little bit of what's happening on the Global Maker Day website. Nicole mentioned that she shared some items here inside of the Padlet. Well, if you're wondering, where's the Padlet? What you're going to do is go to globalmakerday.com, just like you are right now, to watch the live stream. But these are actual slides, embedded bunsies in here for you to be able to add in multiple different pages of content. And it's all in this one kind of slideshow, if you will. So I'm going to go over to here. We have our first step here looking at the schedule. And then you can check out
of course, the using hashtag Global Maker Day, we would love for you to post your content so it's easy for students to share and inspire other students as well. Now, we do have a Padlet. You can join right here. If you click join our Padlet, you'd be able to automatically go into Padlet where Nicole went, and she added in some information there about the challenge for her and what they're doing with the art contest and the resources for her session. And all of our presenters can do the same. They can certainly go back and add, but we want to encourage you too. If you have any questions or you are inspired with ideas, we actually have Nancy Pinchev, who is in the background, really making sure that this is working out for you as an attendee to get the resources. And we'll of course follow up with these resources again for everyone attending. Another thing that I haven't mentioned yet, and that's our Wakelet collection. Katie McNamara, one of our organizers, has put together a list of per event, so every year, a list of all the sessions and challenges from the past. So it's an easy way to navigate some of that information and find resources from Global Maker Day as well. So for anybody joining in, and if you're curious, you know, how does this work? What exactly do I need to do? There are so many different pieces of this to give you access. In addition, if you're watching this, but you did not get challenges, it's likely because you did not register. But if you did register and you still did not get an email challenges, it's possible it went to spam. I had a couple bounce backs as well that came back with wrong email addresses. So just make sure to thoroughly check that out as you're submitting that to get the information as well.
One last thing, if you are an educator in the US, you can get a grant to get a free educator license on elementary that is up to 35 student accounts and gives you access to all of the premium resources. Otherwise, elementary is free. For a classroom up to 35 students, you get less features, but there is a grant available. So do take the opportunity to jump on board with that. The details of that, I believe, are on elementary.com/grants. And there is you would need to go to the Pathfinders Online Institute to create an account and fill out the Google form there. I will post that on the Padlet as well, so don't worry about that, but I just want to jump in and make sure people know that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole. That's awesome. A couple things about the couple slideshows before we pass it off to Monica is that we do have 3 sessions that were pre-recorded. So 2 being classrooms from India. We have Namya Yoshi, yes. And then we also have the Deaf Technology Foundation that shared a session joining us from Nigeria. And then the other Indian classroom joining us was the SDG Warriors. So just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware that that is part of the resources if you want to go back and check that out. Of course, this live stream will eventually be posted and available for all classrooms as well. So with that said, we're ready to pass this off. I apologize. I'll give you a little bit of extra time, Monica, if you need it. If you want to go ahead and pop in and get your audio going. Awesome. Very cool. Let me go ahead and spotlight you. And are you ready to go?
I'm good.
Fantastic. We'll be here if you need us.
Okay. Y'all, I'm so excited. Hey, everybody.
Too.
Can you hear me? You're good?
Yep, we can hear you perfect.
Okay, awesome. I am so excited. This is my first time to present on Global Maker Day. And I have a few friends who are also excited to be here. They are excited for me and excited for themselves too. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to go through a quick PowerPoint and kind of tell you what all we did. So let me find that. Oh, come on. Let me move this. Okay. So my topic was from book to creation, using picture books for STEAM projects. We are big into books, and there are so many things that you can do with a book. So just a quick cap of who I am. So I'm Miss Dempsey. I teach in Memphis, Tennessee for Bartlett City Schools at Oak Elementary, and I am an avid, obsessed Cardinal fan. So let's just get into it. How important are picture books? Are they just for the younger grades? Well, obviously the answer is no. They can teach so many lessons, and they can lead into a lot of other lessons. So one example is, have you ever thought about the unanswered questions from a story? Let's take, if you give a mouse a cookie, what's an unanswered question you have about that? Well, what if a mouse can't drink from a straw? Then what? How could we change the story around? A lot of things like that. And those questions come from what's called depth and complexity. And my students have been studying what depth and complexity is, and they're going to show you in just a minute what we've been studying. So each one of these icons from depth and complexity relate to any picture book or novel that your students can read as well. So we'll come back to that in a few minutes. The book that we read was The Pumpkin Fair. After reading this book, they had to discuss the various icons from depth and complexity before they could jump into the project. The project they had was to make a pumpkin using only cardboard and duct tape, as you see in the pictures. We had orange duct tape that was donated by parents, so thank you to those watching. And cardboard, my school is big into recycling. So we had lots of cardboard to use. You can use any kind of tape. Pumpkins are all kinds of colors, so it doesn't have to just be orange duct tape. But they had a bigger challenge. The bigger challenge was to turn that into a bird feeder. They had to think about that a little bit more. So I've shown some of the pictures of them in progress of how they made and started thinking about what they were doing. And then, oh, I forgot my little cute little birds here. They had to turn it into a bird feeder. And then, how do you think they did? These are some of the finished products, which when I stop sharing my screen, you'll be able to see some of these in real life. So you be the judge in just a minute. How do you think they did? They're also going to kind of judge themselves as well. So I want to take just another minute or two and go into some other ideas of books. So last year when I was watching Global Maker Day, someone had Iggy Peck Architect. So just with this book, how can you build a tower on sand? What materials are you going to need? Look, my kids are already thinking, ooh, how can I build a tower? But it has to be on sand. Another book, Memoirs of a Parrot. How can you make a bird cage? What materials will you need? Another one, The True Story of Three Little Pigs. We love that story. Well, how can you design a sturdy house? Again, what materials will you need? So teachers out there, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. You've got popsicle sticks, you've got Q-tips, you've got straws, you've got all kinds of things that are cheap at the dollar store, or you may have just laying around that they can use to create these projects. But it doesn't just, I'm not just focusing on just those picture books. My 5th grade reads a book called Hatchet. Well, how can you build a lean-to or a shelter that Brian had to have in order to survive in the book Hatchet? What materials will you need? Humpty Dumpty. Okay, we all know that nursery rhyme, but this book would actually would be great to compare with an egg drop experiment, which our 5th grade just got through doing. Think about Humpty Dumpty, those of you that just did an egg drop. And then the last one, I was talking to a friend of mine in the office, and her daughter just read How to Read Literature Like a Professor. This child did not like this book. But if the teacher had a project after the book itself, would it not make it a little more fun to read, even if it wasn't as exciting to read as some of the other books. So they can make a poster or a game with the chapters or the main idea of a book. So these are just to get you thinking about how you can use books and integrate those STEM projects or STEAM projects, because a lot of it's art anyway. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. And come back. Okay. So I've given you kind of the background of what we did. So now some of my friends are going to be over at our depth and complexity board, and they're going to show you just very quickly what the depth and complexity icons look like. So let's start with patterns across disciplines and big idea. Come on, Abigail.
Well, for starting, patterns is things we expect to repeat within a topic. A pattern can break without necessarily creating a problem. And let's just talk about big idea now. A big idea, an overarching statement about a topic, moves students towards abstraction and away from specifics. And across discipline is how does this topic represent an intersection of other fields? How do language arts and math appear in a topic? Also consider how the topics cross within one discipline.
Okay, so there's 3 of them. Now let's do the others pretty quickly so we can get on with our projects. Okay, language of the discipline and over time.
Language of the discipline is the vocabulary an expert would use to discuss their field. It can include acronyms, jargon, phrases, names of tools, or even important people. Over time, it takes students broader, asking them to consider how a topic has changed or not changed as the time has passed.
Okay. Let's move over here to rules, trends, and unanswered questions.
For rules, the laws, churches, and norms, etc., within a topic. These are things that we expect to be followed. Rules can be broken, but it will lead to consequences. For trends, how is a topic currently changing, and what forces are causing those changes? For unanswered questions, the things about a topic which we currently do not know enough about or possibly cannot know about.
Okay, last 3. Multiple perspective, ethics, and details.
Details is the most important specifics about a topic. It moves students away from abstraction and towards evidence. Ethics is the problems and ambiguities or dilemmas of a topic. Students should be considering pros and cons, resolving issues of fairness, or pondering what is right. Multiple perspectives take students broader, asking them to consider the same topic from different points of view, including specific people, groups of people, plants or animals, and even inanimate objects.
Okay, so that was a lot of information on depth and complexity. But it was important because it shows how we integrate the lessons with our picture books. So we looked at that and we focused on our projects. So now it is their turn to go through these projects, and I am going to ask them some questions. So I want you all to see that what their projects ended up being. And here's the first question. What were the challenges of this project? Not what the challenge is, but what were the challenges that they faced with this project? So does anyone want to start on this question? Who had a challenge? All right, Sophia, tell me what your challenge was in this project.
Getting the box to shape like a pumpkin.
Getting the box to actually look like a pumpkin instead of a box, because I said when it's done, it cannot still look like a box, correct? All right. Who else had a challenge? Finley.
I didn't know how to make it to where the bird could like eat from out of the box.
Okay, so show me how you remedied that. If that was your challenge, how did you fix it?
So the bird can stand on here, and this is the hole where the bird seed goes.
All right, very good. All right, who else had the challenge? Someone over here had their hand up. All right.
The challenge was trying to make it 3D. I couldn't actually make it 3D, but I ended up making a pumpkin farm instead. And the birds can just go in there.
Okay, so we'll come back to yours in just a minute because I have another question about that. One more that had a challenge. All right, Andrew, what was your challenge in this project?
My challenge was getting the pumpkin board feeder to be able to be held up above ground. I used an idea from a board feeder we had at home.
Okay, so above ground. Awesome. So hanging somewhere so the birds can get to it?
You don't want it to be on the ground, otherwise squirrels can get to it really easy.
Oh, good idea. I love it. Okay. My next question. What did you want to do but didn't work? Who's got that one? Charlie. What did you want to do but it just didn't work?
I wanted to make a face for my bird feeder, but it wouldn't work because of the tape. I had to cover the whole thing up to make it look like a pumpkin.
Okay. What's one thing that you wanted to do but it didn't work, Natalie?
I wanted my pumpkin bird feeder to stand up, but since the bottom of the cardboard is tilted, I can't do that.
That would be a challenge. Someone else that I haven't called on, Maya.
I wanted to make it to where this top part could open so I could pour the board food inside of it.
And you just couldn't figure out how to open up the top?
Because if I got it open, then the squirrels could easily get inside because it wouldn't close all the way.
Okay, so thinking about those pesky squirrels again, huh? So how are you going to get the bird seed in there?
Tilt it over and put it through the hole.
Okay, all right. So you found a remedy. Okay. All right, next question. What worked better than you even thought it would? Who has a pumpkin that actually turned out better than you thought? Abigail, let's come back to you here.
So like I tried to make sure that like the bottom like would be secure so that it wouldn't fall out. But then I kind of like realized that with the squirrels, that if they tried to like shove the birds out so they wouldn't eat it, I decided that if it falls down, then like the squirrels would probably go down to get it and the birds would probably just stay there if they see the birds going down first. So that was probably like a solution to one of my problems.
Excellent. Who else has an idea? Something that worked even better than you thought it would. Jude, did you have something?
Yeah, for when I was going to do this, I thought this was just gonna like hang here and not like stay connected so the bird could sit on this and go inside.
So your little prop, your stage there worked even better than you thought?
I thought it was just gonna like go like fall over and it not stay up.
And it's actually pretty sturdy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Put your fist in it and show them. That is pretty sturdy. Very good. Anyone else have anyone that I haven't called on yet that turned out better than you thought? All right, Andrew, let's come back to you. What turned out better than you thought?
The handle, because I thought it was going to be really hard to get it to hold up the entire pumpkin without breaking.
It worked out pretty well, huh? Mm-hmm. How did you make it more sturdy than you thought it was going to be?
On some parts, I used
2 pieces of thin cardboard instead of just 1.
Ah, so double the cardboard. Very good. Okay. Last question. Did you complete this project accurately? We've got a lot of people out there who are judging your pumpkins. Did you complete it accurately? You could only use cardboard and tape. It cannot still look like a box, and it has to be able to feed birds. What do you think? Who thinks you did yours incredibly accurate? Looking around, looking around. Okay, so it turned out to be a bigger challenge than we thought, didn't it? How do you think you could have made yours more accurate, Austin?
I probably could have made it like a better way for the birds to come in and out so they could get the food easily and then just fly out.
Okay. Who else? How could you have made yours more accurate, Liam?
Like more space. If I had more space for the bird food, for the birds to put their beak in and take the food out.
Some more space for the bird. So who else thinks they needed to make theirs bigger for the bird? Okay. All right. All right, Sebastian, what do you think? How could you have made yours more accurate as far as the directions of the project?
I would have like tried to find a way to make like a little ledge because it was like starting to poke out. So I thought they could step on this.
Okay.
Put the little head into them.
Okay. Can you all think, let's go one more. Charlie, how can you make yours more accurate?
I think I should have made mine more accurate so the bird could come through the stem and grab the food under here.
Instead of all being open in the back? Okay. Do you want to tell them what your original plan for the open back was as far as catching?
My original plan was to make like a big pumpkin face and stuff, but it didn't work.
And for the back, when it was so open, what did you tell me you wanted to do for a pet? Do you remember? She said she wanted to be able to stick her hands in here. When the bird flew down, she was going to what?
Grab the bird.
Grab the bird and make it her pet. So guys, how do you think other people can adapt this project in their classroom? What do you think they can do? Anybody have a good idea? Alex, do you have a good idea of how you think they can adapt this project into their classroom?
Maybe with more time. Basically, some projects, I'm not judging them because, well, judging them in general, but say like Sebastian's, there are still some like open patches. I think if he had more time, he could put tape on. He could put more tape on to then fix up those little patches.
So the other classes that might do this project, they might need more than just a few days, huh?
Yeah, maybe like
Okay.
1 week and that much time.
Okay. All right. Dylan, what do you think? How do you think they can adapt this into their classroom?
I'm not sure. I mean, Alex kind of told what I was gonna say.
Okay. You think they'll have fun with it?
Yeah.
Can you all think of another book that can be used instead of the pumpkin fair? Finley? Oh, say it loud. Spookly, the square pumpkin. So there are other books that can be used for this. Okay. That's it, y'all. It's not complex. It's simple. It's based on what you have in your classroom and how you can adapt any book into a STEM project. So that's it. Questions? Jamie?
Hi. We are, thank you so much for sharing. That was fantastic, Monica. Love the innovation from your students and ideas that they had.
really cool to see the feeders and kind of the problems that they were running into and solutions that they had. So I like that you were thinking way outside the box and thinking about how they can, you know, and it's funny because some of them still kept it box-like, and some of them really kind of stretched that and said, I don't have to make it like a box. I can, or hey, there's purpose for it to be a box. Let's see what we can do here. So cool to see all the different transitions. So thank you so much, Monica. We're going to be transitioning to our next station here at Roper Mountain, which requires us to be outdoors. So thank you. And Steve, I know you're going to be joining us next. We will introduce you here briefly. I'm going to be walking out. Thomas, if you want to go ahead and get started on your video. Let's see. I think he might be out there. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes.
Hey, all right. So we're outside in our, not outside, actually outside of the room where, you know, has been Central Command, but we're in our nature exchange exhibit area where kids bring in different things from nature and trade them in for points. You earn points. You can buy more things with your points that come from nature, like shark's teeth or shells or fossils or Heather's favorite one, petrified poo. So there's all kinds of great things, but the idea is really just to get kids excited about nature. And one of the things that we do to get people excited about nature is actually we have what's called an Eat a Bug Club. Oh, turn it up.
Hold on, up there.
There you go. Come here. There. Other way. Nope. Upside down. It's been a long day, guys. This is Ann, and this is our Eat a Bug Club button. This is a limited edition button. Now, here's the thing. We've been doing this for how many years?
12 years.
12 years.
Yep.
Each year we have a new club button, and the way that you earn a button for Eat a Bug Club is you have to eat a bug. And so right now, I hope everyone's paying attention. Our Global Maker Day team is going to be eating a bug. And so, all right, look. All right. So here we go.
Sorry, adults.
All right.
Adults in action.
So they are literally going to be, hold on. They're going to be eating crickets. Now these are flavored crickets. All right. And they are seasoned. So what do you have?
Okay, I have salt and vinegar and the alligator friends. This is their first time to experience this. So this was my idea. I take full responsibility. First and last. So you'll be back next year. I made you right. Alligator friends.
All right. So we do this. We do a countdown for this. Okay.
Are you guys ready?
No.
Ready?
No. Okay, wait. Hold on. No, everybody does it together. We do it together. All right, you got it.
Ready? 3, 2,
Ready?
1.
Down the hatchet.
Go.
Just do it. Chew it up. You're good. Wash it down.
Okay, you got it.
No, she's good.
0 stars. Zero. Welcome to the club. You did it.
Hey.
Global Maker Day. Eat a cricket, you get a button.
Oh, sometimes a leg will stick in your teeth sometimes. You might get a leg stuck in your teeth sometimes.
Oh, in your throat, you know. Okay, go ahead and give us a really good shot.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So what they just
Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh man. So just some more of the fun that we have here at Roper Mountain.
They'll be back next year.
Yeah.
2023.
Sunflower seeds, you liar.
It does. To me, it tastes like sunflower seeds. They're the same consistency, you know. It's just it's sunflower seeds.
Okay.
You know?
We had that.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Can we get back?
All right, so we're going to go back. We're going to let Jamie go back and recover for just a moment. So Mary Alice, how was that?
Okay, I went with your advice, and I was just like, just down the hatchet, but I couldn't stop laughing. Like once I started the belly laugh, and it was, I mean,
So
And when
Amy,
I started to go, "Hoo, hoo,
Amy,
hoo,
tell
hoo,"
us
I know it's bad.
how was that?
No. I do not recommend eating a cricket with an alligator hat on.
How about without alligator hat?
No, yeah, no.
Hey, Monty or cricket?
It was
I mean, what are we
spicy.
doing?
All
Monty
right.
or cricket?
So how was it? Heather, how was that?
It was great because watching my friends gag and laugh through that was priceless. So it's all about making memories. It's
Honestly, that was team bonding. Anyways, I hope that they just got a ton of it because Jamie,
You
you're
know,
back in there laughing.
We could have done axe throwing, but instead we ate cricket. So
All right, Jamie, we're going to take it back to you now. So have fun. We'll be back in just a little while. Thanks.
all right, thank you. Okay, guys, that was a very unusual episode of Global Maker Day where we're pushing the limits here at Roper Mountain. Apparently, eating crickets is a norm, but we did get a badge, and we're going to take that and run with it. And we're going to get started for our next piece of Global Maker Day with the incredible Steve Sherman. I've heard so much about you, Steve. I've heard a lot of great things. And I will tell you that we do have a classroom here ready to meet up with you. It is Ms. Himes' class who presented earlier today, and they're going to be joining you to participate in this activity. Let us know if this is the best time.
They can join whenever they're ready.
Perfect. So Ms. Himes, if you want to go ahead and go on video. Let me go ahead and get to the right groups here. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, we're on.
You are on. Excellent.
Hey, Mom, what's up?
She watched you eat that bug.
Oh, me gag because I literally gagged. I was like, this is not good. Okay, so Steve, if you want to go ahead and take it away, I will let you. I'll be off video. If you guys need us, let us know.
I'm happy to do so. So just by way of introduction, I'm actually from Cape Town in South Africa, but right now I'm sitting in Dublin, Ireland. They have flown me out to come along and get people excited about mathematics because it is National Math Week in Ireland. And I thought, since it is Math Week, I'm going to do a mathemagical trick. Do you like mathemagical tricks? Raise your hand if you want to learn. Oh, I hope so. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. Ms. Himes, would you like to pick one of the students to stand in front of the camera? It doesn't matter who.
Okay, Cash is coming.
All right. Excellent. I would like you to pick a number from 1 to 63, but you're not allowed to tell me your number. You got one?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen here?
Yes.
Wonderful. Can you see your number anywhere on slide A?
Yes.
You can? Can you see it on B?
Yes.
Can you see it on C?
Yes.
Can you see it on D?
Yes.
Can you see it on E?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Can you see it on F?
Yes.
What is so special about the number 47? I take it 47 was your number.
Yes, it was.
How was it possible that I could have guessed that? Well, let's be honest. There are 63 numbers and I picked one of them. I have a 1 in 63 chance of getting it correct. But if I did it again and I got 2 out of 2, then maybe there's something else going on. So why don't we do that? Let's find another volunteer and let's see if I can read their mind. So Ms. Himes, would you like to pick another volunteer?
Ellie.
Yeah.
All right, Ellie, are you ready?
Hey, Mom.
Pick a number
Yeah.
from 1 to 63. Do not tell me your number.
Okay, I picked it.
Excellent.
Yes, I got it.
All right. Is your number on slide A?
Yes.
It is. Is it on slide B?
Yes.
It is. Is it on slide C?
Yes.
Is it on slide D?
Yes.
Is it on slide E?
No.
Is it on slide F?
No.
You were thinking of the number 15. How would I know this? So let's be honest, I did take another guess. I had a 1 in 63 chance of getting it correct. But if I get 2 correct in a row, maybe there's something more going on. Should we try one more time? Let's try one more time. A third volunteer.
Eli. We'll do one.
All right, Eli, are you ready?
Yeah.
You're going to pick a number from 1 to 63. You got it? Now, Eli, I'm going to try an experiment. I haven't done this before online, but I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to attempt. You must just tell me if I've got the next slide. Eli, is your number on slide A?
No.
Is it on slide B?
Yes.
Is it on slide C?
No.
Is it on slide D?
No.
Is it on slide E?
No.
Is it on slide F?
Nope.
Did you happen to choose a small number like the number 2?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that was right.
How did I do that even with my eyes closed?
I don't know.
Magic man.
Does anyone have any theories on how I could have done that?
You're smart.
The slideshows are different, like counting down the numbers. I don't know.
He's a
Yeah.
good guesser.
Tell me, what did you do on the slideshow?
Ellie, that was you.
Oh, counting down the numbers and switching them. I don't know.
I was counting down the numbers and switching them. It's not a bad theory. Any other theories?
Andrew. Say it louder.
I don't know. Like changing the number at every slide. Like they gradually.
There were different numbers on different slides, but how did I know which one was the number that you people were going to pick?
Because you're a magician.
Aha. Am I a magician, yes or no?
Yes.
No, I'm
Yes.
not. In fact, this is the one thing about mathematics that a lot of people don't realize. It looks very fancy, but when I tell you the mechanics behind it, you're going to be bitterly disappointed that it was actually quite easy. So here's how I'm going to explain it. I am actually going to give you a brain teaser, and then I'm going to show you how the brain teaser and the actual trick go hand in hand, and then I'm going to make you a deal. I will email this presentation to your teacher, and I will send it to the Maker team as well, and you can print it out and go and try it on your family and friends now that you'll know how to do it and drive them absolutely crazy. Is that a deal?
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope so. All right, so let me show you how it works. And I'm going to share a whiteboard with you.
Just move behind them. Right?
Can you all see the whiteboard?
You can leave everything.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, so I want you to imagine that on this whiteboard, you go to a place and they give you 6, and hopefully this is going to work. Here we go. They give you pen. Is it working? Sometimes this thing misbehaves. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have got 6 bags. I'm going to label them A, B, C, D, E, and F. And I would like to put 63 marbles into those 6 bags in such a way that if I seal all of the bags, I'm not allowed to take any marbles out. I'm not allowed to put any marbles in. And if you give me any number from 1 to 63, I should be able to give you the exact number of marbles. So could someone suggest a way we could put the marbles in these bags, and then we're going to test to see if it works? Any suggestions?
Distribute them equally.
That's what I think.
Say it a little bit louder.
Say it louder.
Distribute them equally.
So how many would you put in each bag then? How about we put 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and 13? Does that work for you? Does that make 63? Okay. So now if I asked you, can you give me 20 marbles without opening up the bags, without adding any marbles in or taking any marbles out? Could you give me 20 marbles exactly? Absolutely. You could give me bag A and B, and I've got 20 marbles. If I said to you, can you give me 23 marbles? You'd say no problem. Take bag E and F, boom. But if I asked you for 4 marbles, you can't give me 4 marbles. So that means 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and 13, not going to work. Any other suggestions of how we could arrange those marbles? Because obviously 10, 10, 13 is not going to allow me to do every number between 1 and 63. Maybe, are there any other theories?
We could do like 10 in A, 10 in B, 10 in C, 10 in D, and 9 in E.
Okay, we could do that, but then if I ask for 1 marble, you can't give me 1 marble. So when I work with my students, I often ask them, is there some sort of strategy? And some of them say we should have some small numbers, and we should have some middle-ish numbers, and we should have some big numbers. So let's try some. I think let's put 1 in one of the bags. Any other suggestions?
7.
7. So now we've got 8 marbles. Anything else? 3. Now we've got 11 marbles.
20.
20. We've got 31 marbles.
14.
14. 20. So 31, 41, 45 marbles, which means if we've got 45 marbles, how many do we have left? 18. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I ask you, can you give me 11 marbles? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. How do you do it?
A, B, and C.
Oh, easy peasy. What about 30 marbles?
Yes.
Yes. B, C, D.
B, C, D. Easy. How about 2 marbles?
No.
No. Oh, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board again. So here's the thing. I normally give this to my students to try and work out, because there's great satisfaction in actually coming up with a solution. But I'm going to save a little bit of time, and I'm going to show you this. If I put 1 marble in there, it means I can give away 1 marble. If I put 2 marbles in here, I can give 1 marble, I can give 2, and if I give both bags, I can give 3. What can't I give?
4.
Now I can give 1 marble, I can give 2, I can give 3, I can give 4, I can give 5, I can give 6, and I can give 7. What can't I give? Does anyone notice a pattern?
Yes. Yes. You're just doubling the original.
Thank you very much. Well spotted. So what's going to come next?
16.
And then
32.
32. So I believe that if I put the bags with the marbles like this, you can give me any number from 1 to 63, and I will be able to give you that exact number of marbles. So throw a number at me.
24.
24. 16 and 8. D and E is 24. Next.
63.
63. All of the bag. Next.
3.
3. 1 and 2. Next.
27.
27 will be 16 and 8, which is 24, plus B,
39.
which is 26 plus 1, 27.
39.
39 will be 32, plus 4, which makes 36, plus 2 makes 38, plus 1, 39.
40.
Okay, we'll do last one, 40, 32, and 8. Easy peasy. So what you'll notice is that we can make all the numbers from 1 to 32. And now you're probably wondering, what has this got to do with the magic trick that I was doing? Who was wondering that? I certainly was. So let's have a look to see what it has to do with the magic trick that I did earlier. Here we go. I want you to take a look at the first slide. Ready? What is the top left-hand corner number?
1. Wait, they're all
What do you think's going to come next? They are odd. Well spotted. Well spotted. What's going to come next?
2.
Predict what's going to come next.
4.
What's going to come next?
8.
And what's going to come next?
16.
And of course, the last one will be
32.
right. So remember, in our trick, if I asked you to give me bank bag A and B, how many marbles were in A and how many were in B?
1 and 2.
So how much would A plus B equal?
3.
So if someone told you that they wanted bag A and bag B, then that means they wanted 3 marbles, correct? So think about that when we do this. I'm going to choose a number. I'm going to choose the number 10. Is the number 10 over here?
No.
Then I ignore the number 1. Is the number 10 over here?
Yes.
Then I take 2 and I add it to my little basket. Let's see if it'll work. Where's my pen? I add 2 to my little basket. Is the number 2 over here? Oh, sorry, the number 10. Sorry, number 10. Is number 10 there?
No.
No. I ignore the number 4. Is the number 10 here?
Yes.
So then I've got 2 and I've got 8 as well. Is the number 10 over here?
No.
Is the number 10 over here?
No.
So what did I have in my basket? I had a 2 and an 8. And if you add that together, it gives you 10. Now, not everyone understands that. And I've learned that when I'm teaching a class, I don't expect everyone to understand the same way that I'm explaining. So some people, they think a little bit differently. So here's an easier way of understanding it. Imagine you've got a jar. It's sitting on your head. If the person says, yes, their number is there, then you take the top left-hand corner number, and that's how many jelly beans you drop in the jar. If it's not there, you ignore the number. And all you do is you count up all the jelly beans in the jar at the end, and that is the number they chose. So let's choose one quickly. I'm going to choose a number. Let's see if you can work out my number. Is my number over here? Yes, it is. How many jelly beans do we add into the jar?
1.
Is my number over here? Yes, it is. How many jelly beans do we add into the jar?
2.
Is my number over here? No, it's not. Do we need the 4?
No.
No. Is my number over here? No, it's not. Do we need the number 8?
No.
Is my number over here? Yes, it is. And is my number over here? No, it is not. What was my number? 19. Now you all know how to do the trick. So I'm going to do one quickly just to see that you really do understand. I'm going to pick another number. Are you ready? And we'll go a little bit faster. Here we go. Is my number over here? Yes, it is. Is it over here? No, it's not. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. No, it's not. What was my number?
25.
Look at that. You are now all experts. Well done. So now I'm going to email this to your teacher, and I'm going to make sure that if you've got these sheets, you can go and drive your family absolutely crazy, because you'll be able to read their minds and they will think that you were doing magic like you thought I was doing magic earlier. But there's one little thing that I need to ask, and no one in this class has asked it yet. What do you think I was going to hope that you were going to ask?
I don't know.
I'll give you a hint. I said choose a number from 1 to 63.
Why 63?
Why 63? Why not 100? Could we make it more than 63? And the answer is, of course we can. So what it boils down to is I chose 63 because I only made 6 slides. If I made 7 slides, I would be able to go up to 127. And I'll tell you why. Maybe you might see this, maybe you won't. I don't expect you all to understand it, but here is how these sheets are actually made. What you do is you start off with 6 slides. I could do 7 slides if I wanted to. So let's do that quickly. Where's our pen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now I'm going to add a 7th one. We didn't have a 7th one. And I'll call that A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I think you're going to get this quite soon. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
If you look over here, that one is going to be a 1, a 2, a 4, an 8, 16, 32. And what's this one going to be?
64.
Now, if I wanted to make the number 1, I would just choose A. If I wanted to make the number 2, I would just choose B. But if I want to make the number 3, what do I need to choose to get 3? A and B. So you know what? I'm going to put a 3 there and a 3 there. Because if you tell me your number 3 is on A and B, I know you chose 3. Of course, 4, if you said you only saw 4 on this slide, I would know that you chose only 4. But if you chose 5, do you agree 5 would have to be here and here? And of course, 6 would have to be here and here, because 4 and 2 make 6. And 7 would be here, here, and here. Can anyone see what's going on? All I'm doing is I'm expanding the slides. And for example, if I was going to make the number 34, 34 would be here, and 34 would be here, because 2 and 32 make 34. So if I wanted to make 100, I know that 100 would go here. 64 and 32 is 96. So I would put 100 here, and I would also put 100 here. So if I went all the way up to 100, I would then say, pick a number and let's pretend you choose 100. And you say, oh, I see it on C, I see it on F, and I see it on G. I would then take 4, 32, and 64, add them together, and I would get 100. So you can expand it to 100. You don't have to at all. What I like about this particular one is that 63 is a nice, easy number to work with. Who feels confident enough to be able to actually do this trick on their family and friends and drive them crazy? A few of you? Oh, okay. Well, if you want to take it to the next level, you will do what I did. You do the eyes closed method. So what I did was I asked you to pick a number, and then I closed my eyes. And you would think, oh, well, if you close your eyes, how's he going to do it? But you know, in my head, I already know the pattern. 1, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, then 32. So if you told me, if my eyes were closed and you said your number was on A, B, and C, what would your number be?
Seven.
Correct. And Ms. Hine, you are obviously on the ball. You know what's going on. So of course, if it was on A, B, and C, A is 1, B is 2, and C is 4. So if you add 1, 2, and 4, you would get 7. So you could actually guess their number without even looking at the cards. As long as they just give you the letters, they're basically telling you what that number is. Now, we've only got a couple of minutes left. Are there any questions that you might have? Any questions? Don't be shy. No?
No questions? No questions, guys? No, I'm good.
Andrew has a question.
Oh, let's hear your question.
How was this created?
How was it created? So these have been around for years. People put them in Christmas crackers. They put them in comic books and things, and you can get these little cards. And the way it was created, well, in fact, this is a very interesting question. It involves binary numbers, which can be a little bit, you know, intimidating for some people when you talk about binary numbers. But I'm going to show you something which I think is pretty cool. Let's pretend we take those same numbers that we had and we go like this. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Now, I don't know how many of you know much about mathematics, but you might notice that that is actually 2 to the power of 0, 2 to the power of 1, 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3, 2 to the power of 4, and that's 2 to the power of 5. So these are your binary numbers. And watch, oops, sorry, let me try that again without drawing a line through my work. Let's use my mouse, maybe that'll go a bit better. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw some lines down to make some columns.
Yeah.
All right, you ready for this one? Okay, so could someone pick a number from 1 to 63?
12.
12? Okay. So I'm choosing this bag of 8 and this bag of 4. Do you agree that makes 12?
Yes.
I'm going to fill zeros in the other blocks. Guess what? 1100 is 12 in binary code.
Get out.
I know. Get out. Can you believe that? How about this? Pick another number. So, throw a number at me.
22.
22. 22 is going to be 16. It's going to be 4. And it's going to be 2. So put the zeros in the ones you're not using. And 10110 is 22 in binary code. And binary code is exactly what all computers use. You don't see it because you type in actual words and things and you click on icons, but the actual language that the computer really understands is ones and zeros. And what you were doing, oh, you don't know what binary code is. Well, binary code is literally ones and zeros. That's it. It is ones and zeros. Why binary? Bi means 2. So it's either going to be a 1 or a 0. That's why they call it binary code. Of course, there's more sophisticated codes, but I think we're going to leave it at that because I know that there is a tight schedule, lots of other presenters, and we certainly don't want to make anyone run late. So on that note, I'd like to thank you all for the wonderful opportunity to work with all of you, and I will send this to Jamie and the team, and they can forward it on to all the teachers, and you can go out and drive your families absolutely mad with your incredible and wicked mind reading tricks. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was great. Good job. And yeah, those of you that know binary code were really excited about that, weren't you? Oh, that's Steve, that was fantastic. I was a former math teacher, so was Heather, or Heather is a math
Still
teacher. And we were sitting here trying to figure it out. I remember doing it was like guess my number, and then he was a wizard, and it was online, and it was like it all had to do with nines, like it all boiled down to nines. So understanding those facts, and the kids were like convinced that they were like, all right, what if they don't know my number? Let me write it down outside so he can't see. And it's online. Like, who sees? But
I have it. I have that one. I could have done that one today as well.
Yes. And it's like just understanding how numbers work and how to process of elimination ultimately. But that's so cool. Thank you so much, Steve. That was fantastic. And Mary Alice is not here right now, but she wanted me to say hello to you. We're going to jump into the next session. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. And Miss
Thank you. Y'all did a great job, my
You
little white oak kids.
did.
And hey, Steve, I would love to have any other lessons that you have if you would share those out. I'm sure that those that are sitting there in Miss Himes' room would love to see those. So I always
We
tell
have got so many things going on, and soon in the next couple of weeks when I'm back in South Africa again, we will hopefully have some guests from NASA. We might even have a couple of astronauts, and we'll be doing some Zoom sessions. So hopefully the teachers will want to come and join us live.
I would love to do that. Love to do that.
We're definitely
Okay, we'll keep in touch.
Steve,
Yes.
you're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Class, excellent job.
Good
Thank
job.
you guys for joining in. And we are at time for our next session.
We
So
are.
this is gonna
So,
be fun.
yes.
Thomas, I know you're out there. There he is. All right, let's go ahead and get that spotlighted.
It's go team cricket.
No more cricket.
Hashtag crunch crunch. No more cricket. Oh, what a cricket ever do to you?
So meet you, and we're gonna turn this off, and you're a go, Thomas. We'll be right there.
All right, awesome. So, hi everyone. We're excited that you're still with us today, and or if you're just tuning in, it's been a fantastic day, beautiful day here at Roper Mountain Science Center, and very thankful that we have this opportunity to showcase all the unique resources that we have. So if you're just tuning in with us and haven't heard anything before, we are a 62-acre facility owned by the school district of Greenville County. Very unique in the fact of all the resources that we have. We have a living history farm. We have a natural science building with an indoor rainforest. We talked about chocolate and cinnamon today.
Oh, yes, we did.
And coffee beans.
The rubber
beans
tree
of heaven, the rubber tree.
that
Yep.
most people don't kill.
And then we went up to our makerspace area in Sims Hall, and then we living history farm. We played with some toys, some historic toys. Went to the telescope in the Daniel Observatory. Have not had a chance to jump in at the planetarium yet, but that's an amazing facility as well. But where we are right now is in our newest building, which is about a year and a half old. This is our environmental science and sustainability building, and here we teach all about, you guess it, environmental science and sustainability. But eating bugs is really sustainable. So I'm just going to say.
Here we go.
So we're going to walk
Maybe
down.
you should eat more bugs, Thomas.
I can. Hey, I have access to all those bugs all the time. I'm good. So what we're doing right now is we're walking downstairs in the environmental science building. And yeah, they make fun of me. I've got selfie arms, I guess, because I got like these long arms. But just wanted to give you an opportunity to see a little bit of the space. Yeah, I think they can come up there. So actually, we have in this building, to give you some context, we have two permanent exhibits. One called Sustainable Future, which talks about the really being good stewards of the environment and the resources we've been blessed with, natural resources. And then our water story, which begins upstairs, kind of migrates down the staircase that we just came down. And we talk about the importance of water resources. Greenville has a very unique water story in the fact that Greenville's water supply, the reservoirs, have been protected for almost 100 years, and actually just over 100 years. And that has resulted in some of the cleanest drinking water in North America, or at least, excuse me, at least the United States. And our water is annually considered in these taste tests some of the best tasting water, if not the best tasting water in the United States. And so here in this water wall behind me, what you're looking at is part of an exhibit that explains that process of treating the water when it comes in, and then what happens when we recycle the water when it goes out of our houses. But one of the things that you may have picked up on earlier today is that we do teach a lot of making, and we are huge fans and big supporters of maker education. And we're very fortunate to have one of my good buddies here, who is one of the best makers in Greenville, Joey Lohman, who runs Greenville's community makerspace called Synergy Mill. And Joey is just a pleasure. Joey, how long have you guys had Synergy Mill?
We've been at Synergy Mill for 6 years.
6 years now. So about how many people do you guys normally have coming through, like at any time?
At any time, it could be 3 or 4 people at a time in the shop.
Right.
And they're all doing things like working at woodworking or metalworking. We have classes all week long doing welding classes, 3D printing classes, all those kinds of things to help people figure things out, do what they want to get done.
Yeah, that's awesome. So what I want to show, or let Joey show you now, is some of the things that they do. I mean, upstairs, if you tuned in earlier, we were talking about our makerspace or our maker workshop, and we were talking about 3D printers. We take a very utilitarian approach to 3D printing in many ways, and we create things that we actually need. And Joey recently did something like that himself. I'm gonna let him tell you about just one of those projects.
All right. Hi, I'm Joey. One of the projects that we worked on was a hydroponic plant system. And basically it's a big tube and it's got some plates in it, and then it's got some sockets around for to put the plants in. And so we used a 3D modeling software to come up with what the plant socket looks like. But this, you can't mass produce from 3D printing. This is just a model. We started with that. Then we took some molding material. We made a negative of it. And from the negative, we made an actual positive in resin. And we used that resin model to do a thermal vacuum form on a piece of plastic. And by the time we got through all of those different steps of manufacturing and making, we have here one of the final pieces of plastic where the plant goes in. This goes on the side of the tube where you put the flowers in, your vegetables or whatever you're growing. So what this demonstrated was using 3D modeling, 3D printing, casting, thermal forming, and some other machining processes to come up with the final piece to do the plants.
And one reason I'm really excited that Joey has some experience doing this is because we are about to, or we're looking at the possibility, and I think we're getting close to it, doing some hydroponics here at Rube Mountain. And so now I know who I can go to who can help us with these hydroponic towers. Really cool story is that we had a student in the community who reached out to us that was very interested in hydroponics and aquaponics, and has really kind of served as an inspiration for some of that. And more of that information may be coming soon, but in the meantime, we've talked about hydroponics and aquaponics here, particularly hydroponics at Roper Mountain, since we designed this building, because it only makes sense for doing something like that here. But knowing that we have a makerspace here in Greenville that can help us navigate all that is very reassuring. So also Joey has a really cool, very steamy project over here, if you will, because we love to include the A and the arts here in STEAM and not just STEM. So Joey, tell us about what we have here.
So
you guys need to come over here and do the public art project.
So what back in 2016 or 2014 actually, the TEDx Greenville did a conference, and they named it Kaleidoscope. And so what I did was I built a big kaleidoscope, but it isn't exactly like a kaleidoscope. This is called a teleidoscope, and it's an actual thing. It's a kaleidoscope where all the objects are not inside the kaleidoscope. And what's cool about this is a community art project. So you can see up here, there's a video camera on top of all these mirrors, and this is the picture that you see. And you can take stuff and put on here, and it shows up in a kaleidoscope pattern on the TV. And what's cool about this is it's super plain at the beginning of the day because it's all white. And then as people put stuff on and we make arrangements, you now have a community art piece from the day. And
So what are they using for the art? These pieces here, they're using the stuff here.
you can use the
So
stuff there. You can use
you'll come put some stuff in here, guys.
something on there.
And whatever you want to pick out, ladies, come on over.
Maybe photograph.
Come on over and get your get some pieces here.
Now, this is the secret stuff in the back.
Yeah. So while they're doing that, tell us about that, Joey.
Yeah, so this is 3 mirrors up there. There you go. Big mirrors with a TV camera in the top, and
Can't quite get it.
Up underneath.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Here
there
we
you
go.
go. There's up in the inside of the kaleidoscope.
Okay.
Which is really cool. And so there's some electronic stuff back here for the we can actually hit the record button here and record the art that's happening today right there. And also is all this video stuff that takes the camera feed and puts it to the TV. But this is a good project that involved engineering and some optics and of course some gluing and so forth, electronics work. So it brought together all the disciplines, the STEAM disciplines.
And so you guys can use this over and over, right? It's multiple use. So every time you go out, you just clear the board and do it again.
Yeah.
So-
So you'll see this at TED. You'll see this at the Downtown Festival, the Imagine Festival.
Right.
We've taken it to Make some up in Asheville.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maker Fair.
One of our our local Maker Fair.
There. So we take this around, and then during the week it stays at Recraft.
Oh yes.
Yes.
So Grant couldn't join us today. We have another really cool makerspace in Greenville called Recraft, and Grant, who runs that, is actually on a fantastic adventure with his son. But we do love the work that both Grant at Recraft and Joey at Synergy Mill are doing. And so something like this would be a great combination or a team up project to do between art teachers and your engineering classes at any school.
There's
And
a lot of cool engineering in that.
yep. So you can tell already that the images are changing the more things you put on there. So I think somebody just put GMD. Look at that. Oh, that's so awesome. So now Global Maker Day. Let's see when it comes back. Is it coming back around?
It's going to. Hold on, it's about halfway.
Here it goes. Anticipation. Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes, here it comes.
About to say
GMD. Global Maker Day. Awesome. Awesome.
Very
So
good.
Joey, I appreciate you talking to us about what's going on. About what's going on here with Synergy Mill.
Yes, thank you.
And you, how can they get in touch with you if they have any questions about the work you guys do?
You're going to go to synergymill.com.
Okay.
And you can fill out, just visit synergymill.com, and I'll put a link on there so you can find me.
Awesome.
But you can find me also on LinkedIn.
Mhm.
I'm on LinkedIn. I'm also on Facebook. Look up Joey Lohman, Synergy Mill, and you can find me.
Awesome. Thanks, Joey.
Thank you.
So we're going to come over here now and move to Miss Ann, who's going to talk to us about
We're going to be
This-
talking about engineering.
which is this is actually an engineering challenge, a design challenge that we used to run as part of one of our labs here, our hands-on labs at Roper Mountain. And the entire Maker team is going to be over here jumping in as well. So tell us what this Maker challenge is all about, Miss Ann.
So
And why are we right here too?
We are going to be we are right here because we're talking about pollination. So we are going to ask you guys to be agriculture engineers, and we know that engineer fix things. And so this is something that you guys all over the world can take this challenge and do just about with anything. But today we're going to focus on pollination, farmer to tables. And so they're so important. We want to thank our farmers. And so what we are doing is we are focusing on our bees. And our bees, we know, unfortunately, they're disappearing all over the world. And so you guys, I'm going to ask you, we're going to help our farmers. We're going to be using the Engineer Design Challenge, which is ask, imagine, plan, create, and improve we are going to try to see if we can create a hand tool that would help our farmers to pollinate. Now, why do we need pollinator? Because that's how we get, look, these come straight from our garden here at Rube Mountain. We have an amazing garden, and we wouldn't have any of those fruits and vegetables if we did not have bees and pollinators. So bees, butterflies, even some animals like bats, they're pollinators. And okay.
Bats are pollinators?
Yes, of course. Yes, they from cactus in the desert. They eat the fruits, and they do their thing.
Awesome.
So okay, we have our friend here, Liam and Beverly. Okay, so tell me, when you look at a body of a bee, what is one of the words that you would think of?
It stings people.
Oh, it does, but look at it. What do you think?
Fuzzy.
Fuzzy. Fuzzy is the word that we're thinking of, right? And that's how the bee is getting that pollen from flower to flower. And when they do that, the pollen mix, and guess what? We have seeds. If we didn't have seed, we wouldn't have plants. If we didn't have plants, we wouldn't have vegetable. We wouldn't have trees. And so, since bees are disappearing, and you guys all over the world, you can do that too, we are going to be doing that challenge. So come on, folks. Now, look at this. As an engineer, before we figure out what we have to solve, we have to ask ourselves, what is our problem? Bees are disappearing. So, okay, all of you guys, I'm going to ask you to imagine a solution. What can we do to fix this problem? Okay. Now, we also have to have a plan. You can't just willy-nilly do things. So here is our plan. Now, because we are engineers, we're going to build something. And I have all of our supplies. This is what is available to you guys today. We have straws, and we use paper straws because we like the environment. We have spoons, okay? So you can use any of these for your handle. And then you guys, thinking of the bee's body, which one of these, cotton ball, the little eraser cap, the little marbles, or the pipe cleaner, which one do you think looks like a bee's body? What do you think? Oh, cotton ball. Okay, everybody's gonna go for cotton ball. What do you think? What do you think, Liam? What do you think is gonna stick to pollen? You think about this, we'll come back to it. And guys, when you have a challenge, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to just change your mind. So as a good engineer, we're gonna talk about that in just a second. When we create, we want to test it. We want to make sure that what we think is gonna work. And sometimes it doesn't, and that's okay. We all make mistakes, and that's why we learn. So we are going to be using baking soda today. And okay, Liam and Emily, let me show you what I've got. I built my hand pollinator. Okay, and I think this is going to really mimic, it's going to copy the body of a bee. So look at this. Okay, guys, this is what I've got. I kept it simple. I like simple. So in order to do our testing, everyone is going to have the same test. We're going to do 3 time in. Imagine a bee, coming into the flower. It's going to get all that fuzzy body covered with pollen. Okay, so we're going to do 1, 2, 3. The bee's checking things around. And then we're going to buzz to another flower. And we've got a little tester here. And let's see if my little body collect pollen. Let's do 1, 2, 3. What are you guys saying? Did we collect some pollen?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you do better? Can we collect more?
Oh, that's a challenge.
That's a
Can
challenge.
we do better?
So, okay, guys, you all over, figure out what can we do to collect as much pollen. Now, no cheating. Can't scoop it up. Can't tap it over. We just have to keep 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, challenge is on.
All right, let's see what you can do.
Okay, guys, come on and build something. Now remember, we have tapes right here, so you can build it. We have foil. We have your handle.
Can we do this?
You can definitely do that.
So,
Okay.
I'm not sure if
Check it
Jamie's
out.
up to this right now because I think she's got something about insects and,
Look at this.
there.
So I added my own little twist on here.
All right.
Tell me when you see it.
All right. Let's see.
Keep
We got
looking.
something coming. I'm going to look on the
Keep
screen here.
looking.
All right. I think I see something coming here. Let's see.
His body got cut.
Oh, cut off. So
Just like in my throat.
oh. So, you know, it may have been a thing that Jamie actually like thought there was a thing. She actually had a leg stuck in her teeth, but you know, we're not going to say that if it happened. But oh, here we go. Spin back around. Let's see what happens.
Oh, it got moved up.
Oh, there we go. That's little Mr. You know, I think you saw A Bug's Life, right?
Yeah.
So I think she like that angry.
I didn't want to eat him though. I enjoyed this movie.
Yeah. So well, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
That's
So-
true. The grasshoppers were the bad guys.
That's right.
All
They
right,
were.
I
So it's
can
all
do
good, right?
Let's see.
All right. So let's see how we're doing. All right. So what do you have?
I have a straw, an eraser to hold the cotton, and then I put a little bit of tape around it.
Okay.
let's
And
see that
then
work.
we got a competition going on here.
We do.
All right,
This
so
is serious business.
So what do you have?
Okay, I took the spoon. I figured it's a little bit heavy weighted to kind of help on the dipping.
That's a good idea.
Okay, and I got my cotton. I kind of pulled it apart and I used foil. I did. It was so just brain reading from Amy today. I took foil to hold the cotton down. So we're gonna see. I'm gonna fluff it up. Okay.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Now let's see.
Looks like Einstein.
Remember, you have to have, okay, we all gonna have our own
Let's go, girl.
tester. No cheating.
No cheating. She's talking to
We're
you.
gonna do
All right. Let's see what happens.
1, 2, 3.
3 times in.
Okay, Liam. And then on your flour. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's see what you
All
got
right.
going down here, little bud.
Oh, look
Oh,
at
oh,
Now,
look at that.
Chicken dinner.
I think so. All right.
I did not pollinate very well, but look at all your pollen.
Oh my goodness.
Liam is our
Good
winner.
job,
Now
honey.
listen.
All right. Listen.
This is why the engineering design challenge is so important, because you know what? There's nothing wrong about improving. We learn, we figure out, you know what? I thought it was going to work. It did work. So look, Liam got the winning one for now, but all of us, we have to improve. So
Round
let's
2.
see.
We have to improve.
Okay, we have to improve, guys. So come back, make a change.
idea.
Oh, okay. Jamie's going after it.
Until all
Oh, okay. Mary Alice she's just kind of hanging back there.
I'm the server right now.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see
Oh,
here.
look at I
Remember,
like
guys,
this.
we're saving the world.
Yeah, you're adding to it.
You're adding to
Jamie,
what we
what are you
have,
doing?
right?
We can make changes. We can add on. You can start from scratch if
Watch
that you
that.
decide, you know what, this is not the
Whoa.
one. Okay, let's see. That's an interesting one.
You have a good idea?
Look at that design. I mean,
Try something.
I mean,
that's why she is rated M for maker.
okay, let's see. I want to see that one in action.
Same.
Okay.
Liam looks really busy down
Okay,
there.
look, she's mimicking the bumblebee.
Oh,
She's
look,
going
it
straight to
actually
the
looks like a
source.
bumblebee. Look
Because
at that.
as an engineer, we have to
All
make sure
right,
how
hey,
does
there
it
we
work,
go.
right?
All right.
Okay, engineer, let's do
All right, gotta wait,
round
gotta
2.
wait.
Line up. Round 2, guys.
All right.
All right, here we
Round
go.
2. Okay.
All right.
You ready, sister?
Yep.
Yeah, that's hers. Here, you
Okay.
want to do yours right here?
Cheers.
Oh,
All
okay,
right.
hold on. We got
Yep.
Emily needs a 1 second. She needs 1 little minute.
Evelyn's coming.
Let's see.
All right, just wait 1 second.
Let's see. Can we make a prediction? Oh, I think they make some good improvement. I think we're in good business. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we made some improvement. Look at that.
Look at these two.
Oh my goodness. You're saving the
Liam.
world.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
see
And
at the
Heather
side.
here.
Look at that
All
one.
right,
Oh.
Heather had some improvement.
I
Okay.
definitely had some. That is definitely a great one. Definitely,
That's
yes.
better. That's better. All right.
So, guys, let's put all of us right here. Okay. So let's look. What did we think worked the very best? What is that? What do you think works the very best? The pipe cleaner. And why does the pipe cleaner? Because we all thought, let's face it, we all thought the cotton ball was going to be it, right?
Which one was
But
the pipe cleaner?
the pipe cleaner, guess what? It mimics nature. It copies nature, right? The bumblebee is very fuzzy. Is this fuzzy?
Yes.
Yes. So is that why it works best? Yes, because we are just copying nature, and that is the best way that engineer can do that is
And
see what works. So
that's called
we got.
biomimicry.
There you go. Okay.
That's a 25-cent word.
Hey, I tell you what.
I think that's a 50-cent word.
I think
I
you're
mean,
right.
for sure. So there you go. Up. He's going to pollinate.
Oh, he's gonna
us.
pollinate.
He's
There
gonna
we
pollinate
go.
us. Very good. So guys, we hope you take this engineer design challenge and make it whatever you want it to be. It can be about pollination, it can be about anything. Remember, if we have a problem, we need to find a solution. So have fun and make a way.
Now, thank you, Ann, so much for that. And there's, Jamie's down here hard at work, and she's got one more. I think we have actually, we've only done 2 iterations.
Oh,
So we have time for one more iteration.
Okay.
That's true. Oh, Jamie's got one. This is, all right,
Why
look.
the contraptions?
Since I got to hear the answer.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
so look at this thing. All right, Liam, I don't know, man.
All right.
She's got
Okay, let's see,
the
let's
cotton
see.
balls with the pipe cleaners
Here.
going on.
Here, let's get clean you up because I definitely want to see.
Heather's side.
Okay, let's see. Okay. That is the biggest bee I've ever
2,
seen.
3. All right. 1, 2, 3. Hey! That's some big time improvement.
I think Liam and Everly, I think Liam and Everly got it.
The smartest little kids I've
For
ever met.
sure.
Oh my gosh, so good.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What was our issue?
It was flimsy.
Right? And also, remember, we're trying to mimic a bee, right? This is the flower. The bee is about 3 times the size of the flower.
Yeah.
Would he be able to get deep in there to collect the pollen?
Interesting.
No, it wouldn't, right? So we need to make sure when you're looking at solution, look around you and see how can we make that work. And look at them. They've got it figured out.
Oh my gosh, it's even got more that time.
Yes,
Even look like
definitely. But
Oh,
you know
man.
what? It's all about trying. It's all about trying to figure it out.
I think
Exactly.
Flew up into the atmosphere, got caught in the clouds, and then I don't know.
A hurricane came.
Something.
and then-
Electricity. This
He
was
ate a
definitely lightning.
Lightning.
The bee ate a cricket and couldn't get past it.
Yeah. All right. Still stuck on that. So Miss Ann, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And so are we good?
Do you want to finish and then I'll head up there?
Yeah. Head on up. So, one thing I have to, let's see if we have some friends out.
Yes.
So we do have some animals here in this building. We do like to include some animals as part of our habitats. There's Penny. So Penny, she's drinking. Oh my gosh, look, she actually is right now.
I've
So-
never seen that before.
Oh, I can't really see. There we go. So Penny is our copperhead, and she's
Penny
drinking
is
water.
Drinking water out of the.
Like right now, she's drinking water. So if you've never seen
I've never seen that.
a copperhead drink water,
Snake is drinking like a dog?
yes, come look.
A water bowl? Wow. Heather, look, your friend.
Sorry guys, we're having
Okay,
some
this is
technical
not
issues here.
my friend because he doesn't like me.
So do you see the jaws going out there on the side?
Cool.
So Penny has to have water just like us. And we have, here we go. So this is our rattlesnake. Hold this, do me a favor, hold
Yeah,
that right
hold that.
there. I'm just gonna see, because I can't.
I can see.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I see.
The rattlesnake right there.
Yep.
Yep, she's a timber rattler. I'm gonna go a little bit higher now. She actually camouflages very well. She's about 2 years old. And both the timber rattler and the copperhead that is right next door here are both native to this area of South Carolina.
Do you see how it's like gills almost like?
Well, it's just the jaws. She's drinking. There we go.
Look at all the water it's stored. Its head.
That's her jaws.
That
Her head
isn't
is
that
that-
full of water?
No, her head is that size. So here you go. She's got a close up on that. I can't do with my camera right now. So I hope you can see that. But yeah, that's just the size of her skull.
Wow.
And then
Hence
one
why
of the really cool things that we have here at Ripple Mountain, 2 of them actually they're called hellbenders, and hellbenders are endangered species. They're actually giant salamanders, and I think you can see one right now, right back in here, moving around. Hellbenders will get to be about the size of my forearm, which is going to be, oh gosh, I'll show you what they look like when they're full grown. But the hellbenders, oh, there's another one peeking right there, right under the log, snuggled in amongst the rocks. But you'll notice how well camouflaged they are. They look like stone. And you'll notice that tail that looks almost like a tadpole, right? So hellbenders are threatened, not endangered yet, thankfully, but they're threatened because they need extremely cold temperatures, very, very cold water, and very clean water to survive. And so they're found in the upper reaches of the Blue Ridge Mountains here, and actually the Appalachians in general, from roughly, gosh, all the way up. You'll see their areas. Some of you may live there. From Missouri all the way up into New York State. But because of development in high mountain regions, that runoff, that silt, will cause the water to become uninhabitable for the hellbenders. So we're very fortunate that we have two here that we're able to share that message with, to inspire people and make sure that they're taking care of the environment, especially when it comes to our water resources in our watersheds. One thing too, you may have heard of seen people do when they go out into rivers is like stack rocks, and it looks really kind of cool to stack the rocks like little cairns around, but that's really not a good practice because two reasons. One is that the rocks that you're moving could be the stones you're moving could disturb their habitat, but also they can actually fall when you're not around and injure or kill small aquatic animals. So I'm going to see what's going on over here.
No,
what are you guys doing?
It yawns. Can snakes yawn?
Yes, snakes do yawn too. So you got that right
on video.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll get Jamie to share that, and that's copperhead. Let me tell you one thing.
Yeah.
Here in the Southeast where we have copperheads, a lot of people think every snake they see, oh, it's a copperhead, and you got to get rid of it. No, they're not.
It's Hershey Kisses.
It's
shape,
the
right?
Hershey Kisses. That's right.
I learned about that.
If you look
from
at
Jason.
the pattern on the body of the copperhead, it looks like a Hershey's Kiss. Okay. And so you'll see it right there too. So it's very easy. Even from the time that she's young. Yeah, she is rubbing her face right now, just like a dog would. You see that? So why do you think she might be doing that?
She got water on her lips.
On her lips. Yeah, she got water on her head, and so she's rubbing it off, just like you see a dog do, or like you might do with a napkin. And of course, she's not going to use it. She doesn't have lips. Nope. All right. So I think we need to get on back upstairs.
Yes, we are. We have another person about to come on.
We do, and so we really appreciate you guys taking some time to explore pollinator engineering with us. This is just one of our standards just changed. And so we've changed lessons. That lesson has now been sunsetted. And we have a lot of new lessons that we're just rolling out this year with our new state standards.
Let's show you can see the rain.
Oh yeah. So on our waterfall, this is the beginning of our water cycle stories, part of the water story. And we project onto the water itself the different forms of precipitation that you'll find. So we saw rain, now we have snow. There's another word for sleet that'll come up. But it's just a way to artistically show the different forms of precipitation that begin the water cycle. And then as you might make your way down the staircase, you'll see the water pattern on the floor. And then we have these call outs for surface water, runoff, different steps of the water cycle process. But I think Jamie should be back now.
I am. Yeah, perfect.
Perfect timing.
Thank you so much. Arlene, we are ready to see your class and your session. We're super excited. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, sounds great.
Thank you. We are so excited to be presenting. It was really amazing to see Thomas's presentation. My students were just in awe of that. Everybody wants to go to South Carolina now. So welcome to Aledo. So we're getting ready to do this green screen museum hop. And this is a project that I developed with my students in order to help get them more excited about connecting with art history, geography, travel, tourism, all those sorts of things. So during this tour, students can virtually visit any museum in the world. And we love this research aspect of this because when they're researching, they are finding out things about themselves and they're finding out things about the world around them. And they have to take time to stop and observe things and think about just not just the artwork, but the artist that created the artwork and where this artwork is being housed currently. And you can see two of our students practicing right now. Are you guys going to visit a museum?
I hope.
You hope so? That's awesome. So this is a great way to have them interact and do research and be able to move around and have fun with art and interact with architecture as well. So basically what they have to do is they have to choose a museum that they want to visit virtually, and then they save an image of that museum onto their device. Then we use an app called Do Ink for our green screen. You can see the green screen fabric set up right there. And then afterwards, they take a picture of themselves, import that in, take a picture of the museum, save that, and then put that all into Do Ink. And afterwards, they have to print out an image of that and share that photo with our classmates. And then they have some questions that they share as well. And you can see, here's some examples on the iPad that they're working with of the museums. Where did you visit? Can you tell me a little bit about this?
That is the Perot Museum.
And where is that located?
It's located in Dallas, Texas, in
Dallas,
downtown.
Texas. And what about the architect? Did you get a chance to find out who the architect was?
I believe it was someone named Tom Main.
Tom Main, very good. So you chose something very local to look at, but
It's because I know it for almost all my life.
Because you've been there before, and that's a wonderful thing to share those experiences with others. But not everybody has traveled the globe, and so the students are offered the opportunity to virtually visit museums all around the world. They can choose the Louvre, the Getty. I offer them 6 options and an article along with lots more options. And so let's see, for example, we talk about Starry Night. We talk about that artwork a lot in art classes. Everybody knows that, right?
Yeah.
Yes. But do we always know where that's located? We talked about that. So does anybody know where it's located? Do y'all remember?
A little bit.
Located in France.
In France, Starry Night. Why don't somebody Google that for me and see where we can find an image of that Starry Night artwork.
I know where it is.
Where is it?
So he actually created it in a hospital because he.
Do you want to share here?
Yeah, he created it in a hospital because I think he was sick or something.
Okay.
But he saw it through a window, so he created it in there. Where I don't know what the place is, but I know.
So what museum, if you wanted to go visit it, where would that be? The what? Museum of Modern Art?
Yeah, New York.
In New York. So y'all are choosing some fairly local one and like few minutes away from us, and one that you would have to travel a little bit of a ways to go to, take a plane or drive, or how many hours do you think it would take to get there? That's a good question.
Let me look at Google Maps.
You're on a Google Maps?
On a plane to get to Paris, it takes 16 hours.
Yes. So if you wanted to go visit the Louvre, it would take us 16 hours to go there. But if we do a virtual tour, it's just a click away. Right?
Yep.
So let's talk about some of the questions. Oh, some examples of students at various places that they've been. The Met in New York. And where's that? Does anybody know what that is?
That's in France, the Louvre.
The Louvre. How about this one?
It's
That's in New York.
The Guggenheim. And so, what is this?
Oh,
Lily, you're gonna have to tell us about this one.
Oh, yes, it's the giant eyeball, which is in Dallas, downtown Dallas.
Yes.
You got this.
Awesome. So you guys are sharing some local artwork with people all around the globe. That's pretty amazing. So do you know who the artist is that created that artwork? That's,
yet. I'm
you got to do
searching
your
it up.
research.
Doing
That's right. So questions for discussion. So I offer this lesson where they visit museums to my 6th grade students, and they create their presentations. They have to tell us about where that museum is in the country or in the world, and who the architect is. They have to find 3 different artworks, or talk about 3 different artworks that would be in that museum. They have to talk about when the artwork was created, and then list 3 interesting facts about the country with where the museum is located as well. But then when we get to my Art 1 students, potentially they've already done this project. So as an extension, what we do is they take a picture from, not just from the museum on the outside. If they want to do that again, or if they haven't done it before, they can do that. But they're asked to do actually a picture on the inside of the museum, finding artwork from within the museum to create a green screen image with. And they have to talk about where in the museum the artwork is located, who the artist is, what media art supplies they used, when the artwork was created, what they like most about the artwork, and then 3 interesting facts about that artwork as well. So we continue that learning, continue focusing on artwork from around the world, and really trying to get them to connect, like I said, with art history, with travel, tourism, different things like that. So I'm not sure that people realize, or that our students realize, that people plan trips. They plan vacations based on visiting museums and looking at artwork and things like that. And that's a great way to connect geography with that as well. So, okay. So where are we going next?
We are going to, where are we going?
The MoMA.
Which museum?
Yeah.
The MoMA. The MoMA, and where's that located?
Did you say New York?
The Museum of Modern Art. And what artwork could we find there?
The Claude Monet's water lilies.
Very good.
What's my name?
Oh, your name. Okay. And let's share out. Let's see who else wants to take some pictures and share. Come on, baby. Oh, be careful of the wires. Okay. Oh, we'll share that in just 1 second. All right. So where are we going?
The Amon Carter Museum.
The Amon Carter? All right. And where's that located?
In Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. And what artworks might we see there?
Well, you might see some, maybe some Indian paintings that were back in the old days of the Wild West that you would see a lot. You would see a lot of Indian paintings.
Yeah, for sure. And now it not only do they have artwork from the West, but they now also they're known for having artwork from like the whole United States from the last 100 years. No, more than that. But anyway, it's the Modern Museum now. It's a Modern Museum of Artwork from the United States. And you can find artwork from Georgia O'Keeffe to Alexander Calder to James Remington, so forth and so on. And I love that you're bringing all these local ties in for us. It's obvious
Because they're
that,
the only ones I can really remember.
well, it's obvious that
It's
you,
the only ones
you
that have
spent
really
some
good
time.
memories.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so we're gonna go have somebody else go. All right. So where are we going today?
We're going to Paris, France.
What museum might we find in Paris?
We will find the Mona Lisa.
What museum is she in?
She's in this, like, I don't know how to say it.
Anybody want to? I've said it a couple times. The Louvre.
The Louvre Museum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm
Awesome.
sorry.
Okay. So while they're doing that, I think we had an update. Do you want to update that eyeball you said is in Dallas?
Yes, it's in downtown Dallas. And Tony Tassett.
Tony Tassett is the name of the sculptor.
No, His name was sculptures. The eyeball.
The eyeball?
Oh, I've been there before.
Have you been there too?
I saw the eye.
The eye.
The eye.
Oh my
It
goodness.
sees everything, but like.
I think somebody likes the stage.
Yeah, the
Stage.
All right.
Made by
All right.
Tony. Cat.
Test made for yes.
I found it out, so it might not be right.
That's okay. That's okay. You're doing an amazing job. All right. What museum would you want to visit?
You got this. I know you can do it.
You can bring your computer up here.
That's okay. You got this. Don't doubt yourself.
Let's see. The Kimball?
Yep.
That's awesome. Do you know who the architect of the Kimball is?
There's actually two.
Oh, really? Oh, yes. The older part of the museum who was that designed by?
Got it on there somewhere.
You did your research, can you remember? Louis Kahn? Mm-hmm. And do you remember the new part? I remember, it's okay. I know you did your research. I saw you did it earlier. Renzo Piano was the architect for the newer part. And how about if you were to visit the Kimball, do you know what artworks you can see there?
The Pont del Euro.
Pont de Europe. Mm-hmm. It's the beautiful work of art that was created by Monet. That's awesome, awesome. Yay. Woo! Okay, who hasn't gone yet? You, Bowie, did you?
Yeah,
go?
I haven't gone.
Come on.
Yeah, I have.
No, I haven't.
I think I might have seen you once before up here.
No, I'm not sure you have.
So,
actually, I don't know.
okay, here we go. Here's a challenge for you. I want for you to go someplace, like I want you to branch out and travel
You want me to go
someplace.
far away?
Yeah, where would you go if you could go anywhere in the world?
Anywhere in the world?
Well, any museum in the world.
Oh, a museum. Does it have to be like art?
Yes, that's what we're talking about today, art museums. Valid question. Although Perot was a natural science and history museum, I did let you slide on that one. Here's
Oh,
some.
the Seattle Art Center, if I can remember it right.
What about out of the country?
Oh, out of the country. The Lord.
The Louvre.
The
All
Louvre.
right.
Louvre.
Meow Wolf. So, all right. So you have chosen the Louvre, which
Yeah.
what kind of artwork do they have there?
Well, they have a lot of art from the Renaissance era. They have the Mona Lisa, which is a very famous painting that you could see a lot when you're thinking of paintings and you're thinking of art. That's usually what people think of. They also have a lot of symbiotic relationships to other countries outside the world in their museums.
Very good. All right. Now you've chosen Meow Wolf. So that's just like the Louvre, isn't it? No? Tell me about it.
Well, I know.
Tell us. Come.
I know that it has crazy paintings, not just like plain, like this way. It's not realistic.
Okay. So
It's all different colors.
so what's the difference between?
They're not made by the all same people.
They're not all made by the same people. Okay. What can you tell me? Like if I were to go to the Louvre, what kind of experience would that be?
Exciting.
It would be exciting. So would you be like, oh my gosh, like that? Or would you be walking around?
I wish I could be like, but I probably like have to be like this.
Museum etiquette, yes. I mean, you just have to be careful. Have to- no, it's not sad. It's just a different experience,
Well,
right?
So art gives you different feelings.
This is true. And so what kind of feelings does Meow Wolf give to you?
Craziness.
Happiness. And so would you walk around Meow Wolf the same way that you would walk around the Louvre?
No.
So explain that process to us.
Well, because like the art, you get feelings from it. And you're like, it's so beautiful. What's the next one? And then the other one's like, down to
Hmm.
not into it.
And
And then, well, so explain a little bit, like when you walk through a doorway at Meow Wolf, is it the same as walking through a doorway at the Louvre?
No. Everything's probably different.
Everything's probably
Sophisticated
different.
with a tie.
Yes, we wear different outfits every day.
Oh my gosh. All right. So you're showing me, you're sharing with me a lot of different things about museums that, you know, sometimes people can't go to those museums. So you're giving them that opportunity to live through your eyes. And that's a beautiful, wonderful thing. Do you have something you want to share about your experiences?
I have been to Meow Wolf. It's definitely a lot different from other museums because it's full of color and abstract art. None of it is realistic.
None of it's realistic, whereas the Louvre
has all they're taking their time. As with Meow Wolf, it's you take your time, but you don't spend as much time as you do on the art such as the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, the Meow Wolf is more of an experience.
And you can't run around like in the Louvre because you'll break stuff, but there's tons of tunnels and walkways through Meow Wolf and you're able to run.
And one thing that we didn't talk about is where Meow Wolf is located. They have a couple of them.
There's one in Santa Fe. There's one in Las Vegas. I think Plano.
They're getting ready to build. I don't know if it's under construction yet, but we will have one here.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I forgot his name, but the person who makes Starry Night, they saw
who makes Starry Night? Let's ask.
Vincent Van Gogh.
Yes.
Yes, I
It's okay.
But he got his mind to see it from he was in the hospital, so he saw it through a window. But they just make it up by their mind.
That's another good difference. Yeah. So some museums are like a full-on experience, like Meow Wolf. It's like it's not just looking at a work of art; it's an experience, right? You have to really witness it, look at pictures of it to fully understand.
The Santa Fe one, the one I went to, you walk through a house and like you go through like the dryer and the fridge and into this, it's like a maze.
Right. So you said the dryer, so you have to like the dryer is like a portal from one
So you
side
go down a slide into this little secret room and then you go through a hole and you see this giant tree filled with lights and it's a giant like tree house.
It sounds like an alien planet compared to the Louvre. It's amazing. All right. Do we have anybody else that wants to share about another museum experience or favorite artwork? Come on up. Come share with us.
You got this. I believe in you.
Okay. Share with us what you got.
The museum is at Accademia Gallery. It's located in Florence, Italy.
Ooh, tell me about it. What kind of artwork might we see there?
Sculptures like David, the sculpture of David, which is made by Michelangelo. It's Florence is like one of the first cities to ever have paved in like the alleyways and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Gucci was founded in Florence, Italy.
Very good. And you know that sculpture of David, it's all made out of one big piece of marble. I mean, it's just kind of crazy. Do you know how big that is? You know the size of it? No. I challenge you to go find out because I think you might be surprised. All right. All right. Somebody else? You're all out of juice. You never been. Well, we need to change that. So what artwork did you choose?
Water lilies by Pollinator.
Oh, that's right. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about Claude Monet? Do you know? Yeah.
I just like his art.
You just like his art? Well, I challenge you. So those questions for extension, where you told us where it was and who the artist was. Do you know what media, what art supplies he used on that?
Looks like some kind of like paint or.
Yes, it's painting. I'm going to switch over to this way. Oh, that's too dark. Let's go over here. Yes. So it's some form of painting. Can you take a guess for us of what type of artwork or what type of are you gonna do your research? You're gonna look it up. Good job. And then what do you like most about it? I'll let you research that. You're in the middle of something, but think about what you like most about his artwork and 3 interesting facts about that artist that we might not know yet. Okay.
There's a good guardian on.
There's
a good guardian on.
I don't know. So just try Google. It won't let you on Google. Well, we have to ask for assistance. So Haley, can you look up Claude Monet and see what type of paint he used when he painted? Sometimes we just have to ask a friend. And then what are you searching over here?
I'm searching up artists.
Artists. We're almost done here, but let's see what kind of paint. Can you tell Maggie what you found out?
Used oil paints.
Oil paint. Did you kind of think maybe it was oil paint?
It was some form of paint.
Yeah.
This man made the Mona Lisa.
And what's this man's name?
Don't worry, you got it.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Leonardo da Vinci. And then where did we say the Mona Lisa was?
He was at the Louvre.
At the Louvre, yes.
Yeah.
In what country?
Triangle.
And yes.
Has glass.
It's a prism.
I don't know how tall the sculpture.
How tall is
17
17 feet? Did you think it was going to be the same height as you, or did you realize it was going to be 17 feet?
Much taller.
You thought it was going to be much taller? So 17 feet. Think about how tall the ceiling is. Yikes. And think about looking up at that artwork. Just
I
amazing.
got 2 things. The giant eyeball is made of fiberglass. The second thing is it's 30 feet high.
30 feet high? The giant eyeball is 30 feet?
I searched it.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? Well, you can imagine because you've been there.
No,
Oh, you haven't been? You haven't been to see it? Oh my
I know
goodness.
it's there because I've been searching it up on maps and I want to go there.
Ah, and you've been searching the globe for artwork?
No.
Well, today you have. All right.
Only the places I visit, like San Francisco, we're looking for places to go see.
Right. So it's, as you can see, they get all excited about sharing the places that they've been, the places that they've been virtually, and the places that they want to go. And it's just really engaging when they start to really think about all the details about it. It's just so much fun. Jamie, what's your favorite museum?
Oh my goodness. I'm not a museum goer. I don't know why. I'm sitting there thinking that isn't part of what we did as a family. So I'm sitting here thinking how awesome it is for that exposure for maybe the kids that don't go to museums like me. I think I'm not opposed to it. I think I'm just, there's just probably spaces it doesn't even come to mind. So I love hearing about the different artwork too. The students have really taken time to know why they want to go there, that there is distinctive artwork that's going to be important to them in their future, or that they're really interested in learning more about. So I think that is really, I like the direction of that rather than just, hey, let's go to a museum.
Right.
Objectives, which I think makes a plan, like you said, a much better plan for what you're going to get, your outcomes for that. So that's amazing. How about you? What is your favorite museum?
Oh my gosh, so many favorites. So somebody mentioned the Kimball Museum that's local. It's in Fort Worth. And interestingly enough, it used to be back years ago, it was all mostly Western art, and it was not my favorite. And then a few years back, it started to really develop and change into modern art for all of the United States. And now it's one of my very favorites. So I love that museum. And then I guess the MoMA in New York is another one in the States, and then the Louvre in France. Oh my gosh, I remember going to see that. Just, it's so amazing. And I love being able to bring those experiences into my students. There's no way that we could all go to all of those museums. So it's really great to be able to bring all of that into the classroom virtually. And as you could hear, a lot of my students, they were sharing the museums that they had been to or wanted to go to. And it was just the excitement in their voices, just so amazing. It's just fun.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, Arlene, and students, all the work you guys have done. Excellent work. Great job, class.
Thanks, Jamie. We appreciate the opportunity to present.
All right, we have a special encounter that Thomas is bringing us to here at Roper Mountain. And I am excited to see what they're going to be sharing. Let's see, Thomas, there we are. I think you guys are muted. There we go.
Awesome. So thanks, Jamie. We are in another one of our cool spaces here at Roper Mountain Science Center. And this is our marine lab in the Harrison Hall of Natural Science. And we have some terrific resources for teaching here, including a coral reef, a predator tank, and then we have our ever popular touch tanks, which I really think that Amy and Heather and actually the whole crew like, but Heather particularly really has enjoyed
I love animals.
Touching animals.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know,
I did
things
stop
that she
by
never
and
has.
tell Monty the snake goodbye a while ago. We have to part ways.
This is true. So that's a ball python she held yesterday. But what she's looking at right now is some chocolate chip starfish
I'm gonna
that are
slowly
really cool.
pick them up, and you can only pick them up when they're in the sand.
Right.
So I learned that, and I'm gonna flip them over so y'all can see how awesome
Whoa.
looks. Isn't he beautiful?
Wow.
And then over here, Amy has, now those are chocolate chip starfish, but over here, Amy has some friends that move a little bit faster sometimes. This one right here, can you see right there we go swimming by?
Yes.
That is our coral cat shark. So this actually is a shark. So Amy is petting a shark right now with a gentle two-finger touch like we always talk about. And also you'll see our Atlantic stingrays here. So there we go. We do have mama and daddy stingrays and baby stingrays. Some of the young ones are over here. So these two are actually female. You can tell the difference between the male and the female because the male actually has two appendages on either side of the tail. And you'll notice that these two do not. And so these are the females. But they're used to being touched. They're interacting with our students all the time. And so it's, again, Amy's modeling that gentle two-finger touch. Amy, what does that shark feel like? What's the consistency of its skin?
Coarse, a little smooth, some parts, but mainly kind of coarse like sandpaper.
Yeah, that's the common response is that it feels like sandpaper. Most sharks do. Here's some of our young, there we go. So this is a dad. You'll see the appendages on the other side of the tail I was talking about. And some of the babies. That's a young male, and this is another young male over here. Then we also have a tide pool tank, which is really cool. This is an opportunity for kids, especially we have a lot of kids who've never been to the beach, never had the chance to go to the ocean. And so they can come here and pick up hermit crabs and interact with sea urchins and also horseshoe crabs, which these are leftovers from the time of the dinosaurs. I mean, this is a really ancient creature. You'll notice that we also have baby horseshoe crabs as well.
Oh,
These little guys, actually, these are bigger now, but when they're born, they're about the size of a quarter.
Aww.
And now they've gotten somewhat larger. But you'll see some of our hermit crab friends down here crawling around as well. And I have to show you our really active bamboo shark while she's swimming around right here. Oh, there she comes right. Look at that. Perfect. Came right to the camera. She's a diva. But they're very active right now because it's the afternoon and that's when they know they get fed. And so they're look at that. She is just showing out. I love it. I love it. So again, this is just another one of those fantastic resources we have here at Roper Mountain Science Center. And we're glad that you got to take a little bit of a tour through some of our places today. And if you ever have opportunity to visit, we'd love to host you. Or if you're ever interested in some kind of collaboration, we're always interested in that too. So you guys have anything to add?
It's just been a phenomenal experience. The fact that everything is hands-on, everything here you can touch. And it goes back to that making, giving kids the freedom to explore. And that's exactly what Roper Mountain does. It gives kids an opportunity, and adults. I mean, hello. It gives us a chance to explore. So I'm just so grateful and thankful for Roper Mountain allowing us to come here today and share this with so many classrooms. And I'm looking forward to many more partnerships with you in the future.
Absolutely, we are as well. So, one more thing, real quick. I won't move too fast. It's probably gonna. So the shark jaw, we love having, like she said, opportunities for kids to touch things. But this was pretty amazing. So if you've ever seen shark's teeth, you find them on the beach. You can find them like everywhere, right? But one of the reasons that you can find them everywhere is because, have you ever seen inside of a shark's jaw? Look at those rows after rows after rows of teeth. So shark's teeth kind of act like conveyor belts. When one goes out, another one is right there ready to take its place. And at the bottom of that stack, that line, it will begin to grow another one. So again, it's really cool to have kids interact with things like this. They don't, if they couldn't touch it, they wouldn't have a chance to actually feel how sharp these teeth are, but then also to kind of pick things up and really engage with nature and learn more about it. And of course, that's going to develop an appreciation as well. So just had to show you that too, because it's something that a lot of people don't get to see is the inside of a shark jaw. So Jamie, we'll take it back to you guys, but thanks so much for letting us show you the Marine Lab.
Yeah, and then come on back. And we are excited to have Danielle as our next guest. She is our last presenter of the day. And we're going to end. Danielle, you have the full 25 minutes. So please feel free to go ahead. Let me remove this here so that we can see you. And you're free to get started.
Okay, hello, thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Welcome to this final session of Global Maker Day. I'm so glad that you are here joining from wherever it is that you're joining. My name is Danielle Davis, and I wrote this book called To Make, and the artwork is by Mags DeRoma. And I'm going to talk about it, read it, have a challenge for you, and I'm going to share my screen in order to get to it. All right. And I will trust that Jamie will hop in and tell me if you can't see anything.
Perfect.
Okay. So To Make, yes, this is a picture book that inspires and celebrates all kinds of making and the creative process. And my hope is that it will inspire you to make something. And in fact, of course, everyone has a challenge today. And the challenge for this moment is to create a plan to make a Maker Award ribbon. So you might make a plan during this presentation. You might make one later. You might actually have some supplies handy and already want to be making one of these ribbons. And I'm wearing one, and these are just examples. And I have a bunch more examples to show you later. But the idea here is that these are just to get you started, to give you an idea, because the sky is the limit. And of course, you can make this however you would like to make it. And I hope that it will help you. I have an airplane going overhead. I hope that it will help you celebrate you as a maker and your identity as a maker, because you are a maker. And you might start by thinking about what you like to make. Maybe you'll write it down or tell someone that you're with right now, or just think about it. And I will share with you that I love to make anything out of words. I especially love to make stories, but I also like to make pancakes. I like to make stuff out of clay, and I really like to make friends and plans also. And I'm going to show you a short video right now. And you know how movies have trailers? Well, books sometimes have trailers too. And so this is sort of the companion video or trailer for To Make. And it was made with stop motion. So maybe you like to make stop motion, or you're curious about it. And so this will be an interesting video for you.
To make
something wonderful.
Gather.
Make.
Wait.
Start creating.
So that was our stop motion video for To Make, and you probably noticed that there were 3 steps in that video, and potentially you remember what they are. Because when I wrote this, I really wanted to write kind of a manual for anyone making anything, any creative process, or really anything at all, to think about and have those instructions and those 3 steps that I think apply to any making process. So to make something, to make anything, you gather, make, and wait. And you might think about that, your educators might think about how that is true in your own processes of making. And so to gather, these are from end papers from the book that Mags DeRoma illustrated. And so to gather, you take all of your supplies, materials, what is all the stuff you're gonna need depending on what you're making, right? And there might also be qualities or inspiration. Do you need to be brave to make this thing? Do you need to be curious? Do you need to be persistent? And then for me, inspiration is always part of what I gather. And so I get a lot of inspiration from books. And so some of these are novels, some of these are picture books. Maybe you'll recognize some of them. Maybe some of the covers will speak to you and you'll want to check one out from your school or public library. But these all have to do with making in one way or another. And these are inspiring to me as I gather. And then of course there's making, right? This is like the flurry of activity and the actual making and this sort of cacophony of stuff going on in this illustration. And that might look however it's going to look depending on what you're making. For me as a writer, that often starts with a notebook and a pen. And this is the notebook where I first wrote the manuscript for To Make a few years ago. And so this is my process and I was doodling. And then I was trying to land on what would those 3 steps be. And this is my very illegible handwriting as I was doing that and landing on gather, make, and wait, which I luckily can read sort of. And then there's of course waiting, because every process of making usually has something you've got to wait for, right? Are you waiting for glue or paint to dry? Are you waiting to be able to share what you've made with someone in some way that's meaningful to you? And of course, for me, there was a lot of waiting, right? Waiting for an editor, waiting for the illustrations to come to life, waiting for the book to be printed, waiting to be able to share it. And so I would love to now share the book with you To Make. So I will read it. And this is the title or dedication page that almost every book has. And you'll notice that it says dedicated to the memory of Gyo Fujikawa and her influence on children's literature. And to all the makers, that's you. And the people that Mags DeRoma made portraits of for me are over there also circled with Gyo Fujikawa in the middle. So she was a children's book maker. She's quite famous. That's one biography about her, and then Come Follow Me is one of her books. She had a connection to Disney. And one of the amazing things about her, aside from being an incredible artist, she also was really impactful on the form, because at the time, children who had different skin colors of different races were not portrayed together in books. And she did that, and she changed that, and she changed children's literature forever in doing so, for the better, of course. And these are some of her beautiful, glowy, magical illustrations. And the other two people who are circled over there are portraits of two of my teachers. And I wanted to mention teachers here on Global Maker Day. So one of them was my 4th grade teacher who read novels aloud to us. You're never too old to be read aloud to. And the other one was my kindergarten teacher who taught me how to read. Okay, and now for the book. To make a cake. Gather, make, wait. To make a garden. Gather, make, wait. To make a song. Gather, make, wait. You might think about what that child is waiting for. You also may have noticed some of the magical creatures that have come around on these spreads. Keep making. Keep waiting. To make a plan. Gather, make, wait. And you might have some guesses based on the clues in the illustrations in terms of what these two children are planning. What kind of plan might they be making? Do you see any little tiny hints and details and clues over in the corners, or in that sort of schematic they're making, or in the picture frames, or anywhere else that give you a clue to maybe what they are planning? To make a plan, gather. To make a story, gather, make. Just notice the details of what they're making. Wait. And so what are they waiting for? And this to me is the way a story can be a surprise. It's its own kind of story. To make a friend. Gather, make, wait. You know those steps. I bet you know what this child's waiting for. Keep making. Keep waiting. Do you see any clue here about whether or not that friend has arrived? A very subtle clue. Very subtle detail. To make a poem, a painting, a sweater, a city, a dance, a fort. Gather, make, wait. Sometimes you will make and make and make and wait and wait and wait. What feels like forever. But keep making, keep waiting. Now we see those same children who made a plan. Here they are at sunset. Because one day you will share something wonderful that only you know how to make. So now we know what they were planning, this celebration, this gathering with all of these makers here, makers just like you. And you can see some of the kids and what they made and how they're bringing that to share. And then there are some other newcomers as well. And this is the back cover with those steps that now you know very well: gather, make, and wait. And the theme or the heart of this, and really why I wrote it, was this message of keep making. So I wrote my very first picture book manuscript like 15 years before To Make came out this year. So it's a really long time, right? So I did a lot of making in the meantime, a lot of waiting. And sometimes I wondered if I should give up because, as you know, making inevitably has challenges and frustrations, right? Even though we love making, it doesn't mean that making doesn't come with its own difficulties and hiccups, right? And so I had to tell myself not to give up and to keep making. And of course, I more importantly want to tell you to keep making, because you have something wonderful that only you know how to make, that you can share in some meaningful way. And I say that it's unique to you because that is absolutely true. There is no one else who would make the same thing in the same way that you would, because you bring your own background and perspective and culture and history and personality and likes and dislikes and way of seeing the world to anything that you make, which is what makes it uniquely you. So I do want to encourage you to keep making. And to that end, this challenge about making a plan to create a Maker Award ribbon. And this is something that educators can download on my website, which is danielledavisreadsandwrites.com, because it's sort of like a recipe card that you could use to fill in the blank to make anything and make your plan using these steps: gather, make, and wait. And perhaps it will be that you'll put in the blank to make a maker ribbon. And again, this is to celebrate you and your identity as a maker, because you are a maker. And so for gathering, what are you going to need? My hope is that you already have something lying around that you can make one of these with. It doesn't have to be fancy, it doesn't have to be special, just simple stuff you might already have, or maybe something unexpected. What supplies, ingredients, materials, or inspiration do you need? And then make. How are you going to make it? Are there steps to make it? Do you want to think that through? Do you have a plan in terms of your concept of making? Do you want to let the materials speak to you and let the process unfold? And then remember, wait. We always have to wait for something. Maybe you're going to be gluing and wait for it to dry and really adhere. Maybe you will wait to be able to figure out a way to wear it and like affix it to your clothing. Maybe you'll wait to take it home and store it or hang it somewhere. Maybe you'll wait to share it with someone else. And these are just some examples. I have more to show you as well. But these are jumping off points for you, just to give you an idea of what your maker ribbon might look like, so you can wear with pride or have with pride somewhere this item that says you are a maker, because you are. And these are some that some students and some kids have made at events where I have been. And so the sky is the limit. These can be however you want them to be. And I'll show you a couple more in a minute as you hopefully start creating. And so you can think about what you want yours to be like. Do you want it to be themed? Like, for example, if you like to cook or bake, do you want to have that as a theme? If you like to write poems or stories or comics or draw, do you want to have it a theme like that? Maybe you like music. and you want to make your award ribbon musical themed. Maybe you're a gardener, but it can be anything depending on what it is you like to make. Or maybe you just want to make one like this that's sort of abstract, or any kind of maker award ribbon that you want with whatever you have on hand. And it's sort of like whatever speaks to you, whatever colors or textures or shapes are on hand and speak to you. So I also hope, I think we all hope that you will share a lot of the stuff, of course, that you've made today. And if you make a maker ribbon, that you will also share that. And keep making. That is my greatest hope for you, that you will keep making and that this day has inspired you to do just that. And that's all I've got for you today.
Well, that is fantastic. We love your badges. Those are great. How many were created by you and how many were created by students?
Oh, of the ones I showed, I actually had an artist collaborate with me with the concept of, like, because I always want to do a craft with a book, and of course to make is perfect for crafting. And so we came up with these together, but she made them because she is very good at making things like this. And then I have made some of these samples either at home or at events. And then some of the photos I showed you that I don't have because the kids always take them home were made by students and kids that I've worked with before.
That's fantastic. We were sitting here saying, wow, there's some creativity juices flowing to be able to make those. That's awesome. Heather liked the one with the mohawk.
I like the one with the mohawk. There was a lot of things going on. I love that. I love the colors. So was that a student created one?
Nope, this is all me.
Well,
awesome.
We speak the same language. That's beautiful.
That's so cool.
Well, I hope that you will make one with whatever you have lying around.
Yes. And you know, Heather just made a comment. I love how everybody keeps reinforcing whatever you have, you know, and I think that people need to know they're not limited. So I love that you shared something that can be done anywhere, anytime, in any group, right? So that's so perfect. And thank you so much for sharing your book. That was wonderful.
Oh, thank you. What a wonderful opportunity to be part of this today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right. We are at the end of Global Maker Day 2022. It's been a wonderful adventure. It almost feels a little surreal that it's over because there's so much that we've all been doing to prepare for today. So if you guys want to come on over here, I do want to show one video that I think is really important for us to view of what we got to view right before Arlene's session. So let's get that going.
And this is Penny.
This is Penny.
Penny is
okay. Here we go.
Rope. To this area of South Carolina.
Do you see how it's like gills almost like?
Well, it's just the jaws. She's drinking. There we go.
Look at all the water it's stored. Its head.
That's her jaws.
Isn't that full of water?
No, her head is that side. So here you go. She's got a close up on that. I can't do with my camera right now. So I hope you can see that. But yeah, that's just the size of her skull.
Wow.
And then really cool today.
Oh my gosh.
Two of them actually are endangered species. No. They're actually giant salamanders. And one right now, right back here, hellbenders will get about the size of my.
Oh my gosh, if it strikes me, I'm gonna pee my pants.
It's a no.
Unfiltered.
That's a no for me.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any arms.
Let's look here. Right, actually.
Literally like knows I'm recording.
What are you staring at me for?
Where is it?
Literally eyeballing me right now. Nope.
Tongue's back in. You got it. You're right on it.
Mm-mm.
Please don't. Please don't. I hate jump
Please
scares.
do it.
Do not jump scare me.
Okay, it is.
I'm gonna count to three. One,
It's not happy.
2, 3, go.
It's not happy. No, its tongue stopped coming out.
You
Like
guys are gonna
yeah.
love this, so hang on.
I'm pretty sure I'm getting pollen all over me right now. I got my deformed.
Getting eyes.
Isn't it weird? She gave you the number. It's a good quadratic page.
Oh my gosh.
Ate my cricket.
Okay, I will say yesterday I saw that beehive and it had an opening.
Because, yeah.
Something broke on the side, so I am not trusting of this page right now.
We tried, we tried. We just questioned everything.
What is it doing? What was it doing? It was drinking. I think it was storing it in its. Ah. Are you gonna go back?
She's gonna come back into her.
This is when everything takes a very dark turn, right?
You are freaking me out.
Oh
my goodness.
You're moving.
Ah!
Snake yawn.
There we go. That was a grand finale, if I've ever seen one. Despite the fact that it was a copperhead, that was amazing. And we just had a brilliant time at Roper Mountain. Every aspect of it. We had a chance yesterday to explore, today to explore. We've been so warmly welcomed, and this event would not have been what it is today if Roper Mountain didn't invite us over here and be a part of it. First, Mary Alice making the connection with Thomas, then Thomas allowing our team to come in and be a part of this incredible adventure with you.
And
And-
Ben and Lance helping us on the tech side, going
Yes,
above and beyond,
yes.
especially to Ben.
Boy, oh boy.
Shout out to big time for Ben.
What is he?
Wicked smart, man.
Wicked smart.
I will say every presenter that came in just did an incredible. We were saying this is a weird Global Maker Day. Hey Scott, well, this is a weird Global Maker Day when everybody shows up. Like we always have a backup of a, and we couldn't believe it. We didn't need a backup today. It was awesome. And then organizers, thank you guys. Great job for a great event, and thank you all for joining us for Global Maker Day 2022. And we can't wait to see you next year. You never know where we'll show up. It's going to be somewhere exciting. Thank you all. Have a great night.